I know it's small, but a symbol of a woman and a man who are poling. They're not canoeing, but my grandfather said before those dams were built, the river was quite a bit lower, so our people could pole. And this man and woman are following our duden, or our totem, which is muskrat. And I always carry her, because our creation story tells us it was the muskrat who went down deep to get that little piece of earth so a sky woman can put it on the back of a turtle so the earth can grow. So this is who I always carry created the creation story to our tells us it was the stories who went down. It wasn't a little piece of earth so a sky woman could put it on. Well, I don't want to get into a debate over religion, so I won't go there. This is who I always carry created the creation story. So it's really crucial for you to know who we are as a people here. And within our symbol here, the sun represents the confederacy in which we are connected to. We are part of Wabanagi, which are the people of the dawn. Who we are as a, and in our creation story, again, is that us as people were created at the first light. When Gelwaskub, the good man who speaks the truth, shot the arrow into a tree, particularly the ash tree, and that's where our people came from, the deep roots of that tree. And I usually bring a basket, but I didn't this morning. I don't know why. But that basket, when our the creators of these baskets make them, the base of the basket is the ancestors who hold our knowledge and wisdom. And as it is being put together, it's our great-grandmothers and our great-grandfathers, our aunts, our uncles, and the very top rim of the basket is the children who hold our people together, nations together. So the base of the basket is actually where all our knowledge, our language, our ceremonies come from. That's why we carry that basket with us, to remind us where our creation comes from. So our confederacy here in the Northeast consists of 5 nations now. Before it was 4 nations. It's the Mi'kmaq, the Pasquotamonkadiak, Penobscot-Gawiak, the Abenaki-Gawiak, and us, the Wolastokuk. And I said it in our language because it defines who they are. I never use the English language to describe them because, you know, I have my good friend here, the Passamaquoddy Chief Hugh, you know, people of the Pollock. It is who they are. That's their connection. And we have Mi'kmaq here, and they have their story of who they are. So that confederacy consists at the beginning of 4 nations, and we put our governance together through the longhouse. And this is kind of a longhouse. We would enter in the east, and the eldest would sit in the west, and the youngest in the east. And in your particular, the age that you're at, you can sit, if you're middle-aged, you'd be sitting in the middle of the longhouse, we call one, which translates a place where you go listen. Not talk, listen. So, so depending on where you're sitting, if you're in your 50s, you'd be probably in the center, and you can look to your left or your right, depending on which side you're sitting on. The men would sit on the left, and the women would sit on the right. And you could look down where the elders are sitting. and thinking one day you'll be there and you'll learn from them. And you sit, look in the other side to the east, and you can see where you've come from, your life, and how and what you've learned. So you can, that's your life. And we say that the Longhouse is our constitution. We don't have to write it down. When we go inside, we know what our purpose and our responsibilities are there. We don't have to guess. And when we build that lodge, there's certain things you need to do, what we call protocols. There's a job for the women, a job for the men. And that's that balance. So the Longhouse is our constitution, so we live by that. We're finally reclaiming that and getting that back. It's taken a long, long time because, as you know, in 1604, here in our homeland, our lives changed. So, but we're finally getting it back. And when our traditional leadership signed those peace and friendship treaties, that's what we declared. We'll live in peace and friendship. And in nowhere or place in those treaties it stated that we would give up our lands or give up our resources. Like we said, we'd live in peace. We held our responsibility, and we still are. And that's all to say about that. So, and in part of that treaty, in section 6, and it states, and I'm just paraphrasing, if any indigenous person or people get hurt by the subjects of the crown, they deserve satisfaction and reparation. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. So I know you're not here to change the government, but I wish you would. At all levels and forms. But when I was asked to come and open this up, I was thinking, what do I need to say? I had the privilege of sitting with Leroy Little Bear, who's a Blackfoot, an elder. He's a scholar. And if you don't know about him, please Google him. He's a very intelligent man. And he said he was asked by 2 of his colleagues who were from the university, 2 science scholars who wanted to speak to an elder about indigenous science. So they went to his house, invited him. So the elder, first he made some tea. That's what we always do, we make tea. So he offered the tea to the 2 scholars, and he started pouring tea in 1 cup for one of the scholars. And it kept on filling up, and in fact, it spilled on the table. So one of the scholars looked at the other one and said, does he realize that he's spilling this all over the table? So the other guy said, excuse me, sir, but do you realize that you're spilling? He said, yeah, I know. He said, you come here at my house with your mind full of Western science. That's full, that cup is. But the other cup has nothing in it. You come and want to know about my science, come with the empty cup. Because there's too much in your head right now. Your cup is full. So there's always a place for Western science to prove things in a physical form. But as us, as indigenous people, and our knowledge has been passed down from generations to generations to generations. And it's basically this. Whatever we do to the earth, whatever we do to the water, whatever we do to the air, we do to ourselves. That's that simple. So if we keep on harming the earth and polluting the air and the water, will harm us and everything else around it. So really, science isn't that difficult. It's that simple. That's that empty cup. I hope you all came with an empty cup. Because we have the ancestral knowledge, and I remember my grandfather, who died at the age of 96. I was around 5 years old before I started school, and my mom and I, and I'm the youngest of 10, I was a little brat. The spoiled one, they called me, which I was. So my mom and I walked down to my grandparents' house, and it was in the spring, and my grandfather was getting his garden ready in the back. So I stayed outside with him. And then Mom went inside to see Grammy. And my grandfather said, "But speak was, you said, come with me, my grandson, to the edge of the bank of the river." So he pointed across the river. He said, "That's where I used to pick all my medicine right there." Everybody did. He says, around this time, or shortly after this time, he says, the salmon used to come up and spawn. And he was speaking all in our language, so I'm just using the language of this place for now. And he said, you wouldn't see the salmon, but you can hear them coming. It sounded like a freight train coming up the river. And you'd see them. He said the river would be just shaking. There were so many salmon. He said you couldn't even see the bottom of the river. There was thousands and thousands of blumwood, winter salmon coming up. He said you could walk on their backs. That there was that many salmon. He said my mother would say, "Najib, what balam? Kudopian." He said, "Go get the salmon if you're hungry," and we aren't hungry. So he said, I didn't need a net, I didn't need a rod, I just stood in the river and I just picked the salmon up with my hands, my arms. That's how many salmon there were. And then he said, then they built those damn dams. And I remember looking up at my grandfather, and the sun was shining from the east because we were facing to the east. And I've never seen my grandfather cry before, and I remember him having tears coming down his cheeks because he was remembering how good it was. He said, we never went hungry. He said, this fed us. The river fed us. It gave us medicines. So I just wanted to share that part of my grandfather's teachings of who he was and what he remembered. And he was born in 1885. So that was the time they were trying to capture Geronimo, because Geronimo was the last warrior. And I remember asking him one time, he said, Moses, I said, Kobitahama Geronimo? I said, grandfather, do you remember Geronimo? He said, I not. Like, who's that? So I said, well, back then, when you were young, they were trying to catch him. He said, we never had TVs or newspapers back. How in the hell would I know that they were trying to catch Geronimo? So like that was my young mind thinking that he probably knew Geronimo at the time. So I just want to just to say a few words in my language to invite the ancestors of this lands here to open this up, and in this very crucial time. And I want to thank Susan for this amazing work, the amazing work that she continues to do in this Cedar project and bringing in all these amazing people. And I just want to, as I said, use my language first and foremost. And my grandfather always said, Skijin awadu dunk, ibjal skijin gil. He said, you talk your language first because that's who you are. That it defines who you are. So good we dunk the achu yak yud ginzus what and we go to it chibano saunesno good skiasno and a lot of what's no good we bevachi mark met volume script on yang uligaki mi wagano Wolastokuk whale, Wabana whale, Skijin whale, Upsida Benevolent ale, Jubiligaki meanin, Missin weenen, Wajoke meanin, Gigahinen, and Lucia good go walking back way out. So I just invited the ancestors who dwell in the east, the south, the west, and the north to come and bring those teachings of this land. And for you to feel the land and feel the sun and view the trees and the earth. Everything around us, and to understand your place here. We all have a place. We all have a purpose. So I ask them kindly to bring those teachings here and to broaden our minds. Kadwina yod walaza waltamo na ga acho yaginzos we or nikos biskik the mek we did a skiji the kid in water the bossy lumki the day it comes one. Nokmis, nagapsidagig did. Uligak, and then wagonal attic, lamim kahogak, only when you did. And I thanked our great Mother Earth from her center core where her heart is, where the lava is of her heart, and all the layers of earth, and shale, and rock, and rich earth, and the aquifers below our feet, and all life below our feet. So I want to thank her for that. Good naskijo, ulimancho, wajawanak, naga jiko, naga psire edliga, michowalu, naga pizono, naga psire zamagwano, zibel, zibosis, with spamos, with pegil. Naga gilwa, where you see the jochi, the mass, because they see the chuk of mouse of waganama. Ibijol, where we had them in the agilwa nito, squash away, odake wagno. Naga gaki me wagno scripton ya did yud naga wali gaki in sida yud able to. And I thank the surface of our great Mother Earth for all the mountains, the valleys, the trees, the forest, and the medicine and the food that grows, and also all the water, the rivers, the brooks, the streams, the marshes, the oceans, and the four-legged, the flyers, the crawlers, and the swimmers. And all those species that are just named, they still are following the original instructions that they were told how to live. And we can learn a lot from them. And I thank them for the original teachings that they still follow, and those ceremonies, because those teachings are ceremony. They're all ceremony. Everything that they do is part of that. Could we now, well, as well from what Muslims, we West Padel said, no, Masvini Bau said, this says, I'm not going to meet Taxi Muzikis, could we badge him, Mupa, Mejabal Gilway, and I would script on Yadi to Willigaki, and Ganaji Willigaki mean, and the above world. I wanted to thank our grandfather sun, our grandmother moon, our sisters and brothers the stars, and our father sky, also to bring down those teachings and to help guide us all, direct us all, and teach us all. As what we call, what the work you're doing, what we call the Good Red Road, because the Good Red Road is connected to the earth. So we have to understand that, what our purpose is. And I know I see a friend back there. I don't want to embarrass her, but she told me that I needed to say this today. Because just the other day, we celebrated on September 30th, the Truth and Reconciliation Day. And thinking back that the Indigenous minister back there, Duncan Campbell Scott, wrote that he wants to get rid of the Indian problem. Well, I'm so effing glad that I'm still the Indian problem. Because our language is still alive, our ceremonies are still alive, and I'm still alive. And I have 11 the grandsons who I'm teaching. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. So I'm going to sing a song, and I'll shut up, Susan. I know I'm blabbering here, but. So this song is One Day. It's we're inviting the ancestors here to come join us, to guide us and direct us today. So. Hey, Guando de, Yalia, Guando de. Hey, Guando de, Yalia, Yuki Yohoe, Yuki Yohoe, Yali, Yalia, Yuki Yohoe. Hey, Guando de, Yalia, Guando de. Hey, Guando de, Yalia, Yuki Yohoe. Yoki Yohoe, Yali, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Guando de. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Yoki Yohoe, Yali, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Guando de. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Yoki Yohoe, Yali, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Guando de. Hey, Guando de, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Yoki Yohoe, Yali, Yali, Yoki Yohoe. Nidlage. Let that be so, and may that be the truth. May that be so, let that be the truth. May that be so, let that be the truth. Oh.
Okay, I think by default I'm the MC here. We just realized we don't have an MC. We're just kind of scrambling. Okay, so what's going to happen at 10 o'clock? There's a panel, the NB Media Co-op panel. If you need a chair, there's chairs at the back. You can just take one off the rack. We're basically all volunteers here, so if something needs doing, just do it, right? So there'll be chairs here for the panel. It is being recorded by the NB Media Co-op.
Currently live streamed.
Currently live streamed, oh, okay, by the NB Media Co-op. As soon as that panel is over, it'll be time to set up your info tables. Some of you already have done that. But what's going to happen is the chairs will be cleared out, the rest of the tables will be put down, and people have until noon to set up their info tables. However, the first workshops do start right at 11 o'clock. And maybe okay, I just want to introduce the coordinator, but I can't see her right now. Mayara, are you right here? Okay, she's out of the room, but if you're looking for some help, Mayara, where is Kim here too? Okay, anyway, they're in the kitchen right now, but you can find Mayara or Kim or Liam or myself if you need help with something. The lounge is in the corner, just go in the back door. That's the first workshop at 11 o'clock, it's Energy Democracy. There's the classroom is right off the main entrance hall, just to your left. The boardroom is upstairs, and then the lower hall, the stairs are in the corner, and so everything starts at 11 o'clock. If you don't know the schedule, there's some posted on the back doors, but hopefully you've downloaded it, and if you need a paper copy, I have a few available. So that's all I'm going to say. Just if you need a chair, there's some at the back there. Thank you. Oh, here's Liam. Do you want to stand up?
Yeah, just so people know if they need help or anything.
Yeah, there's Liam if you need help with something, and there's Mayara in the kitchen door, who's the coordinator who you've all heard from, and that's where you can find her. She'll probably be close to the kitchen. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. We're going to start this session. So, chatter amongst yourselves, but a very loud woman is going to talk over you in a microphone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to Susan and her team for organizing this. What a wonderful event. What we're going to do now is have a moderated panel from folks on the various boards of the ND Media Co-op. We're going to talk about past, present, and futures of the ND Media Co-op and independent media, which of course is incredibly important right now. And then you will all have a chance to ask questions, and we can have a conversation and share our thoughts and our challenges and ideas and opportunities for resistance. So my name is Tobin LeBlanc-Haley. I'm on the board of the NB Media Co-op. I am a white settler. I live here in Wolastokuk territory, and my family, my ancestors settled Unama'ki, which is sometimes called Cape Breton, as well as parts of Quebec and of course parts of Brunswick. And so I'm going to invite the other panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started with the questions.
Thanks, Tobin. My name is Sarah Kardash. I'm here today from Sackville, so-called Sackville, unceded Mi'kmaq land. And I'm also a white settler. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. I've been involved with the NB Media Co-op since maybe 2011, I think. So in it for the long haul. And just really grateful to be here with everyone today. Thanks.
My name is Jigmat. I'm the part-time manager for the Media Co-op. I came here as an international student from India, and I am working.
My name is Tracy Glenn, and I am one of the founders of the NB Media Co-op. I'm the coordinating editor, and I'm from here on Wolastokuk, in the Wolastokuk homelands.
David Gordon-Koch, reporter for the NB Media Co-op, Moncton, unceded Mi'kmaq land.
I am Sophie Lavoie. I'm one of the editorial board members, and I've been with the Media Co-op since 2012.
So to avoid passing the microphone back and forth, I'm going to leave that with Sophie. And Sophie is generously going to provide us with a little history or intro to the NB Media Co-op for anybody who doesn't know about it or is a little rusty on our history.
All right, well, thanks so much for coming, everyone. We're really happy to have you here. Hope everybody can hear me. And those of you who know us, would you just bear with me here? I'm just going to review a little bit of where we come from and how we've gotten here. So for decades, the people in New Brunswick had only one source of local news, the Irving newspapers that were sold at Irving gas stations in a province that was dominated by the Irving family. Until recently, Brunswick News, as it was known, was privately owned by the Irving family, and they own nearly all of the newspapers in the province, including the flagship daily, the Telegraph Journal, and all of the other dailies in the big cities, and several French weeklies as well. Mount Allison professor Erin Stoiter quotes in her book that when one of the editors of the Telegraph Journal left the Telegraph Journal in 1995, he says he told reporters, and I'm quoting her here, that the paper's owner, J.K. Irving, called him every day telling him what he liked and did not like in the paper. So you can see how present the Irvings were there. Guess what? This is still the case today. The pro-industry and pro-employer slant of our newspapers here comes as no surprise to researchers who examine those. One of our stars here, Susan O'Donnell, co-authored a study in 2019 that analyzed the editorials published by Brunswick News. And the study found that the papers systematically pushed the narrative that corporate resource extraction was necessary for the survival of the province. And obviously here she quoted Noam Chomsky in the idea of manufacturing consent, right? So what we read makes us believe what is being done. The old Irving newspapers are now all owned by Post Media, and that's not any better. In Canada, 260 local news outlets closed between 2008 and 2018. And the people bearing the brunt of those closures aren't the owners, but the media workers and the readers and all of the people who work behind the scenes. Newspaper CEOs are cashing in. For example, Postmedia's CEO in 2018 took a $1.2 million bonus while he was closing 6 community papers. If you think that getting the news on social media is any better, think again. Canadian news media is banned from Meta, so our news isn't there. That means that information we're getting is from other places. Places like our neighbor to the south and its gigantic news companies. The Media Co-op was formed in 2009 at an event exactly like this, where people banded together and decided that the problem was that we didn't have an alternative media source. The banner at that time was "Another New Brunswick and world are possible." The people who came together at that forum are much like all of us. Workers, students, anti-capitalists, anti-imperialists, peace activists, Indigenous rights activists, feminists, LGBTQ rights activists, labor union people, environmental movement people, social workers, artists, writers, etc. But they all recognized what one of the biggest problems in the province was. So that group did just that. The slogan they had at the time was, "Don't hate the media, be the media." And the Media Co-op was born very shortly after that gathering in 2009 and was officially incorporated a little time after. In the barren media landscape that was New Brunswick 14 years ago, we formed the Media Co-op, which is hosting, along with Cedar, this event today. For years, everything we did was volunteer, until we scraped together a little more funding to hire a part-time manager, Jigmet, and our full-time video journalist, David. Many people work behind the scenes at the New Brunswick Media Co-op over the last years of its existence. Everything from stuffing envelopes, correcting articles, website design, writing editorials and commentaries, and all of the tasks in between. And we're very, very grateful for all of the support that all of these dedicated volunteers give to us. We've even ventured into television. I don't know if you know that. Tobin, who's on the other end of the table, in 2021, partnered with CHCO TV, the community television station based in St. Andrews, and we're producing, for a time, something called the New Brunswick Debrief, where Tobin spoke to local activists, environmentalists, etc. And that relationship is still alive today. In fact, David told me yesterday he just submitted his new 30-minute piece for CHCO TV, so you might see us there if you watch that. So we only wish we could do more, because we know how crucial information is to building that New Brunswick that we all dreamed of in 2009 and that we still dream of today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. And yes, the NB debrief was a lot of fun, and shout out to John McFarland, to Chief Hugh Akaji, who's in the back, and various others in this room, Matthew Hayes, who took the time and volunteered out of their schedule to make that show work. So amazing contributions from the community all across the NB Media Co-op, for sure. So our next question is for Tracy. Obviously, this is a very difficult time in the world, but you are going to talk about some of the successes that the NB Media Co-op has had.
Well, I think one of our biggest successes is the fact that we have survived. So I learned a few years ago that conference, and I learned that independent media usually has a shelf life of 10 years, so we're 16. And I think really our other big success is the fact that we tell the stories that matter. And so I did want to take my time to share one of those stories that I think mattered. And I'm just going to read a couple passages because you don't want to hear me go off on a tangent. But this is from a piece that myself and Aditya Rao, who was a board member of the Media Co-op for a time, we wrote that was published in the Journal of New Brunswick Studies. And we called it The Nobodies of Corporate Media, borrowing from Eduardo Galeano's poetry. So one of the stories that we told that I feel, that was important to tell that the corporate media did not care about was the story of Roger Leblanc. So like many of his generation, he left New Brunswick to work. Roger blamed decades spent underground in mines in Ontario and northern New Brunswick for putting poisons like lead into his body, that later in his life he had to pay to have removed. Roger spent his retirement savings on workplace detox, traveling to Ontario to receive expensive chelation treatments. Roger's story is not well known in New Brunswick, even though he's a hero to those of us who walk beside him in the struggle for workplace compensation. His story never made the front pages of the urban newspapers, and yet his story is both remarkable and familiar. His story is familiar because it reminds us of our grandfathers' bodies poisoned and disfigured by their workplace. Our grandfathers who died young, never having come home to their children from a work shift. That was my great-grandfather, Amédée Richard, who didn't come home from a work shift in the Minto coal mines in 1950. His story reminds us of our grandfathers who traveled far away from their families to work in places where they were not welcomed, but nevertheless persevered. Their bodies tell stories of profound inequality, exploitation, oppression, trauma taken on their families, and injustice, even if the tribunes of the day never gave them a voice. So in 2021, at the age of 78, Roger, he died. Before that, he would dust off his hard hat and work boots, and he would make a statement on the steps of the New Brunswick legislature. Every few months in the last years of his life, he would make the 4-hour drive from Eel River Crossing to Fredericton to demand justice for himself and his fellow miners. He said it was too late for many of them. They had already died. So some media outlets at the time covered his first protest, but the media quickly lost interest. He continued his protest, often with only his wife Yvette by his side. The NB Media Co-op, the Conservation Council of New Brunswick, and David Kuhn, New Brunswick's Green Party leader, were among the few who continued to greet him at the legislature. We tried repeatedly to arrange audiences with the media. Even though we're the Media Co-op, we wanted his story to get out there. But eventually it was just us there to stand with him. And at our last encounter with Roger at the legislature, he told us that he had inherited his late grandson's oxygen machine. So his grandson, Adam Wright, was a graduate of St. Thomas University's journalism program, and he died just before his 25th birthday. And a few weeks after that, Suzanne, Roger's daughter, dropped off the coroner's report on her father after he had died to my place. And I remember her saying to me, "Thank you, my parents didn't have an education." But Roger may not have graduated from high school like so many of his generation, but he had a working class education and dignity, the kind of dignity being displayed in today's migrant workers in New Brunswick's lobster plants and forest and farms and long-term care sectors. Migrant workers who are telling us about the abusive working conditions. If you want to learn more, you can see Christian back there with the Madhubera Migrant Justice Center. And just to close, we just learned that there's a lobster plant up north in St. Simon, New Brunswick, Valera, who has been fined $1 million for their violations and banned from the temporary foreign worker program for 10 years. And this story has not made it to the New Brunswick media yet. I was interviewed by a reporter in Vancouver about this 2 days ago. And so these are the stories that matter, and I think that's our greatest success, is that we're telling those stories.
Thanks, Tracy. And thank you for sharing that story of Roger Leblanc, and to folks who haven't heard it, and reminding others about that important story. David, what stories has the media co-op broken? Yeah.
Our reporter.
Thanks. So I'm going to limit my comments to stories that I've worked on in the limited time that I've worked at the NB Media Co-op and lived in New Brunswick. And in talking about these stories, I'm kind of trying to, critique the major outlets and what they choose to ignore. I also want to say that major outlets, we also rely on them, and journalists are also under attack. And we remember the phrase from Trump, "enemy of the people," and these organizations are also being hollowed out by austerity and so on. And so I don't want to act as if this is a total dismissal completely of mainstream journalists who are, many of them I really admire and respect. But there are glaringly obvious blind spots. And the most obvious one, I think, is what I will call local resistance to the genocide in Gaza. And so, for example, as far as I'm aware, no major outlet in New Brunswick covered the resolution by union delegates at this year's convention of the NB Federation of Labor in favor of an arms embargo against Israel, the hot cargo resolution. We did. Our coverage was pretty in-depth and included interviews with the president of the Federation of Labor and delegates from the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, which put forward the hot cargo arms resolution in the first place. Why ignore this kind of story? We had fairly in-depth coverage of protests against a company in Moncton called Apex Industries that I know some people in the room here were at. The one that I was at, I think there were a few. They manufacture parts for Lockheed Martin's F-35 program, the Israeli Air Force being one of the customers of Lockheed Martin for their F-35s. When I asked the CEO of that company for comment, he said he has no control over how his products are used. He described the parts that his company makes for the F-35 as bone parts, a detail which I found too distasteful to include in the article at the time, but I thought I'd just mention it here to get on the record. In contrast, if you Google this company, you will find certain mainstream outlets giving sympathetic coverage for the company for this company of how it will be affected by American tariffs, a pro-business angle. This is what we see constantly is pro-business spins on any matter that you can think of. Overlooking this question of complicity and genocide, which we take seriously. So those are two stories that we've broken recently. I'd just like to mention at least one more just from this week. We published a story about the Palestinian photojournalist from Gaza City, Rizek Abdel Jawad, and what he has endured, being displaced, living in displacement tents with his wife and 3 young children, and what he's witnessed as a journalist. And we have posted some of his photos and videos on that story. And we know about Rizek because of activists from New Brunswick. I'll mention Rebecca and Rena, who are featured in that story. I don't know, maybe they're here today, but shout out to them. And who are part of a group called Connecting Gaza, founded by a rabbi in Ontario named David Mivaser. And check out the story. It's on our website. It's in that CHCO new edition that we just filed this week. So you should be able to catch it there as well. But I hope that another journalist in this province hears this and takes this as a challenge and says, why not do a follow-up on that story? Why not do a follow-up? About if not but for solidarity with the journalists living through hell on earth. I just want to mention right now I'm trying to find an outlet that'll help hire him, and which they should, because his photos and videos are amazing, and it takes a whole lot of courage to do that. All right, do I have another minute here?
You can have another minute.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just want to mention a couple others. We did a story a couple weeks ago about how a landlord in Moncton bought an apartment building, and then first of all told all the people getting social housing there that he no longer accepted rental subsidies. So they got kicked out effectively, and now he's kicking out the rest of the renters, the market rate renters, so that he can get so that he can turn those ones into social housing units. Go figure. And also skip the part where you have to get approval from the rentalsman or tenant landlord relations office. So basically, an illegal renovation with a twist, if you will. That was NBA Acorn that brought that one to light. And if there's time, I'll just mention one more about how New Brunswick is the only province other than Newfoundland, Labrador, where time and a half for overtime work can legally be based on minimum wage. This is one that we did recently, which was news to me. Probably not news for a lot of people who work in sectors where their employers actually take advantage of this. But this came out in a report from the ND Common Front for Social Justice. Shout out to them as well. I could go on. I could talk about our labor coverage. We obviously try to give sympathetic coverage to our allies in the labor movement, because we think that it matters so much to to stop the kind of hollowing out of the social fabric and that unions stand for. And so anyway, these are some of the stories that we break and that we're working on all the time, and I'm really happy to have the chance to work on this. Thank you.
And how lucky are we to have David? So lucky. As well as Jigman, who you'll hear from in a minute. But over to Sarah for important but structural questions, which is how does the co-op work and how do we manage financially?
How do we? So yeah, we're an independent, nonprofit media co-op. And again, we see media co-ops as a way for journalists and their communities to take back the media from the clutches of corporations and hedge funds. We're not a worker cooperative owned by journalists and staff. We're a multi-stakeholder co-op where readers, editors, and contributors manage the organization. Our members are truly our strength and participate in so many different ways. They are writing stories, they are reading, they are our audience, they are our volunteers, they are our supporters. They are auditing our financial books. There is no end to it. So really, we are really like a membership-based organization. And we managed for about 10 years all volunteers with no paid staff. Now we are thrilled to have our 2 paid staff members. Jigmed is the part-time manager, and you've heard from David, our reporter. We have a board of directors. We're currently 5 members elected for 3-year terms, tasked with ensuring the viability and growth of the co-op. And we have an editorial board, currently 4 members. They are elected annually at our AGM, and they're collaborating with writers to edit and fact-check contributions. We also have 2 contractors, a graphic designer who works on our broadsheet print publication, The Brief, en bref, and a web developer. And we've also hosted student interns from time to time. How do we manage financially? It's been a big challenge for us over the years. Only over the last several years have we started receiving grant funding. So we have a local journalism initiative grant, and that's how David is paid for his work. So this is a Heritage Canada initiative, and the portion that we have is administered by Cactus, the Canadian Association of Community Television Stations. I'm user stations, thank you. We've now also, then just over the last year or so, we've been accessing more grant funding. We've accessed the Canadian Journalism Collective Fund, this is the Google money from the Online News Act. So we're getting a small grant from there. We have the Aid to Publishers grant, which is another Heritage Canada initiative. We just secured funding yesterday from the Canadian Race Relations Foundation, National Anti-Racism Fund. And we have another big application in the works right now. If we get it, it's going to be huge, so keep your fingers crossed for us. Grants make up about 59% of our income. Labor union support has been integral from the start. In 2017, the NBFL passed a motion to support the media co-op financially and encourage affiliated locals to do the same. Since then, over 30 locals across the Atlantic region, not just New Brunswick, but also Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, have made donations. This is making up about 10% of our income. We do an annual drive. We send out maybe 30 to 40 requests to union locals asking for funds. Last year, 11 responded. We have seen kind of declining support from unions, but we've also had amazing support recently from QP National and QP New Brunswick. We are so proud of our relationship with them and proud of our pro-labor bias. We're also a member of the Canadian, well, we are. We're a member of the Canadian Association of Labor Media. If if you're part of a union local and you can bring a funding request to them, please reach out to us. This would be a huge help and we can support you in doing that. We have approximately 200 members right now, so we have membership dues are $30 per year. It's been the same rate for a very long time, but we never turn anyone away, so really encouraging everybody to join our co-op. Member dues and individual donations are making up about 15% of our income right now. Ideally, a much larger portion of our budget should be coming from readers making small individual contributions. The monthly sustaining donations are one of the best ways to support us. It just gives us ongoing and stable support. And I just wanted to say we have a membership month in March every year, which is our kind of fundraising drive and trying to drive up our membership. So we usually have really good success with that. This year we encountered an unexpected challenge around March 14th, I think. So we had been using the payment processing platform Stripe. This is where a lot of our monthly donations were set up through Stripe. In middle of March, they contacted us and said, you meet some kind of criteria on our restricted business list. Your account is going to be closed in 7 days and we will not be processing any further payments. So this was in the middle of our fundraising drive. So we did convince them to hold off until April, early April, but it was just bizarre. They would not tell us any details about how we were violating this restricted business list. We reviewed the list. We could not find anything that we were in violation of. We know many other organizations that are similar to ourselves, whether they're co-ops, whether they're independent media outlets who are also using Stripe. They refused to talk to us and again, just refused to define what this was. So again, just a lot of big tech challenges that we've been dealing with.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you so much. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one and come and talk to us and we'll tell you how. Back to David about some of the challenges to being a journalist that's funded through the LGI initiative. And just for time, keep it.
Okay, try to keep it snappy. So, so funds for these LGI jobs come from Heritage Canada through various arm's length orgs that administer it. We actually just finished up with Cactus, which Sarah mentioned. That's this Canadian television station group. They recently found out they had fallen out of grace with Heritage Canada, or in short, were no longer selected to administer the program. I'm going to try and make this brief. I don't want to bore you guys with the details too much, but there are a lot of good people at Cactus, but we had to jump through some hoops. And so, for example, at first we were supposed to do 2 hours of video content per week, which I always regard as a pretty ridiculous requirement if you want to do, much, quality control and stuff like that. It seems like this is basically reproducing conditions of austerity at community television stations. They explained to us at the time that it was based on a calculation of how many hours of TV community stations in Canada currently produce, divided by how much money their budget was, or something along something of that nature. They eventually reduced this to 60 minutes per week, but it had to involve a volunteer participation of some kind, and so we worked hard and got, I think lots of great interviews with people from the community volunteering to work on. I think these durational requirements just seemed bad, not recommended. I don't see the point. Also part of the Cactus LGI, you were sometimes under pressure to observe a rather strict definition of what they called civic news. the definition of which seemed to depend on the personality of your kind of LGI handler, editor, bureaucrat person. So long story short, they want you to focus on City Hall or the school board or something like that, which is fine. Lots of good stories of those, but we would push back and do stories about the provincial government, and sometimes we get pushed back about that. So at one point, I did a story called "Doctors Warn of Fracking's Unacceptable Health Risks," in which I interviewed the head of the chair of the Canadian Physicians for the Environment, Dr. Rennie Turcotte, about health risks. They include birth defects. Yeah, shout out to Kate over here. Yeah, hello, Dr. Turcotte. At the time, the Cactus Manager guy told me, well, it's not local enough because it wasn't territorially differentiated, meaning that you could have these bad health effects anywhere. Anyway, I wound up, I worked on it, so I added some maps, and they were in it. They didn't try to censor it or something like that, but it was, it kind of, there was a lot of whole back and forth, and it's an example of some of, I don't know, the silliness that comes with these outside funding sources at times. I could go on, we have to do the quarterly reports where you calculate every view that you've had on every channel, social media and otherwise. Anyway, I guess the point I would like to get across with all of this is just to say it's crucial for news organizations to have independent funding and not rely on some kind of outside source of funding, even though my job wouldn't exist if it weren't for this one. So keep funding the co-op.
So we've heard from folks on the panel about some of the stories that are local, but we also want to turn to JIGMED and talk about why the NB Media Co-op cares and why that's really important to care about what's happening outside of our colonial borders, and to tell us a little bit about what's happening in your home country and why media with a social justice purpose is so important.
Okay. I think it's so important because let me just tell you what's first happening back home. So I come from Ladakh. We're a small indigenous community in Indian Himalayas in India, and my community, we have been living sustainably, preserving our land, culture, and for generations. But in 2019, the BJP government, they stripped away our statehood and protection under the 6th schedule. So it's in Article 370, and they took that away. What that meant was our land, our culture, our identity, and our livelihoods were suddenly controlled by this distant authorities. We don't have any control over, we don't have any say in the decisions we make that shape our future. So for 6 years we were protesting, we were going on hunger strikes, we were organizing sit-ins, marches, but we had no response from the government. And I think we did come to a tipping point where frustrations reached, and the youths set the government office in Ladakh on fire, and they set one of the vehicles too. And the government responded by opening fire, killing 4 of our people, and various people were injured. Our activist and environmentalist, Sonam Wangchuk, who devoted his life protecting, he's a climate activist who's all about fighting for Ladakh. He got arrested under fabricated charges of having Pakistani or Chinese links. So it's really hard because the government is using all these lies to silence him, silence us, and they are vilifying us, putting us like an anti-nationalist. And yeah, it's so difficult because now they have cut down all the internet, they have cut down mobile data services, and only way to speak out are all, we are being threatened. Social media is all being monitored. I cannot talk to my family properly because of that. So I just want to say that propaganda is, sorry, it's just really hard. Yeah, so basically everywhere, I cannot speak about my community, I cannot speak about what's happening because we're being threatened. When I post on social media about what is actually happening, no one really, I think they
When Jigmet did a post on social media about what was happening in Ladakh, her family back home received a phone call from the government telling them that they must make their daughter remove the social media post. So you can see the level of surveillance and repression and silencing of what's happening there now.
Yeah, so basically propaganda dominates every channel. My friends have been reaching out saying, hi, I heard like Ladakh wanted to be independent, and that's not true. We just wanted a say in our voice, like we wanted a say in the decisions that shape our future, our land, and no longer all of it is.
We're just going to pause for a minute. Jigmet, I'm going to move to Tracy to talk about how you write for the NB Media Co-op to share these important stories, and then we will come back to you. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. So Tracy. Yeah, we really encourage, we want more people to be writing for us, besides becoming a member. There are many people in this room, I look around and I see you're all doing great things, but it's also important to report on them, and if you're someone who's looking for your role or what you could do, I strongly encourage writing for us. I started writing for the National Media Co-op, also known as the Dominion, almost 2 decades ago, and at the time I didn't know how to write a news story, and the team there helped me along, and they have a collaborative editing process that we also have. So if you're somebody who wants to be a journalist, a storyteller, we are here to support that. I think it is really important for us to tell our own stories. I know it helps me. I see it as therapy, like being able to tell the story of Roger Leblanc, or and then we also need editors. We need so if you're also somebody who likes to edit, we will happily add some editorial board members. Yeah. And then we have two pieces left of this panel before we turn to questions. Jigmet, if you'd like to continue, and then I will intervene again, and then Sarah, you can talk about why, in addition to hearing stories like the one Jigmet is sharing, like the ones that David has broken, why it is so important that we have independent media. We'll close there.
I will be brief.
Okay, so Jigmet.
Okay, I just won't talk much about my back home, but I just want to say independent media is so important, and I see it like what's happening back home, where we don't have access to what is actually happening. They don't even know, like in the beginning, they didn't even know our people were killed. Government is denying everything that's been happening. My uncle, like Sonam Wangchuk, he's being arrested. His wife is being followed by the government. The people he was last in contact are all, like the government's taking them and abusing them. There's human rights violation, but the news is not covering any of it. And it's everything we say on social media, what we put out, we are being threatened, we're being like monitor all our Wi-Fi services, everything is being banned. So in this kind of places, like independent media is so important because it tells stories and the truth of what is actually happening. And I just think New Brunswick is so lucky to have the NB Media Co-op because it's sharing all these stories from marginalized communities and from students, from workers, stories that like people in power don't want them to share just because they will lose that power. And it's stories like that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I just think, because I'm seeing all of this back home, I'm just constantly reminded how independent media is so important in New Brunswick and everywhere around the world. So I'm so fortunate to be working with the NB Media Co-op and the people, and I just think New Brunswick is so lucky that we have like a whole organization who is covering these stories. So, yeah.
So we're going to end with that because I don't think any of us could say it any better. So thank you so much to all the panelists, to David for all of his incredible hard work, to Jigna for all of her incredible hard work, and to taking the time to share with us what's happening in her home community. We do have a few minutes for questions, if anyone has questions, and then I will announce the next panel. So David's going to turn off the live stream for questions. Does anyone have any questions, comments? More of a comment than a question? We'll accept all of these. Yes?
Brunswick. Thank you for attending the social forum this weekend and choosing this workshop. Did you want to introduce yourself real quick, Tom? Because you'll be giving the second part of the presentation.
I'll introduce myself.
Oh, what do you, okay, we'll wait for it.
I mean, it's pretty lazy, so maybe we'll wait until after I'm done.
Absolutely. So today what we're going to do two short presentations, one from me and one from Tom. Then we'll break out into talking about some pretty challenging questions and getting your input in. For those that aren't aware, when we talk about energy democracy, currently we have a Crown Corporation, NV Power, which is controls most of the energy needs in the province. Premier Holt has said that the utility is in a bit of turmoil right now. They're doing this 1 year long comprehensive review to assess where the utility currently is at and where it should go in the future. And part of that review committee is taking input from the public and trying to analyze that too. I've been selected as one of the advisors to give information to the review committee, and part of the session here, and part of the questions that I'll be asking you today, I will be compiling this information together and sending it directly to the review committee at our next session. So what you say here will be heard. I won't be writing your name down, just your ideas and your thoughts, so don't worry, NV Power's not going to track you down, they'll track me down, but just want to say that your voice will be heard. So when it comes to power to the people, building energy democracy in New Brunswick. Well, first of all, how do we make our energy and electricity decisions here in New Brunswick? And the first thing that you see from this little mind map that I did a few days ago is that it's not very clear. There are a lot of different bodies, there are a lot of different people involved in the process, and a lot of times when I get emails about, why is this decision being made, why can't NV Power do something about this, and there's different governing bodies, there's regulators, there's different steps to this ladder. So I'm going to break, before we get to energy democracy, I'm going to break down a bit about what this convoluted chart is saying. But down at the bottom, this is where we are. New Brunswickers, we are the ratepayers. We are people, businesses, residential communities that ultimately are almost victim to the system of our energy system. So you don't have to worry about all the text on the slide. I'll break it down for you. But one of the first and primary decision makers is the provincial government themselves. Right? You have the Department of Natural Resources and Energy Development. They kind of lead provincial energy policy discussion. And what is policy? Policy is kind of, in a sense, are guidelines or rules that we've created to guide our decision-making process on how we do something, right? So I'll be breaking down a bit forward. But the Energy Department, they've also come up with an energy strategy last year, which isn't the best, and they oversee the legislative framework. The Executive Council, they look at major energy policies and decisions. The Department of Environment, Local Government, they see a lot of the environmental regulations, such as climate policy, carbon pricing, emissions targets. They approve environmental impact assessments for major projects. And finally, the Premier's office, they provide a lot of political direction. So a lot of times when it talks to SMR development, for example, a lot of the times it's both political and from NV Power coming through. So NV Power themselves, of course, the biggest stakeholder in all this, they're provincially owned Crown Corp. Their mandate is to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity to its consumers. They operate most of the generating assets in the province, and they're responsible for system planning and reliability, and they're accountable to both the Cabinet and the EUB, the Energy and Utility Board, which is the next one. Who is the Energy and Utility Board? We've heard this term quite often in the media, but you might not know what that means. They are the independent quasi-judicial regulator. Their key role is to approve rate applications, oversee some of the independent power producers in the province. I'll get to that in the next slide. Ensuring that NV Power complies with reliability and market rules, and they deal with some of these disputes. One key thing that, at least from the Conservation Council's perspective, is that we feel that the Energy and Utility Board, that their mandate is a bit too narrow. They focus solely as an economic regulator, and we're worried that that doesn't lead to the best decision-making process. So one of the things, we've commissioned a report last year from East Coast Environmental Law about how our neighbors are handling this. And we know that Quebec, they have a sustainability mandate on their regulator. Nova Scotia has recently opened up their regulatory regime to include climate targets and climate discussions within their regulatory matrix. We believe that it's time for the EUB to modernize its decision-making process to go beyond being just an economic regulator, but also consider environmental goals, also consider social goals within our community, and to help us maybe make some better decisions. This one I'll go over quite quickly, but NB Power does not own all of the assets in New Brunswick. And what do I mean by assets? We're talking about the biggest projects are Mactaquac, Le Pro, Colson Cove, Belledune. So a lot of these bigger projects are owned by NB Power, but many of the renewable energy projects, wind projects, for example, are typically done by independent power producers. So some of the, you may have heard of some of the indigenous-owned collaborations. Those are usually done through IPPs. Oh, also, I do want to mention that municipal utilities play a role too. So St. John Energy is the largest municipal utility in New Brunswick. And at a time when, you know, last year they kind of stabilized their rate structure, NB Power is increasing rates. And how many of you received the email a few days ago that their rates are increasing yet again? So not exactly the best. Federal government, I won't go into because I want to keep this New Brunswick related, but you know, the federal government, they really set the targets, the goals that we're trying to achieve, but it's up to the province to reach those, and each province is creating their own strategy at the moment. So in summary, you know, NB Power does operations, planning and implementation. The EUB is regulation, rate approval and compliance. The province, they to give policy direction. The federal government, they do funding, climate regs, and municipal utilities. A lot of them are doing some great local innovation. St. John Energy has a great battery system coming online shortly. Indigenous nations and communities, they give consent, partnerships, and legal authority to certain projects. And together, these bodies kind of decide what gets built. So sorry to rush through all that, but now let's get to the energy democracy side. So what about New Brunswickers? Right now, we're kind of at a crossroads with our affordability crisis and with energy prices on the rise. We suffer from poor housing quality and low energy efficiency. We suffer from rising rates and rising bills. And we're suffering from climate change impacts. We're having hotter summers, colder winters, and compiling that together with our poor housing quality, that if you don't have good efficiency in your home and it gets colder in the winter, you're going to have to use more energy to stay warm, which spikes up your bill. So it's all kind of a negative feedback loop going one into the other and making the system worse. We published a report last year on what we called the Atlantic Citizens Assembly. What we did is that we got ratepayers from all the Atlantic provinces together to discuss their issues with energy. And we focus on people who are experiencing energy poverty. Energy poverty right now is defined as anyone who is spending, there's two different definitions, but if you spend over 10% of your after-tax income on your energy bills. And here we went through Stats Canada. We downloaded all the data for all the provinces, and what we saw was quite drastic. That in Canada, about 5.6% of the population is experiencing energy poverty, and if you look at all the other provinces, you know, they're around 5%. But all the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, all of them, we have over 10% of our population are living in kind of this situation where their energy bills is a significant portion of their monthly expenses. And New Brunswick, and this, by the way, this data is coming from 2021. The newer census is coming out today. Oh yes.
Does energy include transportation?
No, in this sense, good question. In this sense, energy does not include transportation. This is solely your home heating bills and your thanks for that. But this is not including any of the recent rate increases that are happening. So this, when Stats Canada releases their new data, we will reassess this, but already you can see that Atlantic Canada is in the worst position. So what we decided to do at the Conservation Council is that we thought that, you know, energy efficiency is one of the tools we can use to address energy poverty. That if people have a more energy efficient home, they will need to use less resources to heat their home, and in the end, pay less for their bills. So what we decided to do is that we found that, you know, it was difficult to get the conversation started with the government, so we decided to talk to the people and try to bring these stories forward. So this is one of our first stories. This is Carol. She lives in Quispamsis. She is part of a family of 4. She has 2 kids. She moved from Ontario to New Brunswick because she thought life would be more affordable.
Hi, I'm Carol. I'm a mom of 2 boys. I work as an analyst as well. I moved from Ontario to New Brunswick almost 6 years now. The move was because I wanted a lifestyle change for myself and my family. I wanted to be more present for my kids. I wanted to have more, kind of like a slow-paced life. So when we moved out here and we got our first electricity bill, we were rather shocked. It was actually almost double compared to what we were paying in Ontario. My bill right now is $750, and it is just gonna go up more. It's like a mortgage. We love sunshine, so we never have our lights on during the day. Like, it's seldom we would put a light on. We did our own due diligence. We made sure there's no drafty windows, there's no drafty doors, there's no such things. So for us, it's like, what else do we do? I mean, we're dressed appropriate for the weather. We have an indoor fireplace, which we turn on a regular, like at least 2 or 3 times a day to bump up the heat in the house. So at least the baseboard heaters wouldn't come on as much. So at least that will, in our opinion, would offset the cost. But we don't see that helping either. I saw that was an opportunity for me to get on board so I can get my, you know, the challenges I'm facing as a newcomer, I want to say, to New Brunswick, not to Canada, but to the province of New Brunswick. And what I noticed from moving from one province to the other, that there's a lot of things that you don't know until you actually come to another province. If you cannot be comfortable in your own space, then you can't function. You're distracted because you're trying to keep yourself warm. So how can you get your work done? How can you focus on your family? How can you focus on other tasks when your mind is just drifting off to, I'm cold? We all have struggles, we all have challenges, we're all dealing with something every day. It's not just you. It's not just happening to you. It's happening to everybody, but it's how you handle it that's what matters. So just be open and honest and be vulnerable, because when you're vulnerable, it allows other people to now be like, okay, so I'm not alone. We can probably do this better as a team, as a community, as, again, a unified body.
So a few key things there that struck out to me when I met Carol was that when she mentioned that her energy bills feel like a second mortgage. And when she says things like, you know, she's doing her best to reduce her own energy use, but it's not really helping because You know, rates are increasing, and what more can you do? So that feeling of, you know, being powerless, the feeling of not knowing what to do is what we're trying to, why we think it's important to have this conversation. Why we think, you know, things like the media co-op, bringing up stories that typically are swept under the rug, we think that it's important to bring these struggles up so that we can find a solution to address them. The province, they have started, you know, an enhanced energy savings program, which helps install heat pumps and insulation for families earning less than $70,000 a year, but there's still thousands of people on that wait list, and those are just the people who have applied. Many people fit within the requirements, but they're struggling to fill out the application or struggling to find the help that they need. When Carol mentioned that the Citizens Assembly, what we asked those participants to do was kind of make a list of the principles, the policies, the programs that they want to see enacted by the government and NB Power, and created this declaration, which we'll pass around to help with the input that we'll be asking from you later. And we'll pass this around for you people to share. So, Carol was mentioning the bills, and one problem that we're seeing in New Brunswick is that we have older homes and less efficiency. So 21% of the homes built in New Brunswick were built before 1960, so completely different codes than what are available today, and even today we're not using the most recent codes. And 9% of homes are needing major repairs. What I mean by major repairs is extremely drafty, that you know, some serious foundational issues or anything that's making it unlivable, but people are still living in those homes. Average household expenditure over here in Canada per year, a lot of families are paying close to $1,500 per year. But in New Brunswick, it's sometimes close to $2,500 or more. And as once again, with the Atlantic provinces, it tends to be much higher than the rest of Canada. So it's really an issue that's affecting us here on the East Coast, and we're demanding that, you know, we've got to take some action to alleviate this issue. So some of the factors contributing to energy poverty, I won't go through this full list, but something that really struck me when I first started learning about this is kind of the stigma around it, right? That if you are having trouble maintaining your home at a comfortable temperature, then you're also uncomfortable inviting your family over for Thanksgiving dinner. You're uncomfortable hosting things at your home. It puts on this pressure that if you're not comfortable in your own space, is it really your home, right? And we want to make comfort affordable. So there's economic challenges, there's physical challenges, even things like inefficient appliances or poorly maintained homes are part of the problem. Our policy levers right now, there's limited and insufficient programs. When we're talking about energy poverty, a lot of the data that I've showed, it doesn't even include renters. All the data that we can access to calculate these types of figures are all homeowners or people who are already in that situation. But when it comes to renters, they're really 1 month away from missing a bill and then possibly getting losing power connection unless it's the winter. But even our data set is quite limited. And we're kind of thinking that even though the definition is if you spend over 10% of your after-tax income, you might be in energy poverty, we're wondering if that definition might need to be expanded, right? And when it comes to being expanded, that's what this next video is about. The next video is about Maddie, who lives in Moncton area, I believe, and she's a person with disabilities. She's on a fixed income, and being on fixed income, she's slowly being affected by the heat or eat mentality is what we call it. So you have to make a choice between heating your home or putting food on the table. And also in her case, it's starting to affect her social life, because since she's on disability, she needs transportation. And now with rising bills, she has less and less portion of her income to spend on transportation. So this is one of our newer case studies.
My name is Madeline Mitten, but I go by Maddie. I grew up here in Moncton, born and raised. I've got a course certificate saying that I am a personal support worker. But right now, I'm on disability, and I'm in need of a personal support worker. I get about $1,100 a month from CPP and welfare. I pay approximately $300 a month for the electric bill. That's the highest it's ever been. I've been in the building for 17 years. I have a one-bedroom open concept of a dining room straight into the kitchen. And then I have a door here that opens up into a balcony. There's a lot of cold air coming in from under the door. And I feel like it comes right into this apartment. I can't really afford to go visit my friends like I'd like to, like transportation to go see them. I just won't. I'm diabetic and I can't afford not to eat. I go to the food bank every 2 weeks, as it is. You gotta do what you gotta do, but how can you do that if your electricity is so high? How can you afford to eat and afford to go to where you gotta go? I'm doing a whole bunch of other things other than just sit around and feel sorry for myself. You know, the landlord called them and said, hey, look, you know, there's a lot of air coming through the window for the winter. Is it okay for you to put plastic around the windows for me? And he said, sure. That's because I spoke up. Get involved and speak up for yourself.
So really emphasizing that this is really starting to affect people's lives. And someone like Maddie, who's now has to make some of those difficult decisions, and programs like, as I mentioned, the Enhanced Energy Savings Program, although it is quite successful and still thousands of people on the wait list, she doesn't qualify for that program. She's a renter. There's no programs, even though NB Power says that they are, the programs available to landlords. When we talk to the Landlord Association, they're not aware of it and they don't want to do it because it's too much work, it's too expensive. There's no incentives for them to modernize or fix the efficiency of their apartments. So now when it comes to energy democracy, I'll start wrapping it up. Energy democracy is, how I'm defining it, is a system where communities, workers, and citizens have a meaningful voice and ownership in how energy is produced, distributed, and used. We need it because it ensures fair access to affordable clean energy, strengthens trust in decision-making, and supports a transition away from fossil fuels. And how do we get it? We need to get it through policies that promote community-owned renewable projects, transparent decision-making, inclusive participation, and equitable access to energy efficiency and technologies. And what I want to see more of is, instead of this convoluted mess that I showed you earlier, that we don't see enough input coming from New Brunswick to NB Power, to the provincial government, or to the federal government in the system that we want. A lot of times you'll see in the media, you know, Premier Holt or someone saying that we need to build a pipeline to get to St. John to give energy, to give some LNG to Europe. And they keep saying this is going to help Canadians, but sending LNG to Europe is not really helping Canadians, is it, right? Investing in our own system, investing in renewables and cheaper options here to help alleviate our issues we're facing here is what the people want, and what we're trying to ask for. So we want to change that narrative back towards how can we help New Brunswick, how can we help Atlantic Canada. So what do the people want? Very recent data coming from Clean Energy Canada that 67% of Canadians are far in favor of cleaner energy options over fossil fuels, which brings concern to, you know, the Briggs Tangentmore plant that's being proposed. That why is that being proposed instead of batteries like St. John is doing to alleviate the same issue? And the question I wanted to ask, this will be a part of our activity, but what are our guiding principles, right? One thing I've learned from my short time in engaging with the government is that they consider themselves technology agnostic. And what that means is that they're not, they don't want to play favorites of which technology they like more over another. And I can see people rolling their eyes. This is what I've been told. I'm not saying I agree with it, but they don't like to consider that you know, one technology over another. But instead, they want to guide they have their own decision-making process. But I feel that their decision-making process is flawed, and I feel they do favor some technologies over others, despite what they tell me. So, yeah, we'll get into that conversation a little after. So I'll briefly pause if there's any questions before I pass it over to Tom. And after Tom's presentation, I'll get to these questions. But yes.
I want to say thanks for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Chris's daughter had heat pumps put in her house to help energy. My daughter did that survey that you guys had people that were experiencing energy poverty. She said it was a really good experience for her. And I'm really disappointed that the federal government is cutting the greener homes loan. That not the loan, they're loans. I don't understand why they're cutting them, because they're not giving anybody money, they're giving them loans. And so I know what you want us to, what can we actually do? Maybe it's too big of a question.
No, it's a fair question. One of the things, we were very sad to hear that they're closing that program. We have, as Bev here is the Executive Director of Conservation Council, sorry to call her out on this, but we have submitted our recommendations to the federal government for their next budget, and we want to, in part of that ask, one of the things we included is to either continue that grant or loan, sorry, I don't know why they call it grant, but to continue that loan or to create a new program that fills a similar niche that's desperately needed. And even that loan many times was insufficient, right? It didn't cover the full cost of your heat pump.
Yeah, we had it done in our house. We had extra insulation put in windows and doors just last month, so we just made the deadline. But it cost $39,000, and I think the loan for us was, we got $31,000. So not every, and you have to put the money up front, and you have to wait to get it back. So there were flaws in it anyway, but so if there's something that we as citizens can do to help encourage the government, I mean, I've been answering your surveys, but if you think of something.
What I would strongly encourage is that even emailing your MLA, emailing your MP.
Yeah, my MLA is the Minister of Natural Resources that thinks that we should have gas plant in here.
Still email, still let them know, still let your MP know. You have to let them know that you're part of that constituency.
I'll just keep it up then, keep it up.
Keep it up, let us know, we can try to support as much as we can, but we're also trying to push for renewing either the Greener Homes Grant or coming up with a new one to replace that.
You're doing a great job.
So, I appreciate that, that means a lot. Any other questions? Yes, Sylvain.
I guess like a two-pronged question. The first thing, the fact that it's specifically a maritime problem, do you think that it's something in terms of like the fact that the weather patterns are different here since the Atlantic Ocean is pushing all that air here, or do you think there's a multi-sided factor to it?
You would think that, but no. One of the issues that's leading to energy poverty in Atlantic Canada is not, it's a combination of older homes, which tend to be a little less efficient, but also the average salary in Atlantic Canada is much lower than the rest of Canada. So it's a combination of more, I would say more economic factors than climate factors, but climate, I mean, I would say Atlantic Canada, at least I'm from Ontario, sorry to mention that, but I will say my time in Atlantic Canada, I've experienced more weather here than I have in Ontario, so definitely I can feel that there is a difference. When I first moved here, I had to get an AC, and I didn't realize that most people don't have AC. And it was just a common thing in Ontario to have, but I did not realize that most people in New Brunswick don't have one. And when I first moved here, I was melted, and I didn't know, there was fires everywhere, I didn't know what's going on, so I just said it was on sale, put an AC, and I just learned that that's not the same reality that most New Brunswickers have. I hope that answered your question. It's a few things.
And my follow-up question was about specifically the rates that NB Power are having. Like, there is obviously like the fact that people are using so much power to heat their homes and cool their homes and all that. Is there also like a sort of factor, like a lot of the factors seem to be like, oh, helping people on the individual level to lower their prices. Is there something that NB Power is doing, or that like NB Power should change to like lower those prices?
Yes.
I hear you speaking.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. That's naturally the
perfect segue.
But we're really stuck in the past. We'd like to do things that's easy and things that are already known. So when it comes to proposing more fossil fuel, when it comes to some of these types of decisions, it's something that has worked for them in the past, and they think it's going to continue to work with them. One of my pet peeves is constantly hearing about how this transition away from fossil fuels, away from nuclear towards renewable energy, it's going to cost a lot of money and it's going to affect affordability. I hate that because it assumes that the current system is affordable, and it's not. Right? And we need to re-examine how we're currently operating and the shortfalls that we're experiencing, right? When I remember February 4th, 2023, NB Power received their highest demand in their history. There was a storm that hit, and there was rolling brownouts that were going around in the province. And the day after, the first thing NB Power said was, where was wind? Wind didn't show up. It's causing all these problems, all these brownouts, right? So what I did is I called every single wind farm in Atlantic Canada and asked them, was it too cold for you to generate power? And over 80% of them were still online during that storm. The fact is that we have such a narrow amount of renewables in New Brunswick, and we're not willing to address the truth in the room. We didn't get brownouts because there wasn't enough wind. We got brownouts because Hydro-Quebec stopped exporting to us. Quebec needed the power at that same storm, so they kept their power and they didn't bring it to New Brunswick, so that we suffered, right? So it's about how do we make sure that that we have our energy security, and that we address our own energy affordability. So I think there's certainly much NB Power can do. I hope that answers. Of course, it's my way of doing things, but we'll let
That's a perfect segue.
That's a perfect segue. While you're getting your laptop set up, I will take this question.
Oh, can I take that stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
Burden's got a question.
Sorry. Okay.
What was the duration of that high demand in 23?
24.
Was it 24?
24 hours.
No, 24.
I think it was 23.
No, 23.
I believe it was February 2023. Well, I think of it that way because that's when I joined, and that was the major news story. Your question was how long?
What was the duration?
Ooh, I apologize. At the top of my head, I don't know.
Because it relates to battery storage.
Yeah, it would.
It was 12 to 16 hours of high usage. They actually could not get power from Quebec for about 4 hours. That's when it went down to almost zero. They had other issues during that period with getting power from Quebec. But you know that because they had to draw power from the States, very expensive power from the States to cover that. That's why it was such a concern, because obviously they don't like relying on across the border power. They like to get it from Hydro-Quebec because it's clean and it's much cheaper.
Mo, one of the things you committed to say is the high cost of nuclear power, which drains the resources to produce the alternative systems. So it's crippled New Brunswick ever since its inauguration.
Certainly, I'm certain Gordon can say it better than me, but certainly LaPro has been a serious financial crippling factor to NB Power.
Will be
Not only just the planned outages, but the many unplanned outages. I think it was when I first came here in 2023, I read that it was supposed to be operating at a 95% capacity factor, but it was hitting 80% or sometimes even less. And that's a serious cost for ratepayers to burden. I apologize, Mr. Edwards, you had that question. Oh, is that okay?
I'll replace Gordon.
Oh, yes.
Just a quick comment.
Please.
So, nuclear, ND Power makes it very clear that they are a nuclear utility. Point final, full stop. They are a nuclear utility, and that is the frame within which they look at everything else they do. Because they're a nuclear utility. The Deputy Minister of Energy the other day said in a hearing at the Legislative Assembly the same thing. That New Brunswick is a nuclear-based electricity system, and it's always going to be that way. So there is a very embedded choice around nuclear power in the system and in the politics and in the political and in the culture of both the utility and both conservatives and liberals in government. I mean, the current government is using the conservatives' energy strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, that committee, the Deputy Minister of Energy said, yeah, we just adopted the conservatives' energy strategy and just pushed off the dates for when the next nuclear plant's coming online because it was unrealistic. That's it. So.
No, thank you for mentioning that. It's very much dominated. Absolutely.
So now, Tom, over to you.
Okay, so, yeah, sorry, it's Mr. Tom, okay, doctor.
Oh, that's.
So, down.
Dr. Edwards. Mr. Tom. I'm a retired software developer, and so don't hold it against me. But so I love to go into the numbers, I love to go into the details. I work in financial systems, I work in modeling, and so I've studied the energy systems both from the perspective of we need to do something about climate change, but also from the perspective of how come there's all this great technology that don't seem to be using. So I want to talk a little bit today about what are the possibilities of wind and solar in the province and what's happening in the world of wind and solar. So let's see here. I'm going to talk about wind and solar, generally what's happening in the world. And I'm going to focus on wind and solar because those are the technologies that have seen the most growth potential because they can be installed almost anywhere, as opposed to hydro, which all the great hydro spots are already taken. So, which is also great in clean technology. Power reliability. First thing you hear about when you talk about wind and solar, oh, it's not reliable. Let's deal with that. Wind and solar in New Brunswick. What are the potentials for wind and solar in New Brunswick? And lastly, about community-based power and how we actually, because it empowers communities to use wind and solar and actually gives them control over their future power. So the first thing I'll talk about with wind and solar, power, laser pointing going here. So you can barely see it, but when you look at how much pollution, or in this case greenhouse gases being produced by wind and solar, it's almost not even on the graph. Hydro's barely there at all, compared to natural gas, oil, and coal. So, and this is just talking about greenhouse gases. It doesn't talk about all the nasty stuff, all the toxic chemicals that come out of when you burn coal for electricity.
Tom, your natural gas is way out of line. It's equivalent to coal if you take into consideration all the bleeding.
Yes, I was actually, good point. I was actually going to say that the infrastructure that provides natural gas actually does venting and leaking of natural gas, which causes that methane gas to go in the atmosphere, which is very detrimental to the atmosphere as well. So it's not just that bar, but it's more. Absolutely correct. So obviously, fossil fuels dominate when it comes to greenhouse gases compared to wind and solar. The levelized cost, this is in US dollars, but the main point here is the trend lines for these technologies have been going down for the last 15 years, and it's going to continue going down. Maybe not as dramatically, but definitely falling. And right now, solar and wind, onshore wind, are the two lowest ways create energy, period. Depending where you are, it might be solar is cheaper, or it might be wind. But those are the cheapest ways to produce energy, period. No question about it, nobody disputes that.
They're disputing this.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No, actually, no, we'll get into that. But, so what the effect of that has been, over the last 25 years, you can see that in the year 2000, hydro was there, and nuclear was there too, there's a little red line across there. And you notice over 25 years, solar and wind, because their costs have gone down, and of course the need for climate action, they've taken off. The top blue bar is solar and wind combined. And so now, in 2024, in the world, solar and wind created more electricity than hydro. And you look at it, was nothing in 2000, more electricity than hydro. And in fact, solar and wind now produce more electricity than nuclear. Because nuclear, you can see that red line going across, it's basically been a pancake. It's not, all this talk about this, nuclear's going to save that, it's going to take off. Yes, Chris, it's really just nothing in terms of excitement around nuclear. But then they tried to make it all exciting. No, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening.
What does the second line from the top say? I see solar and wind. What's the next one down to hydro? Okay.
Hydro, yeah, sorry. Hydro is the green line there, yeah.
Yeah.
So hydro has grown a little bit, but not hugely, right? Again, because all the good spots get used up first. It's very location dependent. So solar and wind taking off like crazy and continuing to. So again, when people talk about solar wind, oh, well, it's not very reliable, can't do anything with that. Well, when we talk about reliability, it comes down to the basics around managing an electricity system is it always has to be in balance. So if I turn on a light, the generator somewhere has to work a little harder. Turn off the light, it has to slow down a bit. It's always this balance. It's always keeping it balanced. Forget all that stuff about base load or whatever. It's keeping it in balance. It's always been the challenge with running an electricity system. So typically, when there's more demand, what happens is they increase the generation. Less demand, they decrease the generation. So the other aspect they have in there, which again has been pretty common, as we do already here, is we actually import electricity sometimes to cover off our needs. So we don't just generate it locally, we actually import it from other jurisdictions. That works great. Oh, wait a minute. Wind and solar, they decide when they're going to generate electricity, not we don't decide it. Okay, that's a little more challenging all of a sudden. So we add a little more, a few more tools to our kit. One is storage. So we store electricity when it's being produced and we don't need it yet. So sometimes that happens, we have all kinds of wind power, don't need it all. Nice thing about storage is it can hand it, save that for when we do need it. And the other side of the equation is demand flexibility. Lots of terms around this, but the most basic type is time of day rates. Where you can say, oh, I don't need to use something right now, I can delay it later. Those two things give us tools in our toolkit to be able to manage that wind and sun power. So when there's too much of it, we can save it. When there's not enough, we can actually deal with managing our demand. Storage, when I say storage, almost everybody immediately thinks of batteries. It's certainly the most, had the most dramatic changes over the last 15 years in terms of, especially in terms of prices, which is driven other things. Lithium-ion batteries, of course, they're in everything. They're in your laptops, your phones, they're in cars now, they're all over the place just because of how great lithium is in terms of storing energy. But the big story is, of course, is not only are they great, but of course, their costs have dropped like a rock, and they continue to drop. They continue, even 2025 is seeing yet another just significant drop in the cost of battery packs for lithium-ion batteries. And what that has done in terms of storage electricity, when I talk about storage now, I'm talking about storage electricity in grid-size systems. That's leapt up and continually, but this 2025 is an estimate here, but fully expect it to keep on going like crazy. The estimates, all from very reliable sources, show that grid scale battery storage are going to continue to leap forward simply because they're so efficient and have all kinds of neat facilities, like they can integrate units, or they talked about in terms of being able to store those energy and provide later. They're really fast to deploy. We're talking months rather than years. As you can see from the picture there, they're very simple. They basically pour a bunch of concrete slabs and put down shipping style containers on the slabs. They do take space. They take typically acres of space, but the only emission is sound. So air conditioning sound. That's all they generate. And the last piece there is the grid stability services. We often hear about how you need. Sometimes they talk about base load. Sometimes they talk about big rotating generators. All kinds of verbiage around this, but essentially, when there's issues on the grid and it causes spikes to go through the system, while they have those large generating stations right now, they're rotating tons of mass in these generators. And what that means is when something happens, these rotating massive generators, they might slow down a little bit, but they keep that spike or issue becoming a major issue because there's so much rotation of mass that it's hard to slow that down. Well, batteries can actually provide similar services. So you don't need those big fossil fuel generators to do the same thing. So that's a very nice feature with battery energy storage systems.
The other storage system is pumping. What's the relative cost between pumping water, for instance, to...
Yeah, let's get to that. That's a very good point, because storage, you're right, storage is just one aspect, and it's just, batteries is just one type of storage. You're right. Let me just I'll get that in a second. I want to talk about the balancing. We talked about the grid stability. We talked about imports, and one of the things we currently do import from, areas we do import from is Hydro-Quebec. We have a very substantial transmission line with them. It could be made bigger. I believe conductoring can make that happen. And the neat thing about Hydro-Quebec is they have these huge reserves with hydro. 176 terawatt hours. Well, that's a big number. Okay, but put that in perspective. That much energy can run our whole province without any other energy coming in for over a dozen years.
What?
Over a dozen years. Okay?
For the entire province.
176 terawatt hours, that could run our entire province, the electricity system of our entire province, for over 12 years. Okay? Without any other power coming in. Okay. So they've got a lot of reserves. It'd be nice if we could tap into that, maybe even for a week every now and then, so maybe we can cover off
4 hours in February.
Cover off maybe things instead of generating and burning gas. Yeah, that might be nice. Offshore wind power is coming from Nova Scotia in the next 5 to 10 years. Could be expensive, around $250 per megawatt hour. Maybe a little cheaper though than the gas plant they're proposing, which would probably generate power for more between $400 and $500 per megawatt hour, according to NB Power's own numbers. That's the imports. The demand side flexibility. Like I say, the basic kind of flexibility is using time of day rates. It works, but it's hard for people to remember and do manual things and whatnot. We have all kinds of neat automatic savings now that are available if only the utility use them. All kinds of gizmos, I'll say electronic gizmos that allow you to automatically adjust hot water heaters or EV charging and other high demand appliances to ensure that we can actually move energy use from peaks. And the idea is that as a customer you say, I'm going to grant you this much flexibility to shift my demand on this particular service, and the utility uses that to manage their peaks. But the customer always has control. And for granting the utility that ability, the customer gets a credit. Long duration storage, a little bit of an underground compressed air, which is a technology that's currently being deployed by Canadian companies as well as others. That can store energy for days rather than hours, and metal air batteries. Again, the same idea. There's one being deployed in Maine as we speak. Pumped hydro, this is what you were mentioning. It's also a very efficient way to store energy. The challenge is finding the right geological spot to put it in. And unfortunately, in New Brunswick, we don't have a lot of those spots. Even the Mactaquac Dam, for example, is the reserve there for actually storing energy is so limited that even NB Power considers that a run of the river type style facility, power generation facility. Contrary to their CEO's recent comments, which I didn't, anyway, I won't get into that. So yes, so pumped hydro, if we had it, beautiful. It works really nicely. Unfortunately, it's not available to us as we speak. Solar wind in New Brunswick, levelized cost. So all in, what are the costs of using it here? These numbers are based on NB Power's 2023 IRP. So their numbers, not mine. Wind, as you can see, is the cheapest. It's the cheapest by far. Solar is still reasonable, but not as cheap as wind. I included gas combined cycle here. That's the most efficient way to generate electricity from gas. So I can show you that, yep, wind is still far cheaper than that, less than half the cost. And gas peaking I include there for fun as well, because gas peaking is used to fill in, when you want to fill in the cracks between wind and solar when it's not producing or other issues. And gas peaking is how they're going to generate the power in the proposed Center Village gas plant. So that's how expensive that gas plant is likely to be based on NB Power's own numbers. So just to give you an idea. Do you have a question right there?
That was the question. Gentlemen.
So the wind resources in New Brunswick, do we have wind? Yes, we do. Darker is better in this map, which means, wow, look at the Newfoundland. Anyway, we all know it's windy Newfoundland, it is. But in New Brunswick here, we actually have lots of wind. And just to give a perspective, in 2007, Yves Gagnon in the UDM did a study about wind. He's done lots of other great work, but this is what I'm focusing on. And to give a perspective, he determined that we have, at that point, about 41 gigawatts of wind potential in the province. 41 gigawatts. And to give a perspective, we talked about that February 2023 peak. There it is down there. So, peak New Brunswick, and how much wind potential we have. I think we have some room to play. I think we have some room potential for wind in New Brunswick. Okay, wind farms. What's up with these wind farms? So, when you're siting a wind farm, of course, you need wind. More consistent, the better. They produce more energy in the winter because the air is denser and the winds tend to be higher. And that's pretty nice because, of course, we need more energy in the winter. So that works out quite nicely. The land footprint is actually small, contrary to this, because you can do stuff like growing crops and other things between the wind turbines. The land footprint itself is actually quite small relative to the power produced. Sun flicker and blade sound are important considerations when you're siting wind turbines because they can be quite, let's put it this way, at the very least distracting, annoying, whatever, to residents. So it's very important, and we have regulations to ensure there's setback from residences and whatnot. Sun flicker is when the blade passes between you and the sun. And of course, it causes a shadow in your face or whatever. And blade sound, I talk about blade sound, but I realized, oh, wait a minute. Some people, when they think about the old style wind turbines, which actually generate sound just from the turbine itself, just from the generator on the top. Well, they're so quiet now that the only sound they produce is the sound of the blade going through the air. And that's about the same kind of sound from your fridge, and you're standing about 300 meters away from the turbine. So give you an idea about how quiet these things are. And the last piece is on birds. They've done a lot of study, and they continue to study to minimize the impact of birds. Yes, they do kill birds. Now, relative to the number of birds killed by domestic cats, it's 2.5 billion killed by cats, 100,000 killed by turbines, okay? But still, we want to minimize those. So part of that is sighting, making sure they're out of migration paths and whatnot. Part of it is actually being done by painting. Some of the painting is you paint one blade of the three black, and apparently it has a significant impact on birds being able to detect that this turbine is here and avoid it. And one of the other pieces, there's more, but one of the other pieces they actually have put in place is, in some sites, is radar. And radar will detect, oh, there's birds coming, and they shut down the turbines to make sure that there's no impacts. So they'll definitely be doing a lot of things with birds. Solar in New Brunswick is good. It's not as great as wind, but it's still good. Darker yellow is better. So the southern part of the province and the northeast, both are very good. But you can capture solar everywhere. Again, it's more expensive here because we don't have as much light. There wasn't as much light as in other places in the world, I guess I should say. And there were many studies that have been done to ensure that you know how much light is coming in when you actually, before you actually install a solar panel. And it's sunlight they need, not heat. Heat is not, they work beautifully in the wintertime, no problem, as long as there's light. And of course, the more consistent, the better. And they produce more power in the summertime because we have longer days, of course, in the summertime, from the light or sunlight, which is kind of nice in terms of it's complementary to wind, because wind is more in the winter, solar is more in the summer. They do have a large land footprint. All these panels up here covering things. So ideally, they're over top of buildings or on top of paved spots or whatever. But the study about how they work well with agriculture is actually coming along quite nicely. And they found that in a lot of places, farms can actually either work well with having large solar panels, or actually benefit from having large solar panels because they provide shade for animals. They can actually protect crops from too much heat and whatnot. So there's actually a very interesting study that's going on, studies that's going on around sharing the land with farms. And the last piece, of course, is the fact that it's more expensive than wind. So the last piece here is on community-based power, and that's the idea that because we need so many of these, 700 megawatt thermal station that just sits in one spot, but you're going to probably have 10, 70 megawatt wind farms, or thereabouts, because they tend to be smaller and more discrete. But what that does is it allows communities to embrace or decide, control how they want their power generated and where they want it set up and how it's going to best benefit them. And the idea is, I don't think power should be, or this type of facility should be thrust on any community. It should be embraced by it. And that's because of the fact that there's local employment, local financial benefits can be, and also if using the right options like microgrids, they actually can improve reliability of power in a given community. Not only that, but because we have so many different smaller sources of power, losing the power from one huge thermal, like the point and pro goes down, That's over 660 megawatts. If a 7 megawatt wind turbine fails, a lot easier to recover from that or to manage that than losing 700 megawatts. The wind farms have already, as Lois mentioned, wind farms have already been developed in conjunction with partners with indigenous partners. And here's a few of them listed here that are already running, and there are many more on the way. I think that, again, community-based, community-controlled, and community, I guess, owned partner I think is the best way to develop energy in the province, period, for that matter. Europe actually has many policies in place and had them in place for some time now, where they actually show how, it's important for the community to buy in. In fact, it's a requirement that the community buy in and have control and have ownership and have actually reap benefits from installations. So they've actually gone from communities wanting, being pushed on to actually wanting to have power. Obviously not for every community, everybody's different, but they view looking at a wind turbine with pride as opposed to, oh man, wind turbine, messing up the environment. Screwing up our pristine viewscapes. So the world is moving to renewables. When I say renewables, of course that includes hydro, but wind and solar are the big factors around that actually are causing this huge shift to renewables. They're clean, very affordable, and they can produce a reliable grid. No question about it. And Brunswick has all kinds of renewable energy. Obviously, we're getting some now from hydro. We're getting some now from solar, but we have potential for now doing a lot more from wind. And the communities can reap the benefits. And I think it's important to have the right policies and structures in place to make sure they do, so that the reaping benefits and they can embrace the technology that's being brought forward. I think what we need now is the political will to make it happen.
Just that small piece, right?
Just
So for the large footprint of a ground-mounted solar, what sort of, like, if the province of Brunswick wanted to embark on a large project, what sort of areas would be best suited for that?
What kind of areas are best?
Where physically would we put them? Like I saw your 1 acre grid battery bank, and that you could put panels above that. I'm thinking about the medians on the highways that need to be mowed. Could you put panels there? Like where physically? Like we don't want to cut down the forest to install large ground mount arrays. Where do they go?
Part of it is getting creative, that's for sure. Some places put them over canals. We don't have a lot of canals here. But the
car parks. Acres of
Buildings, Costco.
Big box stores.
pastures could be a good example of it. People think about when they put up solar panels, everything is on a die underneath them, but actually they provide shade, not 100% shade. So it's quite possible to mount solar panels across pasture. And I think it's easy to think about pastures and stuff like that because they tend to be flat. Not always. This is New Brunswick after all. But what happens is that they can collect enough power to run, and grass can still grow, and animals have shade, which is kind of nice, especially when you're thinking about things like trout or whatever. So, but there are lots of places to put them, but you have to be creative in terms of, does this make sense? In terms of, does it make sense to put up a pasture, or sometimes over a field of crops? Because sometimes it doesn't work because you have to have it on a tractor. It gets into problems like that way. Other ways, it's actually allows you to grow different, more expensive crops because they actually help you with not only reducing the amount of sun, which can be a problem, but also they can generate moisture because of condensation. So there's lots of possibilities, but it's making it possible to have this happen. I'm sorry, Marco?
Thank you. I've been sort of watching these wind farms that are put out through NB Power, puts out a tender, wants a municipality or an indigenous group to take them up on developing wind farms. And I'm wondering, for two things, is there anything afoot to modify the Electricity Act to enable municipalities to do their own thing? And second, are there any guidelines in place for citing wind power and mandating that communities that host them get benefits from them? Monetary.
First one, I'd probably defer to Mo.
I can, your first question was more about,
Well, NB Power's got the monopoly on
Right.
power, except
Oh,
for the
if
few
communities-
small utilities.
well, we know NB Power is already having issues working with St. John Energy. They wouldn't build a transmission line from their wind farm to the city, so that St. John Energy had to do it themselves. They're not really in favor of more municipalities generating their energy. NB Power has been quite clear that they don't like that many people are starting to leave the grid and causing prices for everyone else to increase. But the question is, why are they leaving the grid, right? Like there's a bigger issue that needs to be addressed. But I do believe there is a world that if we can change the Electricity Act to force us to buy electricity from SMRs, then maybe we can change the Electricity Act to allow for more.
Sorry, your other question was on?
It was about guidelines for wind siting, etc. Does New Brunswick have those?
They do, if I can, there's a certain guideline of how many meters it can be from a road or community, but in terms of community benefits, there's only truly an established model set for Indigenous communities at the moment that I'm aware of. There is Shediac, for example, instead of wind, they do have, this could also answer your question here, I think they built a 5 megawatt solar array on top of the community center that feeds into the residential community. And each house had their own batteries installed, and apparently they're quite happy with that. And Power's not advertising as much as I hope, so I guess maybe I have to, but I think there is a world where that model can exist, and I'm hoping that some of that comes in the discussion today. But right now, I don't think it's legal to do that right now in the current framework.
Yeah, I think there's a lot, we're kind of just starting that. There's lots of, that's why I say, this is not, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Lots of this is already happening in Europe. We're way down the road in terms of making this happen. And so we should be learning from what they're doing rather than reinventing the wheel. Sorry.
Tinette DeVoe with Cape. And I just want to tell you how it's going with wind in Nova Scotia.
Oh.
Yeah. So in Nova Scotia, the provincial government decided, we're going to do wind, but we're going to do it the government's way. And so we refer to it as a race to the bottom. So the government puts out tenders, and they want the biggest bang for their buck. And so the companies that bid, most of them are coming from the outside the province, and they're going to do big wind. And it's going to be more affordable because we all know it's cheaper to shop at Costco than at, something that's more sustainable perhaps, although can't necessarily say that narrative stands. But so what's happening now in Nova Scotia is that there's friction with communities, and even though these wind farms are supposed to be partnerships with Indigenous communities, it's news to the Indigenous communities that they're partners. Like they're finding out, in one case, they found out through a CBC report, and actually a reporter called one of the grassroots grandmothers and said, how do you feel about this wind farm that's been awarded and your community as a partner? And she's like, no, you must be mistaken. And sure enough, the community was a partner. So a word of caution that wind can quickly become the evil energy under the control of government and corporate forces, and Indigenous partnerships is not going to save it. So I love what St. John has done. I think they did it right, and it does have Indigenous support. And the more we can get in on the ground floor and do it as community energy, it's so important. It's like,
And it's interesting, St. John worked with Natural Forces,
Yes.
which is a Nova Scotia company.
yes.
So what's going on there?
Yeah, well, actually, I think Natural Forces has done good work in Nova Scotia, but there are other companies that, I've never heard of before, and these are the ones that are generating pushback from communities. And then the media narrative becomes, oh, not in my backyard, right? And they're like, damn straight, because that's a moose corridor, or a wildlife corridor, or, if you don't want roads put into that part of the forest, or if this is a ski area, no, we don't want 25 wind turbines, break it up.
And that's the thing that regardless of the technology, there's always bad ways of using it.
Of course.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
And so, as I showed earlier on the map, there's lots of places in New Brunswick where we install wind.
Yeah.
And some of those would be awful, and some of those would be awesome.
Sure.
So we gotta make sure we pick the awesome ones.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
To back that up, in south of Parkendale in New Brunswick, there's a wind farm there, that's 20 megawatt you're talking about. That financing came from Seattle.
Oh, wow.
And like the local people in Parkendale have absolutely no vested interest in it.
Oh.
So, we're dealing with corporate capitalism,
Yes.
and at the same time, we have to figure out how to take back our resources so that they can be used.
And that's similar in PEI. I was shocked to learn that although PEI was like the first province to put up some major wind, it's all being exported. Like they don't, except for Summerside and.
Go way back to Europe, the very first wind farm in Denmark, a bunch of beatniks and bohemians got together with the farmers in this island. It was about 10 or 15 kilometers long. You remember the story, Gordon? And they put up, they got talking in the pub with the farmers, and they got a co-op going, and they erected this, all these dairy farmers erected these wind farms, and the benefit came to the dairy farmers and the people on the island, and they exported to the rest of Denmark.
Nice.
And then, so now they're both wealthy wind farmers as well as very, very happy dairy farmers.
Well, on that note of energy democracy, our time is running short, and we do have an activity ahead, which Mo is going to introduce. So I apologies to questions that didn't get asked, but I think that we should move on.
But during the activity, we can keep answering those questions. I was just wondering,
For just a comment, in Namek, they said that the arrangement they had with the company was permitted to send their kids to university.
That's really cool. Mr. Good, did you have a comment to make about?
Well, just.
Sorry, Dave.
Just quickly, thank you. Energy democracy is key here because the Electricity Act is the problem. I introduced a couple of bills to try and make community-based renewables happen in the province and enable them. And you think I was trying to blow up the MB Power bill. It was extraordinary how both the other parties were attacking that bill. But so the thing about democracy is it needs to work. And with the Electricity Act, the last time it was a major overhaul of it under David Allward, 2012, 13, somewhere in there, they refused, I was the Conservation Council then, we lobbied hard and long to have public hearings on how the Electricity Act should be improved and modernized. And the government refused to have public hearings on that legislation. And so legislation came forward, and there was one lone energy critic for the opposition party at the time, which was Liberals, who didn't know anything about it. I was up in the gallery with my phone, texting questions to ask of the government of the day. It was ridiculous. So, and we need to have some way of ensuring that people can be involved in reshaping the Electricity Act, which is the legislation which governs NB Power and how electricity is produced and distributed in the province. So that's key.
I fully agree, and off that note, we can start on the activity which will address some of those concerns. What I have here is just some prompting questions. So there's 4 of them. I'll put these sheets around with markers and sticky notes, and maybe I'll split us up into groups if we'd like. Everything that you guys write on today's sheet, I will compile at home, and then I will send it to the NB Power Comprehensive Review Committee, as this is one of the community engagement sessions that wants to provide input. And of course, some of our longer term work that the Conservation Council is doing is that we want reform for the Energy and Utility Board Act, and we want reform on the Electricity Act. So we're already working on those, but it's a marathon, so it's done with time. But it always starts with community input. So some of the questions I have today, one is community role. What role should communities play in shaping New Brunswick's energy and electricity decisions? Trust and accountability. Do you trust NB Power to make the best decisions for the public? If not, what actions would help rebuild that trust? The next question is on principles for decision making. What key principles or guidelines should be followed when making energy and electricity decisions? This comes back to this, it's always a lie when they say they're technologically agnostic, right? They do have preferences. So when you write this one, if you say no nuclear or pro wind, also write down why. Why not nuclear? Why do you want wind? So emphasize that so we can distill the principle there. The last one, I put a little, the question's only here, but this is just a bit of context. This is on the debt and financial health of NB Power. So how important is it that NB Power, to you, how important is it to you that NB Power maintains a healthy debt to equity ratio? What steps should NB Power take to manage its debt? The reason why I bring this up is because in the Electricity Act, it is legislated that NB Power should have a 80-20 debt to equity ratio. And in 2025, I guess Premier Holt, she removed the deadline of when NB Power has to reach this target. But is it important to you as a community that we reach this target? If so, how should we reach it? And and I'm looking for more of a discussion rather than just everyone silently putting their thing. So I'll pass these. I'll put these around if we can. Yeah, I forgot to bring tape. But maybe I'll number people. Oh, you can grab some tape. I'll number people off 1 to 4, and then we'll go into each corner of the room and have a discussion. So, order 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll have 1 by the piano, 2 by David over there recording. I guess you don't have to be in front of the camera for the section, but
I'm gonna turn the camera off for this.
oh, okay, that's fine. Perfect. 2 over here, 3 on this side, and 4 on this side, and then we'll rotate. If you don't remember your number, you find a spot that makes you happy. You're gonna go through all the questions anyway. I forgot to.
folks. David Koch, reporter for the NB Media Co-op here. We're just coming to kind of a group session here at the Energy Democracy panel with the Coalition for Responsible Energy Development in New Brunswick, or CRED-NB, and the Conservation Council of New Brunswick. So we're going to take a break from the live stream while the group is doing their activity, but stay tuned. We're going to have live coverage all day and tomorrow as well of the social forum in Wolastokuk. Thanks for joining us today. It's been almost 2 years since Israel began its ongoing assault on the Gaza Strip, a military campaign widely condemned as genocidal. Here in New Brunswick, some Palestine solidarity activists have joined an initiative called Connecting Gaza in response to the nightmarish conditions that have been live-streamed around the world since October 2023. It's described as a global network of compassionate individuals united by one urgent goal: supporting Palestinian families in Gaza as they endure genocide.
I definitely feel rage and anger that our leaders are like they're not doing enough to stop this.
And I feel the world has failed Palestinians. I feel like what we're doing is a tiny drop, but I do think it is a form of resistance because it's humanizing those that have been dehumanized for so long.
The initiative was launched by David Mivasser, a retired rabbi who lives in Hamilton, Ontario. He said they provided hundreds of thousands of dollars in direct financial support to 27 families, and they also keep in touch through WhatsApp, breaking the isolation and bearing witness to the struggle to survive.
We're helping pharmacists and doctors and school teachers and just moms and so many different kinds of people. And it's been like an amazing thing to just relate to people who are being forced to go through such horror and, just totally feel their humanity and support them in it. So I have met people earlier in my life, say when I was a young adult, who survived the Holocaust and made it to where I was, America or Canada. And the way they survived the Holocaust, their entire families were all murdered, right? Sometimes their entire village or community was completely annihilated. They survived because someone helped them.
One of the people who is receiving support from Connecting Gaza is photojournalist Rizek Abdel Jawad. He's from Gaza City, which is currently experiencing an Israeli ground invasion. His photos and videos are featured in this report, and we'll post more of them on our online publication, nbmediacoop.org. Recently, we tried to interview Rizek, but the connection was too unstable. Previously, he was out of communication completely because of a telecoms blackout in Gaza City, his hometown, which he has been forced to flee. But we've remained in contact with Rizek through WhatsApp, and you'll find some of the information that he shared with us on our website. Stay tuned for the interview with retired Rabbi David Mivasser, founder of Connecting Gaza. But first we'll hear more from Fredericton residents Rebecca Burns and Rena Cabanilia. I started by asking them to explain how the Connecting Gaza network supports people in the Gaza Strip.
Well, like you described, David, it's a network of volunteers throughout Canada, US, and the United Kingdom. And we are supporting, I believe, 27 families right now in Gaza that have been connected through people that have been involved with the Palestinian cause in Gaza for years. But especially since 2023, have been supporting through financial contributions, so direct aid to help them purchase food, water, shelter, and the cost of transportation when displaced. And also through messages of support and solidarity in WhatsApp group chats. So a form of bearing witness to what they're enduring and supporting them in conversation.
How did you both get involved?
I first learned of Connecting Gaza through David Mivasser. I've known him for about 10 years now. He's a retired rabbi in Hamilton, Ontario, and an anti-Zionist Jew. And he's been connected with families like Rizek's family for at least, I think, 6 years. So after October the 7th, I kind of went to his social media for, a path forward to try to support, and saw, right away that he was calling on people to help with donations for the families that he was already connected with there in Gaza. So I'd been kind of providing some material support for a few years, or since 2023. But then just recently got involved in a month or so.
I learned about this actually like through Rebecca, through David Mivaser. So Rebecca and I are in this group called Actions for Palestine NB, and she shared one of David's Facebook posts asking for donations for Rizek. So I sent some money to David to send to Rizek, and then David emailed me thanking me for sending funds, and then he invited me to the WhatsApp group. And then from there, I joined the group to communicate with Rizek and support him however I can.
Now, Rizek is Rizek Abdel Jawad, who's a photojournalist from Gaza City, which is experiencing an Israeli ground invasion at the moment. This has caused him to flee to Khan Yunis, where I believe he's currently in some kind of a displacement camp for displaced people right now. As you know, the NB Media Co-op tried to reach him for an interview this week. You were on the line for that call, but the connection was too unstable. Previously, we were unable to reach him because all of Gaza City was apparently under a telecoms blackout. But we've been in contact with him by WhatsApp. Can you talk about what you've learned about what Rizek and his family are going through and have been going through over the past 2 years?
I hope that we're able to have more full details from Rizek in an interview, because I know he has a lot that he wants to share and hasn't even really touched. Like, we haven't even gotten a full picture of everything they've endured over the last 2 years, or the last 77, however many years of occupation it's been now. But I know that it was an impossible choice that he had to make for his family to leave his home city of Gaza, which he has expressed that he's absolutely heartbroken about leaving behind. He's a photojournalist, so he's recording the suffering of others on a constant basis since this genocide began. And he has said that just getting there to Khan Yunis, the tent that they have is damaged. They've been subjected to insect bites and really, really rough, inhumane conditions, combined with just all the loss that they've endured. He's had to walk for several kilometers just to get an internet connection at times, and did have no connection for several days. And of course, we're all very concerned when we don't hear anything from him, because we are hearing from him multiple times a day with his thoughts on the experience and photos and videos of what he's witnessing.
Is there anything you want to add to that, Rena?
I guess also just how expensive it is to just survive in Gaza. Like, he sent us some of the prices of food, and it's exorbitant. Recently we were able to raise money to buy him a tent, but that's just to meet his immediate need, and we know he'll need more funds just to afford food and probably medicine, water.
Yeah.
And that reminded me of something as well, what Rena said about medicine, because part of Rizek's dilemma in leaving Gaza City was that his wife has some chronic health issues and needed to be able to maintain some form of treatment. And his daughter, his oldest child, who is 11, she was hospitalized for acute malnutrition. And that was before they left Gaza City, so he was concerned about making sure that she was still able to get any ongoing care that she might need as well.
As you mentioned, he has a young family, an 11-year-old daughter, 2 sons, ages 9 and 8. He wrote to me that at one point his wife and his son Ibrahim were injured in a bombing near their tent in Rafah. He was displaced from Gaza City to Rafah, he says, about 15 months ago. And as you mentioned, his daughter was at one point suffering from malnutrition and was hospitalized. Of course, hospitals and other medical infrastructure have been largely damaged or destroyed in the Gaza Strip. And you've also written about, you've also spoken about, the pain that he's described of leaving his hometown, Gaza City. He shared something with us. He wrote in part, and we'll post the whole comment on our online publication later. But here's part of it. I used to read an ancient myth about the curse of love, the curse that haunts lovers in separation. Today, I discovered that I have become a prisoner of this curse. For love for my city is crueler than any human love. It is a love that cuts the soul in two. One half walks with me in this cold tent, and the other remains there in the alleys, the sea, and the ruined houses. I was wondering if you could comment on what it's like to confront this kind of suffering through the eyes of someone experiencing it firsthand.
I think that for so long, the people of Palestine have been silenced and cut off through, blockade, through these internet blackouts, through targeting of journalists, and the barring of international journalists into Gaza by the Israeli occupation. And to me, hearing directly what Rizek and Omar and the other families that we're supporting are experiencing, and then amplifying those stories by sharing them with my MP. I'm a dual citizen in the US, so I also share with my representative there, is crucially important. And having that community and connecting Gaza that we're all kind of bearing witness and sharing in a collective grief and rage at what's happening helps to it just helps me to know that there are others that are feeling the same way, and hearing firsthand these experiences, and we're kind of, like I said, sharing in that collective experience. And I hope that by bearing witness, we are doing some good, even though it does feel very helpless a lot of the time.
Rita, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, definitely feel rage and anger that our leaders are not doing, they're not doing enough to stop this. And then also, I guess, I don't know, shame, why am I living comfortably? And then they have to suffer. And then also guilt, I feel like I'm not doing enough to help. Or I'm not sacrificing enough. And Rizek and the Palestinians in Gaza are sacrificing everything. Sorry.
Rebecca, you mentioned a moment ago that you've been in contact with your representatives, your MP here in Canada, and also representatives stateside. Have you had any response from them? And if so, what's that been like?
No, I have heard nothing from my MP here. And as far as my representatives in the United States, I get form responses that are completely in support of what Israel is doing. I'm from North Carolina, so very conservative representation there, unfortunately.
Who is your MP?
David Miles. I will say we did have meetings with Jenica Atwin when she was our MP, and so I was in contact with her. But since I've become part of Connecting Gaza, I've not, I haven't been, or it's been since David Miles became our MP, and I try and send stories, directly quoted from Rizek and Omar to David, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, could you just comment on that lack of response? I mean, what do you make of that?
I'm appalled. I mean, we've known it's a genocide for quite a long time now, and finally the UN has declared that as such. And sorry. I don't see any higher priority for our leaders right now than ending the crime of all crimes, which is genocide. And so the fact that we're hearing absolutely nothing is just appalling to me. But I don't know if others within the Fredericton community are hearing from our MP.
I've only gotten like an auto response to one of my emails to David Miles.
And just a quick update on this part of the story. In response to a request for comment, the office of Liberal MP David Miles provided a statement saying in part that he's sorry that he missed Rebecca's correspondence. The statement defended the Liberal government's record on this issue, noting, for example, Canada's recent decision to recognize officially the state of Palestine. He also said in part that his office has met with activists from the group Fredericton Palestine Solidarity. The full statement will be on our website, nbmediacoop.org. Now back to the interview. As mentioned, Rizek Abdel Jawad is a photojournalist, and the NB Media Co-op will be sharing his work. Check the description in this video and our online publication, nbmediacoop.org, for links. You also mentioned Omar. You're currently in contact with another family. Then could you talk about Omar's situation?
Yes, Omar. His name is Omar Nashwan. He's a pharmacist from North Gaza, from Gaza City, and he and his wife and 4 children were also forced to flee to the Deir al-Balah region of Gaza within the last week. And Omar has said that the situation there is far worse than what they were experiencing in Gaza City. He actually wrote to us last night and said they do not even have a tent. He's just strung together some fabric to provide a basic cover. He said that they have no money for food, and the prices are, of course, exorbitant, like Rena mentioned, and that the clothing that they have is just what they wore. They fled on foot from Gaza City. So the other, huge challenge that Connecting Gaza faces is how to actually get the funds to these families. There are no intermediaries on our end, but getting the money in Gaza, they face like fees of 30 to 35% on what they're able to access. So right now, I guess we're kind of trying to figure out, how if Omar is able to access funds from us at all right now. So there's just, I guess, a lot of uncertainty.
Test. Hello, it's David Gornkoch reporting for the NB Media Co-op. We're live streaming from the social forum, and we're about to start the next panel is Madhu Verma Center presenting Debunking Myths, Building Solidarity with Migrant Workers in New Brunswick. So stay tuned for that. The live stream will be continuing with that shortly. And thanks for tuning in.
Debunking Myth, Building Solidarity with Migrant Workers in Brunswick. And we're doing this in collaboration with Madhu.
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Sanabria. I'm the legal community worker at Madhu Migrant Justice Center. I came to Canada in 2022 as an international student, and I started working with the Madhu Center in 2023. As Niger mentioned, we are doing, Madhu Migrant Justice Center is collaborating with Migrant Workers Alliance for Change for this workshop. And we're going to talk about what are the needs of the migrant workers. Are they here to take our jobs? Are they here to take our houses?
Temporary foreign worker, what's a seasonal agricultural worker, right? So I don't know if you want to...
Yeah, my name is Najer, and I work with Migrant Workers Alliance for Change. The Migrant Workers Alliance for Change is a national organization that supports migrant workers across Canada. I'm in charge of the seafood workers, so those who work in the processing plants. And we work with 5 different sectors: undocumented workers, farm workers, Spanish and English. I do the one in Spanish and English as well. Care workers, international students. And we belong, as with Madhu Verma, to a national coalition, which is a Migrant Rights Network, which is an umbrella, national umbrella of 40 organizations. And we do our best to, not just to provide, as a migrant workers, as a MWAC, to provide services to migrant workers, but the main goal is to organize them, to empower them to make decisions and to fight back at the workplaces, communities, student in the campus as well. So we run municipal and provincial campaigns, and the main, we advocate for a permanent resident status for all migrant workers. That means undocumented workers up to those workers with a closed work permit as well.
Yeah. Also, at the Madhu Center, we're mainly advocating for the same changes. We mainly work for people in the fish plant industry in the northern part of New Brunswick. Unfortunately, whenever you come from a different country, it's not from Canada, Canada is depicted as the 8th wonder of the world. Everything is amazing here in Canada, and nobody talks about the abuses that coming to Canada that could happen when you come as a temporary foreign worker in Canada. In 2023, I remember we had the opportunity to meet with the Special Rapporteur from the United Nations, Mr. Obokata, and we conclude all together that the temporary foreign worker program and the closed work permit program are breeding ground for modern day slavery. So that's something we're fighting against.
But who are the migrant workers in Canada and in New Brunswick, and how do they look like, and what do they like, and where do they live? We know that Canada has always had a temporary migrant workers from back in the days when Chinese came and helped this economy with creating and building the railroad. And we also have a permanent migrants, those who come here with a permanent resident status. So those are the two types of migrants that we see here. There's one type that comes with as a refugee claimants, and those who are pretty wealthy, who comes here, well, opens the doors are opens up for those wealthy migrants who want to come here. So those are the two types of migrants that we see here in not just in New Brunswick but across Canada. So we're going to be talking about those two specific, like for example, in across Canada, most of the people who become a permanent resident, they do it in a different ways. There are a few ways that you can become a permanent resident if the government lets you to become one of them. And some of them come as refugees, as I mentioned before. Some of them come as a business, in the business class, those wealthy ones. And there are little programs called provincial nominee programs that each province have created to attract people for certain industries to, again, to supply the labor shortage that we have in different provinces, but also to fulfill and have a pool of, can call this cheap labor to those multi-billion companies, or those billionaires in Canada who can access to this cheap labor from migrant workers. So the beginning of the temporary foreign workers in New Brunswick, and we also we have migrant workers who are in a closed work permit, open work permits as well. Those are international students and those who come to work in those different industries that I mentioned before, and the permanent residents. In those two sectors, they have a different set of rights. Like for example, if you come here with a permanent resident, your rights are guaranteed. You have access to services. You have access to bring your family with you, and you have a stability in the country. On the other side, it is pretty much the opposite.
Yeah, and the main question is, why is these workers coming into Canada? The reason is because no permanent resident or no Canadian citizen is willing to do these jobs, or there is not enough people in certain areas that are willing to do this job. And we have to fulfill, to fulfill these labor shortages with people from abroad. So in the 1950s, the government of Canada signed with the government of Mexico and some other Latin American and Caribbean countries like Jamaica, for example, an agreement to start the seasonal agricultural working program. So workers from Mexico and Jamaica are going to come to Canada and start working in these farms. Later on, the temporary foreign worker program was started, and it has been like this for more than 50 years. And little changes has started. Main problem with the temporary foreign worker program is that the employer has total control of the worker. They come here, as Niger said, with closed work permits. A closed work permit means that you can only work for the company that is hiring you. So this is the main difference that, for example, Niger said, if you come here as a permanent resident, you have the ability to work for whoever you want. You can have 2 or 3 jobs depending on your abilities or your time or whatever. These workers can only work for one employer. What if the season is not good? Because lobster season is unpredictable, right? If you cannot get your 30 or 40 hours guarantee. So you start working less and less and less. You have a contract for 1 year or 2 years. If the season goes wrong, you're disposable. Go back to your country. We don't need you anymore, right? You are essential for our community because we need you. But at the same time, you are disposable. When I don't need you anymore, go back home. I don't need you. So these are the main issues why we need foreign hand labor. And of course, as Nair said, it's because it's cheaper. It's cheaper to pay a Mexican, it's cheaper to pay a Peruvian, it's cheaper to pay a Philippine to come to Canada and work in exploitative conditions than hiring a Canadian and a permanent resident that has granted all the rights.
Yeah, just last year in New Brunswick, more than 15,000 work permits were issued in New Brunswick. Those include international students, agriculture workers, fishery workers, those workers who work in the food industry and the transportation as well. So what we've been seeing is that there is an increase of temporary foreign workers from 1997 in New Brunswick up to now, that we have around in the seafood industry, we have between, we'll say 4,500 to 5,000 workers just working in that industry. And again, the main industries that they work is agriculture, mostly in Ontario, BC, and Quebec. But in New Brunswick, we're seeing as well around 500, between 500 and 1,000 workers that comes to Ontario to work in farms. The seafood industry in BC and New Brunswick are the ones who are bringing more workers. We also have seen an increase of temporary foreign workers coming into service industries like restaurants, cleaning, truck driving, and care workers as well. And all of these workers have the same precarious status because they are on the closed work permit. So one thing that the closed work permit regime has imposed on those workers is that they're tied to their bosses. So those migrants can only work for only one employer. So that means employer is able to abuse them, use them 24/7. So the worker must be available 24/7. Let's say if a Sunday, 5 or 6 p.m., this fishery plant got some lobster, the workers can go back to work at any time, like 7 p.m. on Sundays, or not working on Monday. So they don't have a set schedule to work. So that's one type of abuse that we're seeing a lot. The other thing is that they don't have healthcare. Like in New Brunswick, you must be here for at least 12 months. And most of the permits that we're seeing are between 6 months, 9 months, some of them 12 months. So that means that they're not allowed to get sick. And even if they get sick, they're not allowed to complain because the employers are punishing them. And because they are in remote areas where there's no internet, especially in New Brunswick, and everything is so far away, no transportation, they don't speak the language, so that they end up suffering and not telling the employer, because what the employers usually do is that they send them back right away. The other type of abuses that we're seeing is that they live in buses control housing. So that means the buses are providing houses to the workers, but these houses are not in good conditions. For example, I have a case in the Acadian Peninsula where 43 workers are in the same house. So imagine how much money this landlord is making out of these workers. But the landlord is tied with the employer. So it's usually what happens in small towns is the employer is the friend of the taxi driver, friend of the guy who owns the grocery store, and the guy who owns the houses and the services as well. So we're seeing that in these areas, workers are being controlled. They are not allowed to have friends. They're not allowed to bring people over. And if they do, they're getting trouble. And some of these houses, like for example in the Basin End area, you'll see the houses with security cameras 24/7. So that means that the workers are being watched by the employers or the supervisors.
Yeah, and it's really sad because most of the workers, they came here with illusions and they try to they have to feed two families. They have to feed themselves over here and send money back to their country. Otherwise, that's the main reason why they came here. So unfortunately, the abuses are on the rise. When I first started at the Madu Center, we had around 20 cases in the first year. Now that has grown over, we're in October, it's almost 80 cases. And the year is not ending, right? Haven't ended yet. So that is the main issue that we have in Canada and here in New Brunswick. However, there are other issues that are out of control of the Canadian government because these people actually is paying to come to Canada to recruitment agencies that are tied with employers. And they go, I'm not sure if they go 50-50, 60-40, whatever, but they are, most of them, when we do the intakes, they say, oh, I pay to come here, so my profile can be in top of list. So they have to pay to come here to get abused, and unfortunately they have to endure those abuses because, as Niger mentioned, you are going to be flagged as problematic and you're going to be sent back to your country, or even worse, you are not going to be considered for next season. So the employer has all the control, all the power, and you cannot complain. Also, you are not allowed to get sick, as Niger mentioned, because even though they do have a private insurance that the employer by supplying a private insurance for them, which is called the COWAN, this private insurance make them pay up front and then get reimbursed. But with a minimum wage job, or maybe 17, 16 an hour, which is what we see in the contracts, and 20 and 15 hours per week, depending on how good the season is, nobody is going to be able to afford that Medicare. So that's why we are demanding status for all, and to abolish this temporary foreign working program the way it is. It needs a lot of reforms. The closed work permit ties the employer ties the worker to the employer, and they are not allowed to complain. They are not allowed to leave. This is modern day slavery, and we need to end that.
Yeah, it is pretty sad to see workers getting sick. Since I covered the whole Atlantic, I can say that because workers move around. I've been seeing workers from Newfoundland, PEI, in New Brunswick. Just last season, a couple of months ago, a worker got sick. She was from the area of Basin End. She ended up in the hospital with emergency surgery. And we were trying to support her, but the employer came and convinced her and their family members to bring her back to Mexico. And they even paid an ambulance to take her back to Mexico. And we're seeing a lot of cases that if they leave the country, there is nothing they can do. Like the employer promised them, we'll bring you back next year. Don't worry, we're gonna cover all those bills. But that's a lie. And we, as a MWAC, we can't do anything without the workers' permission, right? Our organization is migrant-led, so we let the workers, we inform the worker about the risk of going back. But if they decide not to do anything, then we can't do anything. And we're seeing this a lot lately. Injuries at work, for example, in the area of the Kenyan Peninsula, in a construction company, there was a guy who cut his, I think, 1 or 2 fingers. And they sent him to the hospital. And he was working the next 3 days, he was at work. And people were telling him, do something, but he didn't want to lose his job. So he didn't do anything. Even though we wanted to do something, he didn't want to do anything. So we've been working in collaboration with the ER department in Miramichi. That's where the office is for MWAC. And we have good friends who are doctors there. So every time that there is a migrant worker there, they call me, and I usually go there or talk to them on the phone to tell them what to do next. Because as Christian mentioned, they do have a private insurance, but they don't know the policy number. Sometimes they don't even know what insurance is. So in order for them to access to the private insurance, you have to help them, and they're afraid to ask the employer because then the employer is going to retaliate against them. So there is a lot of challenges, especially when we don't have, as a migrant rights organization, we don't have the infrastructure. Like, for example, in New Brunswick, and right now it's the case in Ontario too. There's not enough lawyers to do cases, and there is not, I don't think legal aid here covers any of these type of abuses. So workers rely on an organization like us, and sometimes we're out of capacity that in our case, we try to refer workers under other jurisdictions, but because the cuts are being really hard on these organizations, we don't have the funding, we don't have enough human resources or volunteers to do this type of work.
Yeah, and well, you're going to talk about food distribution first, and then we're going to start breaking these myths.
Yeah.
Right. I believe we still have some minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So food distribution in 2022, 68 workers from the Acadian Peninsula called me, and one of the workers called me representing the 68 workers, and this lady was crying and saying, we haven't eaten for like 3 or 4 days. We're not working, the employer's not paying us, we have to pay rent, and what should we do? So at that moment, I called the government. I say, look, there's a crisis here. Do you guys have any support for migrant workers? They said, no, there is a support for employers, but not for migrant workers. That's not a thing in New Brunswick. So I was like, okay, what should I do? So I started calling around, and I got connected with the Food Depot, and we made an agreement with our organization and Food Depot to bring food to these workers, right? So they didn't have enough food because the food bank is in the small areas, they don't have the capacity as well, and they don't have the resources as well. So they donated some food gift cards, and when the employer found out that they were talking to me, to the organization, he forces some of the employees to return those gift cards back to the food bank. And there was a little bit of a controversial there. The mayor kind of like got involved, and workers were crying, what should we do? We don't want to get in trouble with the employer, but we need food. So in that moment, we decided to create the food distribution program. And with Madhu Verma, since that time, we've been able to distribute more than 700 food boxes to workers in the Acadian Peninsula. And this is, the contracts of the workers stipulates that they must get paid 30 hours per week, even if they don't work, because there is an employer's responsibility to provide them at least with this amount of money. Most of these workers, they don't get paid. But in that particular company that I'm talking about, we were able to organize those workers and we created a strategy for them to meet with the employer and force the employer to pay them the 30 hours. That campaign was successful. They now got paid 30 hours per week, but that doesn't mean that there's other abuses happening at the workplace. But there's only 2 workplaces across New Brunswick that they get paid the 30 hours per week, and this is this one. And as a result of that fight, we created this food distribution program with MWAC. And this year, so far, in our side, we got 170 boxes distributed so far. And the issue is because we don't have, and the Food Depot doesn't have enough food boxes, we usually deliver 20 boxes every 2 weeks. And if there's 40 workers, they have to split those 20 boxes among those 40 workers, and we have to do it in a way that the employer will not find out. Like if the employer, I remember one time I was delivering food boxes and the employer came and I told him, I belong to a church and we're doing this, because I cannot tell them like we are migrant rights organization and telling people about their rights. So those are the challenges that we're finding with the food distribution. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we'll start breaking the myths, right? And temporary foreign workers that came to Canada and eat our food. No, they rely on food banks. They rely on organizations. They are hard worker people that go and buy even more expensive groceries at the local store because the local store has an agreement with the employer. temporary foreign workers are coming to take our jobs. No, these are jobs that Employment and Social Development Canada has mentioned that nobody wants to do, or there is no Canadian or permanent resident that is willing to do this. Otherwise, they would haven't issued the LMIA. That's the second myth. Employers are taking our houses. They are temporary foreign workers are responsible for the housing crisis. No, they are living overcrowded conditions, 10, 15, 43 in one house. So those are the myths that we're breaking today. And thank you for coming. I believe you still have more to say. I just want to finish my intervention with, it's not only the employer or the recruitment agencies that are abusing the workers. It's also the government of Canada. Whenever an employer feels that they are being abused or at risk of abuse, they come to Niger, to me, to other members or MWAC or the MADU Center, asking for help to apply for an open work permit for vulnerable workers. This open work permit would allow them to work in any other company around Canada. And what started in 2019 in British Columbia as a temporary solution and took 5 to 10 days to be in process by RCC, now it's taking 2 months. In those 2 months, the worker still has to go to the company. They cannot quit because they will not be able to get enough money to eat. The thing gets even worse if you, by any chance, you get a provincial nomination or a provincial endorsement. Because if you apply for the open work permit for vulnerable workers and leave the abusive company, the abusive company is going to report that you're no longer working for them. So government of New Brunswick is going to take away your endorsement and your provincial nomination, and you're going to lose everything. So it's not only the companies, it's not only the recruiters, it's also the government of Canada with IRCC and unfortunately the government of New Brunswick that is not providing any solution for temporary foreign workers.
Okay, let's see if we have time. Yeah. Sorry, this is a lot of information. Yeah. We only have 10 more minutes. Mm-hmm. So many people right now, especially right now that the Conservative Party wants to use immigration as a way to increase their popularity. They're saying that there is too many migrants coming in, which in reality, we've been seeing the trend from 2017 up to now, but there was a pause between 20 and 21 when COVID hit. We didn't get any migrants coming in. So the upsurge that we see, or the people are saying, is because we didn't receive that amount of migrants coming in. And right now, with this new government, is cutting more and reducing the number of migrants who are coming in. In small towns like Richibukto, for example, that people are desperate for migrants. And when you talk to them, to the locals, they say, no, we need these people. Because there's not enough, it's not the locals don't want to go and do this job, but it's the condition of the workplace. So we always say that the politician, instead of talking about the issues that they see, there's too many migrants, they should be talking about the rights and condition at the workplace. If they raise the floor on those conditions and rights, more people are going to be able to work in those workplaces. We know that there's going to be, I believe, 100 or 500,000 people retiring soon by 2030. I don't know the exact number. So the question is how Canada is going to be replacing this labor force in agriculture, in transportation, in seafood industry. In New Brunswick, if migrant workers decide not to come or not to go to work, at the same time, they shut down the whole industry. And the industry is making like one or 2 billions per year. But their employers, they don't have enough money to pay a worker that they brought from Mexico or from the Philippines or from the Caribbean countries. So we're calling, that's what we're saying. The only way that these workers can access full rights is getting the permanent resident status. And we launched a campaign in 2018 calling for a regularization. We include all the migrant workers, undocumented and temporary foreign workers, And we were close, but because the narrative has been changing a lot, and you know the politicians, they listen to the polls. And one thing that we're noticing is that people are saying we have too many migrants. And when you go to Tim Horton, you're going to see a migrant. So you're validating what you heard in the TikTok or in the news that they're taking over. Like so, this politician from Miramichi from the Conservative Party was saying that the invasion, we are the invaders. When we're reading this type of nonsense, and they're going to buy at your local store, and you see a migrant there, then you get the idea, oh yeah, they are taking over. But in reality, we are not taking over. So I'm just gonna open up for questions. But before, what can you do? That's the most important question, right?
Exactly.
What can you do? A couple things that you can do. One is, if you work for the government, try to talk about migrant workers' issues with your colleagues. Write to MP, to your local MP, and tell them how important it is to have migrant workers. And read more about migrant workers and the benefits that they're bringing into the communities. You can support local groups, like in Fredericton, volunteer with Malverma. If you speak more than one language, sometimes we have workers that they speak. Like in my case, I don't speak French, and I've been having workers that speak French. So, volunteer by translating. If you see a migrant worker, talk to them. Tell them that they're welcome here. Make them feel like they're at home, so that way they will be able to express themselves a little bit more, and tell you, like, you'll be surprised what you hear when you talk to them. Like, there are a lot of professionals in New Brunswick doing these horrible jobs. I mean, a job is a job, but the conditions are horrible. So talk to them and participate in events and actions. That's the call to action today. And yeah, we have
10 more minutes for questions. Oh.
No evidence anywhere, but people never drop it. So, do you see any evidence of it? I'm guessing not.
There is no evidence that the employers are getting kickback from the government. The only real thing is that if a Canadian or a permanent resident start working in this place in those conditions, mostly are going to go to employment standards or human rights, when temporary foreign workers are not going to do anything because they need this job. So why do they hire them? Cheap hand labor, it's easy to explain. No kickback, that's yes.
So yeah, do you guys offer services to asylum seekers and refugees as well in New Brunswick? The reason I'm asking this question is because I have family members and also friends who made the journey for 2 months, 3 months from Brazil to Colombia, Panama, Mexico, US, then they ended up in Canada, specifically in Toronto, Ontario. So yeah, like 3-4 months journey, walking in the jungles with human smugglers, like they did not complain about that. But after reaching Canada, so they are not getting that legal aid or maybe processing and everything, so they have to wait for 2, 3, 4 years till they get their dates, court dates. Some of them go through depression and stress, so there's a lot of hardships involved. So do you guys like offer any services here in New Brunswick? Something like that?
For example, Burma has a partnership.
Because yeah, like they were thinking some of them that maybe like if they come to New Brunswick and they process their asylum cases from here, like those who are looking for PR, so usually they end up in New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada, something like that.
So Mother Burma has a partnership with MWOC, for example, and we also have another partners. For example, the refugee clinic in Moncton. Whenever an asylum seeker comes to us, we refer them to them because they do have more capacity and more experience on it. So directly we do not, but we can refer you to somebody.
So first, thank you so much for talking about these myths about migrant workers in New Brunswick, Canada. Even though a lot of them are not based in reality at all, like Canadian companies have to prove that they cannot find PR holders or citizens for a job before employing any other nationals. And another myth I want to bring up and ask about is that there's a sentiment going that Canadians, born Canadians, can't get anything done with Service New Brunswick, with the government, applying for driver's licenses, IDs, getting affordable housing. And the sentiment is that, oh, we let these people come in so easily, we get them everything. So I know a lot of it comes from like social media, comes from propaganda. So I was just wondering what campaign or project have you taken part in to help combat these ridiculous myths, and how can we help with that?
For example, let's talk about the health services, right? We just mentioned that the temporary foreign workers that come to Canada, they cannot access to Medicare, right? We have to separate them from permanent residents or for international students that they are covered by Medicare, right? They don't have Medicare. They do have to pay upfront to get services, to get health services. What campaign we have launched? We have launched Sanctuary Network. So we're calling all service providers, dentists, doctors, physicians, physiotherapists, in case we have somebody that actually cannot access these services, and we try to help them. Last time, for example, we had a great dentist, Dr. Morales, in the province, who actually helped somebody that was in the Miramichi area by phone, right? Because they were not able to come to Fredericton or to Moncton, to bigger cities to get these services. She prescribed the antibiotics that she needed on phone. So, for example, this Sanctuary Network is one of the campaigns that we are launching. Also, we have a legal clinic here at the Madu Center. Whenever some temporary foreign workers cannot access to legal aid, we help them to do that. We have had cases in which the migrant workers they cannot access their CRA accounts because it's the employer that has all the passwords and everything. So yeah, so with this legal clinic, we try to help them. Food distribution, they cannot access food banks, for example. So it's another myth. They are not taking our food. They are not taking our healthcare system. First, over there.
So something to add is about the dental services. Like when we're talking, when the conversation is about like temporary foreign workers accessing all these services, the new dental care program, what's it called? The Canadian Dental Care Plan. If you have a spouse or common law partner outside of Canada, you're not eligible to receive these services. So that really kind of discriminates, like for dental services for temporary foreign workers. I work in Senator.
Eric is our social worker. Thank you very much. Oh, we have a question over here, and then two more questions, and then we'll go.
Thank you a lot for speaking about this today. I really appreciate it. A lot of us, I live in St. Andrews, close by to St. George, and other areas that have a lot of migrant workers, and sometimes you kind of hear rumors of things happening. When you do hear, something, an injustice is happening, who's the best place for like me to go to get help for those people?
You can I'll give you my information, and the way we work is a little bit different than other organizations. When we know or receive a call that something is happening in a specific area or workplace, I usually have I have contacts all over the Atlantic with workers. So I start asking those workers to give me the leave and to set up a meeting with them in an area that is not their house or their small town.
So we pay them for transportation, we take it to a different area, and we have a meeting. But we only have the meeting with those workers who trust themselves. Like, we made a mistake back in the days to go open and talk to the workers and talk about workers' rights and let's fight and unionize and stuff like that. And it didn't work out because they're being controlled by the employers. So as soon as the employer knows that you're involved or talking to the workers, there's a lot of reprisal for them.
Another thing that you can do is, for example, here at the Madu Center, we have a lot of postcards upstairs. Whenever a temporary foreign worker has any issue, the first thing that they do is go to the, here in Fredericton is the MCAP, the multicultural. In Miramichi is the MRNA. Yeah. Okay. So if you can take, I'm not sure if they have a multicultural center in St. Andrews, it might be. Just take some postcards and just deliver them. So whenever somebody needs help, they will have our name, our number over there, and it will be easier for them to contact. We have this partnership with CAFI in Mokto, Magma, MCAF here, Miramichi Center, Edmundston Center. So the more we spread the word, it's better for the workers so they can have somebody that to take action for them, right? So if you guys are looking to get some postcards, I have a lot upstairs. Please take them to your cities, to the places that you know that the migrant workers visit, and spread the word. Spread the word. We're here. We want to be part of the solution, and let's fight all together. One last question. Yes, sir.
May I quickly add something? It take less than a minute. Can I add something?
Yeah.
So my name is Alan. I'm an international student. I won't take more than a minute of your time. So Nigel ended up his session by saying, when you see a migrant, please talk to them. So I'm addressing all the white people in this room. As a colored person, we felt frightened in our own spaces, from our apartment, houses, and no need to say about public spaces. So we might not be approachable. We might not appear to be approachable because of the extreme racism that's happening here. So we might not see when your friendly smiles. So kindly give us a pass. We are good deep inside. It's because we are frightened in public spaces, and we lost that good smiles in responses to you people. And kindly talk about what we discussed here in your families and in your communities as well. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
We'll see you in our next section.
So you're tuned in to the live stream of the NB Media Co-op, the social forum, where we just wrapped up the Debunking Myths, Building Solidarity with Migrant Workers in New Brunswick presentation by the Madhu Verma Migrant Justice Center with the Migrant Workers Lives for Change. And stay tuned. We're going to put on some of our recent reports from the NB Media Co-op video reports until we continue with the live stream. So stay tuned.
Sorry, I have to take off my mic.
bit. I suffered a mild stroke in mid-May, so it's been slowly getting back into the groove of things, and so this was nice just to go. Okay, I've been home for 2 months.
Yeah, what do you think about the event today?
Fantastic. When I got invited, it was quite a surprise because I didn't even know this was even in existence yet. It just kind of happened really, really quick. And no, I'm so happy to be invited here. It was a great time.
Having a Comic-Con as a first time here in the Mi'kmaq community enables us to connect with the younger generation. Also the older generation like myself. I love comic books, I love the movies, anime is amazing. I have a friend of mine, Jason, see him over there, Jason Lawson? He has a book that we're going to work together on and make it into a feature, but we're also completed a script that we worked on, and hopefully we'll bring it to fruition for people to watch. So, a lot of people don't realize there is talent in the East Coast. We just have to, promote them.
I was looking for a story about gold in the Atlantic provinces because that's not something that's really prevalent around here. Not a lot of gold mining in old times. And I came across this story online about Jim Charles. He was a guide in Nova Scotia in the 1800s. And around 1870, he discovered gold. So him and a judge were hiding the gold, and Jim was taking a little at a time not to reveal his wealth. But when he started spending too much, people realized what was going on, and they came out of the woodwork trying to kill him. So there was only a limited amount of information there of what I could get. So I had the pieces of it, but I had to embellish the rest of the story, of course. And it broke Amazon's top 100. It's sold well in the U.S. and in Canada, and I've known Adam for quite a while, and it's something that we've talked about doing. Hopefully we can bring it to the big screen.
Okay. What's the sort of timeline on it? Are you guys looking for a producer still? Or
you guys know how this works. It's always about money. Everything always comes down to money. In Canada, there isn't big budgets like there are in the US of A to make these kinds of feature films. So producers have to collaborate, pool funds, work with the provincial and federal governments trying to get enough money together to make a good product. And unfortunately, that is a barrier that we're all working against.
I'm a stuntman. Also a stunt actor. So the difference is a lot of stuntmen were doubling all the time. I don't double a lot, so I mostly play characters that look like me. And when they need a big guy to die, they call on me. Yeah. So it's mostly what I do.
What's an example of a recent stunt?
I just got my head chopped off in Twisted Metal. Yeah.
What does that involve? Can you walk me through?
Yeah, sure. There's several ways to do this one. We used a green suit and a green hood. So we filmed my body in a green suit going down to the ground. Well, that would be my head going to the ground. Then we film it with me wearing a hood, and that's my body going to the ground. They put some movie magic together, and then it looks pretty wicked, yeah.
What are some other titles that people might recognize?
Stunt Hazel and Umbrella Academy. That's probably my biggest double gig. I'm in a Nick Cage movie called Retirement Plan. Came out a couple years ago. Notable because he killed me twice in the same movie. And as he told me, this will be good for your career. I'm also really excited. Go watch Deathstalker. It should be out soon. I don't know when this airs, but Deathstalker, a remake of a classic 1983 sword and sandal type affair. And I get to play the famous Pigface character.
What do you think of the event today?
Oh, it was great. I'm glad to be a part of it. I know this is a first, and really honored to be here. I got to see some of my friends. I'm friends with these comic artists. I got to meet them at other conventions. And yeah, I think this is going to be a big hit. Yeah, everybody's super sweet here. Hospitality amazing. And yeah, good people.
And you said you flew out for this, right? You traveled, where were you?
I flew from Florida to come here. Yeah, I lived in Nova Scotia for 3 years now. So I've done the cons out there. That's where I got to meet everybody. So kind of like coming home.
it's hard to make fun of a person who's already funnier than anything you could come up with. But the one way that people succeed in criticizing Trump is when they add humor. The Daily Show's been more effective than CNN or MSNBC at tearing down Trump than anybody. And editorial cartoonists have been more successful than their newspapers.
For the first show, I think it went off pretty good. Like, you know, attendance was a little lower probably than we'd like, but it was the first show. Huge concert going on.
And Bluegrass Festival down the road.
Street.
So
and we had a 2-month turnaround time. What was it? What was it?
9 weeks.
9 weeks. Yeah. So not bad for
End of June
a
to now.
ragtag group of misfits.
That's right.
necessary. We can stop if any more people come in. So I made a presentation. I wasn't sure of the format, but people are free to, I gave a lot of room for questions at the end, but if people want to ask questions throughout, feel more than free, then to just put your hand up and we can stop and talk. So yeah, thank you everyone for attending. My name is Matthew Weber. I work up at the steam plant up at UNB campus. There's a steam plant that provides heating steam to the campuses and the hospital. Work there as a boiler operator with my coworkers. And also I'm on my union's executive council as a chief shop steward. Our local is Unifor 4504. That's GLTA and SALAC units. Been a member on the executive there for a couple of years. We're about to go into negotiations with UNB very presently. Our contract just expired. So you can wish us luck at that. I'm sure that will be difficult. Thank you, yeah.
Give him hell.
Yeah, give him hell, that's right. Thank you for the encouragement. I'm also a member of the Communist Party. I'm the organizer of the Fredericton Club here in town. I've been a member for a few years now. Me and my comrades have been doing activist work, trying to build the club, build the party's presence here in New Brunswick. Today I'm going to speak to you and talk about our kind of perspective on society and on an idea that is inspired in part by our party's program, and that being the necessity of building a democratic, anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly alliance. And I'll talk about that a bit. It's a strategy we think we should implement to achieve political influence here in New Brunswick and change. I'll first kind of describe what I mean by this coalition. I'll define a few terms, and then I'll explain what I think we can achieve by embracing this tactic. So, anti-monopoly, what do we mean by anti-monopoly? Here we are referring to monopoly capitalism, the advanced stage of capitalism that we currently live in. For those unfamiliar with the term or thrown off by the word monopoly, we don't mean that there's no market competition in the economy, that everything is monopolized. In our society, there's still lots of small firms competing for market share, sales, customers, etc. However, despite this, our economy is characterized by an extreme concentration and centralization of capital. Relatively few, very powerful giant corporations that are often transnational in scale dominate the commanding heights of the global economy in industry, commerce, and finance. Basically, that means that there are a few banks that dominate the economy, a few oil companies, a few corporations that have concentrated ownership between them of the majority of products and brands that you encounter in society. Here in New Brunswick, we have the Irvings, we have the McCains, everyone's familiar with them. And those private families, which is a bit different than in a lot of other provinces, but they have enormous influence on our economy and our society and our politics. So yeah, under monopoly capitalism, the primary policy regime that our governments follow is neoliberalism. This is often marked by a retreat of the state from the management of the economy, privatization of services such as healthcare. It also means a sell-off of publicly owned assets, as in surplus government land, buildings, publicly owned utility companies, etc., and tax cuts for the rich and for business. It also means deregulation and corresponding reductions in public welfare provision, increasing tuition costs, student debt, etc. Economically, this phase of capitalism is characterized by financialization. This means a massive growth of the FIRE sector, which is the finance, insurance, and real estate sector. We see speculative bubbles, global financial crises, increase in the costs of housing, and households carrying much bigger debt burdens. The financial sector is parasitical on the real economy, and as some people have described it, it's now killing its host. And in New Brunswick, we've seen that here over the pandemic. We saw the FIRE sector interest buying up apartment stock above asking prices, looking for a place to invest money as a productive economy stagnates. And these are resources that could be put into the productive economy, but they are parked in things like real estate, even at the expense of the productive economy. And then these are sort of rent-seeking investment strategies. This contributes to an ever-increasing cost of living for working-class people, and it channels disposable working-class income into things such as rent. So what do we mean by anti-imperialist? Geopolitically, the area of monopoly capitalism is characterized by imperialism. This is nothing new. In the 1900s, the world was divided into competing imperialisms, while today, the world is dominated by US imperialism. Other countries like Canada are imperialist in their own right and with their own interests, but generally these countries' economic and foreign policies are subordinated to US imperialism. Modern imperialism is about using economic and military power, or the threat of such power, to make the world safe for capitalism, to allow big corporations, mostly from the imperial core countries, to dominate the economy and gain access to market and resources. And you can think here of the many Western-led interventions in the countries across the globe. You can also think of what's going on in Palestine right now, the genocide in Gaza, which is unfortunately funded by the US taxpayer. This genocide is a product of US imperialism, as the US and its subordinate imperial powers will violently maintain Israel as a colonial project because it is a critical geopolitical territory from which it has and will continue to project power throughout the Middle East and coordinate many of its interventions and operations that have destroyed some countries, like Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. The US can project its imperialist power softly through its hegemonic culture and through diplomacy, as it has done throughout Western and Eastern Europe, or it can do so violently through economic sanctions and war. An example of these latter instances we see going on in Venezuela right now. The US is building up its navy, and it's one of the most sanctioned economies in the Western Hemisphere. Also Cuba is another example, which has long suffered an economic and diplomatic blockade. And we must be anti-imperialist not only because we stand against such horrific things like genocide and constant conflict and warfare that has killed millions between the end of the last century and now, but also because it directly opposes our material interests as working people. US imperialism has enforced brutal neoliberal policies on many countries around the globe, allowing capital to export jobs and services from here to those places, where it has been made even safer for capital to accumulate unimpeded by such things as labor rights, environmental regulations, or our democratic processes, however insufficient. So, why do we need this alliance? Well, because we are desperately in need of political change. We can see our society being threatened and consumed by reactionary forces because worker people are desperate for some kind of solution to the many problems they face. And liberal politics refuses to do anything but try and preserve a receding status quo. For example, I honestly think that most US working people voted for Trump because he was at least willing to admit there was something wrong. The US is a country with the economy. With the forever wars, he posed himself as a peacenik, even if he had no intentions of doing anything other than exacerbating such problems, personally profiting off them. And I don't think it's unimaginable that this could eventually happen in Canada. Our ruling political parties maintain the policy regime of neoliberal orthodoxy because this serves the interests of the ruling class in maintaining, preserving the conditions and relations of production of monopoly capitalism. There may be minor differences of political opinion between the mainstream political parties, which may represent different fractions of ruling class power, but ultimately they all want to maintain the prevailing conditions of production and capital accumulation. And it's my firm belief that they will maintain and protect these class interests at the expense of anything else, be it the environment, peace, societal well-being, or even democracy. And this is, of course, why social services are cut that working people need before taxes are ever increased on the Irvings or the McCains. This is why green, accessible, and affordable public transportation will always be too expensive to help reduce emissions while providing a way for people to get around. And this is why low-cost public housing will never be a solution to the housing crisis, even if there was a liberal leader that had the gumption to try and pursue it, because it's just not profitable. And this is why I think even liberal politics could be compromised to fascistic ideologies if it meant preserving capitalism. So with all that in mind, what do I think this alliance can do? And I'll also talk about how it would be somewhat formed. The goal of this anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly alliance is to bring together this province's progressive forces into a united political front, even with the intention of participating in politics. This means that we would have to do the collective work of identifying and connecting the different progressive elements across a political and social spectrum. That means within the NDP, within the Greens, or with any other political party or tendency that may contain such progressive elements. This means reaching out and connecting to elements within organized labor, within the student movement, within the LGBTQ+ community, within communities fighting for women's rights, against sexism and misogyny, those fighting for reproductive rights, within different indigenous movements and nations, within different communities that are increasingly made vulnerable to the growing hostile and reactionary political and social climate. It means the elderly, those with chronic health conditions, etc. So the goal would be to bring these different progressive movements and peoples together and collectively build a basis for unity by mass participation in a founding convention. The idea is that in this convention, we'll create a space for critical debate that turns into action, especially action against capitalism, on reversing the neoliberal politics of compromise and capitulation to ruling class interests. This means that the soft left reformist parties among us who recognize the significance of the problem and the progressive forces within these parties will have to be more open to radical objectives and perspectives than in the past. Collectively, we have to recognize and admit that, on the contrary, it is more radical to think that we can continue doing politics the same way that we have done and the way we've been doing it, which has led to the current situation. Of course, this means we can't alienate working people, marginalized socialist voices. In other words, the reformists among us will have to start putting some wine in their water, because they've been watering it down a long time, for decades essentially, and there isn't much wine left. So enough with the water already. One of the strategic goals of this front, in our opinion, must be democratic reform. This means we must strive for a form of proportional representation. So we progressive people don't need to continue compromising to the lesser lib or con evil that will never challenge owning class interests. We all represent different political tendencies that are excluded from the political process due to the first past the post voting. And of course, political or proportional representation could extend political influence to those of us who otherwise feel obliged to settle for this lesser evil. And this lesser evil, even though it could be viewed as a harm reduction strategy, I think in many ways it's a losing strategy against reactionary forces that can pretend to have solutions that aren't solutions. And usually it involves such as scapegoating, vulnerable communities, immigrants, etc. Another aspect of this democratic form, we will need to push for fair taxation policy. Public purposes require public funds. We need to tax the rich and the corporations, and working people already pay too many taxes, and they'll be hard-pressed to tolerate any more increases. If anything, they could probably deserve a tax reduction. So another, I think, component or objective of this alliance would be radical transparency. Transparency regarding the role of business and politics and tax avoidance practices and tax havens, and on those private families that influence everything in our economy and society, but of which we know very little bit about in terms of how much they control and own. And of course, we need to get money out of politics entirely, reform political financing. To continue, some of the things we mean by reversing neoliberal trends would be stopping the privatization of healthcare and other public services. We need to promote a strong public sector. We can suggest ways to fund healthcare differently. I have a few ideas about that. We need to promote public services with good jobs, public projects such as constructing public transportation, green energy production, public housing, construction campaign. We need to promote the cooperative sector, food production, housing, etc. Fund post-secondary education, universities, tech schools, apprenticeships, colleges, that sort of thing. And part of this alliance would have to push for, in my opinion, we have to nationalize vital sectors of the economy, meaning natural resources, energy, utilities, fossil fuels, logistics, food. And in this situation, we would have to be firm on not allowing capital flight. This means productive capacity must not be allowed to leave because capitalists don't like our new policies, and that also means expropriations if necessary. So, how will we overcome our differences in order to form this alliance? Well, I think part of it, and this again would be a collective project, but in my opinion, we need to be honest with ourselves and recognize the severity of the problem in our collapsing political climate. We have to strive for unity over division in order to be able to act collectively towards fundamental change. This means prioritizing certain political goals. In my opinion, prioritizing certain goals means we need to emphasize the class basis of politics, of political movements, and societal problems. We can unite as one working class people of different political representations when we present the class nature of problems in our society. An example of this, the environmental crisis. There is a liberal attempt to individualize the responsibility for this crisis, asking working people to individually pay more for green capitalism, to pay more taxes, when working people have very little control over the emissions they produce to any great societal significance. So oil companies that profit set prices, increase or decrease production, and they should be responsible for reinvesting profits into green technologies and alternatives without a reduction in jobs. Another example is the cost of living crisis being directly related to the advanced stage of capitalism we're in and the parasitic rent-seeking class interests. Not working people asking for higher wages in order to try to keep up with this rising cost of living. I think we should present this as a problem and a goal to tackle to working people, and we can explain that by offering public services and goods that they won't have to pay for out of their check. The public services can make the cost of living go down, which is a desirable goal. So another part of this is we need to identify all allies and bring them into a mass tent. This means striving for open dialogue, lines of communication. This means representing to working people that there are fundamental causes to these problems and fundamental solutions. And of course, this means appealing to all those I mentioned earlier, those that are most vulnerable to an increasingly privatized society, such as the elderly, minority communities, people with chronic health conditions. And this means appealing to unorganized labor, working in low-wage work, precarious work, etc., to the youth, students. This even means, in some instances, appealing to small business owners competing with giant corporate forces that receive preferential tax concessions, regulatory arrangements, and government contracts. So overcoming differences of opinions and beliefs can be done by striving for a basis of unity, by agreeing on what I'll call a minimum program or platform or policy agenda on which we all can agree on, such that even if we don't agree on everything, we can at least agree on this aspect of said program or platform. And I think that should be the general goal of this alliance. It's agreeing on the different things that, we have a lot of different political tendencies, but if we can at least agree on a minimum of reversing neoliberalism, on being against capitulation to ruling class interests, and some of the programs that those things imply, we could actually achieve a type of political unity that could influence things. And again, a part of that process is just identifying kind of the situation we're in. I think decades of neoliberalism in terms of policy have led to a decreasing sort of civil society. It's kind of degenerated our political process. And I see it continuing unless we are able to unify as leftists or progressive people. And I think if we bring together all the disparate elements of the left, we could actually influence politics quite a bit. But right now we're very divided among different things and stuck within different political parties. We could change if we were able to kind of bring together a coalition of progressive forces. So yeah, that's about all I had to say. Yeah, you can clap now. You can clap now. Thank you very much. But yeah, I wanted to leave some spaces for questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but just to make sure I
Yeah.
Exist in a form already. Maybe I'm just. Do you imagine the coalition to be composed of just like different social justice groups, or like just political parties?
I think it could involve both. Like we absolutely, and that's part of the collective work that would need to be done, is identifying the different progressive groups that are already pushing for different things and different goals, whatever they may be. A lot of them are here today, and bringing them into a big tent or an alliance. But it also means bringing people that are already in political parties, like the NDP or the Greens, or even if there are some in the Liberal Party, for instance, that have felt compelled to be in the Liberals just because they're strategic voting and stuff like that. It would mean bringing those together too. So part of the collective work would definitely be identifying allies, and then, you know, coming up with ways to reach out to those people with the intent of bringing them together under, like I have in mind, like a founding convention for this alliance. But yeah, I don't know if that answers your question at all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hi. A lot of us in this room understand what neoliberalism is. But,
Yeah.
And a lot of unions, you and I talked about this earlier, like Unifor as an example, support the Liberal Party or have in the past. How do we push unions back to the left?
Well, yeah, no, I completely agree. And I'm a member of Unifor, and I'm always very vocal about how I think it's a, bad idea of Unifor to, like, at the leadership, align themselves with the Liberals. And different leaders in Unifor have just said, oh yeah, the Liberals are bad, but it gives us some sort of position at the table. But I think it's kind of a bad idea for any union to align itself that way to a mainstream political party, because they have very little room to pull away from that party as soon as, you know, someone like Mark Carney gets elected. And there's problems with Trudeau too, but we'd have to, of course, reach out to people, the different locals, say in New Brunswick, people within those locals, instead of just going to the leadership of Unifor. But even in the, like, I know Mike McMullen, he's a great union person. He works as an area representative of Unifor, and he would agree with a lot of these things. So even talking to him, I think, would be able to influence what degree of autonomy he has within Unifor. But yeah, it would be reaching out to the members and locals, I think, and trying to present these problems in a way that they can relate to, which in my opinion means emphasizing the class-based nature of a lot of these problems. But yeah, I don't have any more specific suggestions than that. But it's definitely, that is, again, a part of the collective work we need to do to try to find out how we can reach out to all these people we know are out there that would potentially sympathize with us in order to bring them together in this alliance. Any other questions? Oh yes, go ahead.
Matt, thank you. Very comprehensive, very clear. Thank you. There's a term that you used about 3/4 of the way through your talk, soft left.
Yeah.
Can I just get you to elaborate on that? And I may have a follow-up. I think I know what you might mean by that, but I was wondering if I could just get you to explain.
Yeah, and sorry, I was supposed to do air quotes around soft left.
Clear now.
Yeah, I knew that was missing. Yeah, question answered. No, soft left, I think, is people who are sympathetic with leftist positions and perspectives in general, but they may feel compelled for lots of reasons to align themselves with, say, like a Liberal Party in general. Like, they're people that may like the idea of how, like, say, socialism sounds, but they'll think that, oh, that's just a pipe dream or it's unattainable. So that's the kind of thing I had in mind with soft left. People who are reformist-minded but still sympathize with leftist perspectives or anti-capitalist perspectives.
So you didn't mean then the institutions like unions or political parties that have completely absorbed the neoliberal agenda?
Well, arguably, yeah, that's a great point. I think maybe it is appropriate to call the institution, or at an institutional level, refer to things like unions as soft left, because they absolutely, I think a lot of unions would sympathize with leftist perspectives, but as you say, they are kind of completely absorbed in the capitalist project of neoliberalism in a lot of ways. So yeah, I guess it could mean that, I suppose. I was thinking of people in general, but maybe it's more better to think of the institutions too.
Because those institutions have become soft left after decades and decades of purging and marginalization of anything that was radical or critical. And they are absolutely, and the NDP has demonstrated this time and again. I could give lots of examples, the most famous one probably being the Waffle Movement in the 1970s. They are absolutely opposed to anything that smells of radicalism, anti-capitalism, for example. So they're not at all open to this agenda.
Yeah,
That's the soft left, in possibly. I mean, I'm not saying.
No, I would pretty much agree with that, though, and I think that's why we could only at most appeal to progressive elements in those parties. When I'm thinking in terms of the political parties, absolutely. I think you could only appeal to progressive people in those parties because the party leadership wouldn't, as you said, anything radical has been kind of purged from them over decades of different pressure and forces like that. And I think that's probably the same of a lot of the labor movement too. Unifor, union leadership. I don't know for sure. Maybe I shouldn't stress those things, but I think that's a good point overall.
I think, I'm not trying to be provocative, I think it would apply to almost the entire neighborhood.
Yeah. I think you're right, unfortunately, yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to just comment about the word radical. Like, lately I've been thinking about how we can just market what I think of as common sense. Like, I don't think of any of the ideas that get branded as radical as being extreme at all. Like, it isn't. But that's where it is, right? And even in this space, we relate to that word to represent a lot of the ideas we'd like to see put forward. But we've kind of been cowered almost into that kind of a corner, like it's just weird how I keep catching myself using it and then seeing other people use it too, but it's just something to think about anyway, and how we kind of market what really has broad appeal at its core, but gets, misread as some extreme thing. Really, I think a lot of people would meet us in the middle if they didn't think it was so far in left field or something. It really isn't at all, and there's a lot of common ground there, but even the word communist is so, like it's just, it's hard to get anybody to get anywhere near that, unfortunately. And I don't know the best way to, I just always think of how do we get these ideas to just push them in front of the noses of people that really they get it already. They just, it's because of these years of, just
anti-communist propaganda.
Yeah, anti-communist kind of pressures. Absolutely,
Get over the fear of the word radical. I'm going to be a high school English teacher. Just explain, radical means grasping the root. The root of the thing is even the mathematical sign, little v divided sign, is just, that's called a radical.
Oh, yeah.
For the square root of a number.
Never made that connection.
I sort of feel myself like an accidental Marxist or something.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like in this day and age, so it's like, well, I don't know. I'm a Gen X kid and like just was always taught, like in the Cold War anyways, with like all this negative about communism and the Soviet Union, and here we are like I'm 50 and it's like I'm ready to vote communist or something akin to that.
Here.
Those are the only ideas I see when it comes to Palestine, or it comes to so many causes and so many issues.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I am, and so like in the last federal election, I would have voted communist. I'm in Charlotte County. I guess there wasn't any communist.
Yeah, we need to get more candidates.
I guess I voted for the NDP guy in the end because he did at least make some inroads on the Palestine issue, I guess, and that was where I went. But I also, with Eve Engler's entry into NDP, I don't want to join the NDP actually. I'm just really pissed off with all the parties in this country right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like any of them really purely represent me. But I don't want to be politically homeless forever either, so the alliance idea is a good one.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm the communist candidate, and you're right.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, it may come to that. I mean, I did grow up in a political family, but they were progressive conservatives and they were liberals, and that's the way it was. But it is, when you see good ideas, it is got to get them out there somewhere. But even as an uneasy sort of accidental Marxist,
yeah,
I do feel like we need to come up with another way of
doing politics.
Well, that word has been tainted by over 100 years now of blacklisting it and just generations of propaganda that have convinced so many that that's a really bad thing. And when it's actually serves more people's interests than what they really know. I don't know what that word is or how a party can be created with a new word or something.
Come up with a new word, they'll just create propaganda around
They
that.
will.
That's why the Communist Party is sticking with the word communist.
They'll call us communists even if we call ourselves a progressive.
Well, yeah.
In terms of the Communist Party, anyway.
It's just like educating people on what it actually really means.
Right.
They don't know, and they're just like, just propagandized by all of the anti-communist rhetoric and all of that, and haven't looked into what it actually truly is and how it works.
Yeah.
Tracy,
There's another alliance that's active right now, the Peace and Friendship Alliance, and there's a few people in this room. I was wondering, like, how do we need another alliance, or do we? I don't know. Like the Peace and Friendship Alliance came from a place where some of us were resisting fracking for shale gas, and more than 10 years ago, unions, labor, environmental groups, indigenous folks, like we all got together and we stopped fracking for shale gas. And then the Peace and Friendship Alliance was formed, also with the desire to educate people that we are all treaty people. So I'm just thinking this through as someone who's formed organizations, and maybe there is a need for another alliance, but I also think the Peace and Friendship Alliance, and there's a few of us who have recently met because there are serious threats to the homelands here now. We've all heard Susan Holt talk about how we need the citizen mine, and even though nobody supports that. And it's also related, I think most people know that it now has new life because the Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of Defense has put money into it, and Department of War. So I don't know.
That's, I think, a fair point to make for sure. I guess I should become more educated on the Peace and Friendship Alliance because, do we need to create another alliance? I'm not sure. Especially, there's probably a lot we could learn from individuals that are already in that alliance, the Peace and Friendship Alliance, and especially some of the victories they've had in terms of preventing shale gas.
Somebody else had.
I think another good source of like recent historical precedent would be the DSA in the United States between probably like 2016 and now-ish. Essentially ends up being the same thing, but also is like, by necessity, it's like an extra political organization. There are people who run candidates locally, and they would run socialists locally, and do a whole bunch of other local organizing with sort of a huge basket that was specifically a cross-tendency group, especially depending on the regions, which meant that it was something that would be able to hold sort of community organizing projects, mutual aid projects. A lot of the chapters in California did stuff like break light clinics because that was one of the ways that racialized people are most often being pulled over in the United States. At the same time, this is a group that did power a lot of the Sanders campaign, did result in the election of AOC, probably results in Zora Mamdani. I have criticisms of all of these things, but it's very clear that unequivocally that they were groups that were able to sort of build power across tendencies and to sort of also hold disagreement in a relatively democratic body. So I think, if you reached out to like any comments who run on national in the U.S., there'd probably be people who had a lot to say about that sort of thing too.
No, that's good. Yeah, I think they've had some successes, especially if they were able to influence to some degree, like the election, or even to like kind of Bernie Sanders achieving what he did. It's unfortunate kind of how he was sidelined by the main Democratic Party there. But I have criticism. I've had him too, but there's definitely some successes there for sure. Could be a lot to learn. Yeah. Good. Oh. Well, I don't know who this.
No, go ahead.
Jordan, is this alliance, excuse me, are you arguing like to run candidates as the alliance, or what's the goal? Like, you know, are you functioning as a political party or?
Well, not a political party necessarily, no. But it potentially could be like participating in electoral politics for sure. But I think if the first step would be bringing people together that are that are from different parts of the political parties that actually exist now, or different progressive movements or whatever, bringing them together with the idea of agreeing on some minimum political objectives, and then whether trying to influence political parties or potentially running candidates, independent candidates even, that sort of thing. Like,
yeah, I think like BC recently has a good example of that happening within a party. Emily Lowen just won BC Greens leadership a couple weeks ago, and she comes more of the faction of the party that's, I shouldn't say faction, it's not an issue, but the part of the party that's to the left, and that is she's a principled progressive, prioritizes Indigenous rights and teachings. Is coming at from that angle. So the party used to be a bit more centrist, but you can have that reform within a party. I think that's probably the most viable way to do it. And there may also, I mean, maybe there's a place for left-wing populism to a certain extent too, because that seems to be an effective strategy, but can also be a problem.
yeah, no, that's, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, I don't know as much about this specific example of the BC Greens, but I think when you try and just do reform within a party where you know the leadership is hostile to your end goals, it's very easy to be undermined, right? Like, people have tried that in the NDP for a very long time, and I don't knock them for it. That's a valiant goal, but you know, the undemocratic nature of things, the ability of presidents' private associations to crack down on any progressive action when it's contained solely within the party, versus when you have like a sort of united popular front that contains elements from different political parties, but also outside of that and beyond that.
So that's kind of what she did. She did a massive membership drive and signed up people from all over the place. So definitely some lessons to learn.
Right, but membership within the Greens.
Yeah.
So, okay. So it's still a different thing, I think, but yeah.
Tom Workman?
No, it's just, I think it's a great idea. I've been thinking about those lines lately. And how do you see this alliance or united front working in Brunswick? Are you considering different elements or areas? Like, for example, you know, the Francophones, they have their own, fighting for their own issues. There's small communities fighting for their small issues as well. Are you considering to this united front just spread across New Brunswick and organize those communities and bring it together and participate in municipal elections, provincial and federal elections? How do you see that? And how long are you thinking that can be achievable?
Well, I don't know a specific time frame by any means, but I do think we should try to reach out across the province, absolutely. And I think there's ways to appeal to rural communities that are encountering issues that they're trying to organize around that can sympathize and gain or appeal to a popular front strategy. And that popular front strategy very much could involve running an election or provincial election sort of situation. Again, not necessarily as part of a party, but as independents, or maybe Popular Front could influence elements within different political parties too. But I think including and kind of trying to connect, doing the collective work to connect the different struggles that are going on in rural circumstances to a wider political popular front across the province should be, I think, the strategy, part of the popular front strategy, absolutely. Tom. Yeah, Tom.
Matt, I was a little puzzled by your response to Tracy. From what I gleaned from what you said, certainly, and from what I know about the Communist Party, you're not just another coalition, you're a coalition that continually, and I think quite rightly, centers capitalism as the problem. And you were certainly saying that in your talk, you're bringing everything back to communism. So even though there's room for a kind of very wide political project, the continual ties back to capitalism, which is the flip side of the dirty word, right? Socialism or communism. The continual efforts to bring it back to capitalism and to tie these things together is what would make your coalition very distinct. Is that not correct? Am I not hearing that correctly?
I think so. I'm not familiar, I guess, with the Peace and Friends Alliance. I wasn't sure to what extent.
Peace and Friendship.
Oh, sorry.
It's named after it again.
I apologize, Tyler. I didn't mean anything.
I would say that we're anti-capitalist, right? We want
But I do think you make a good point that, as I stated in the talk, I do think a core part of the Popular Front I was thinking of is capitalism being the issue, and like trying to emphasize a class basis of our society and class politics in general. It's kind of missing in a lot of ways. But maybe the alliance you speak of is compatible with that, or
you have to center Indigenous rights and
oh yeah, sorry.
I think you're basically correct in that. I think the Peace and Friendship Alliance, as from what I can tell, is not, I'm not saying it has a narrow focus, but a focus on like Indigenous land title, Indigenous rights, opposition or critical engagement, like development and stuff like that, is like an integral part of this hypothetical coalition, because Indigenous peoples and the Indigenous movement are one of those groups that find themselves in conflict with capitalism, and that's kind of what the basis of unity is every struggle that, like, you know, the struggle for even political reform, like First Past the Post, or for childcare for women's rights, and all of that stuff, like, at the end of the day, it's because, like, the reason they're struggling is because these interests are opposed to the current system, right? The Indigenous, like, the struggle for Indigenous sovereignty and the right to oppose development projects, like, the reason you're anti-capitalist is because you recognize that capitalism is, like, that's the enemy of Indigenous, like, sovereignty, is the drive for profit. And it's the same, like, the drive for profit is why women have to pay their entire paychecks for childcare, right? And that's the basis of unity, is like groups that are opposed to mining projects and groups that push for childcare or social services or whatever are all struggling against the same thing, and that's what we have to emphasize. And I think that's the basis. Yeah, that all ties back together. So I don't think we can definitely build upon the work of every coalition or alliance that has been built until now, but emphasizing a very broad unity, not just focused on, it must incorporate the struggle.
Hi, time check.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Oh. But no, maybe we should continue your thought though, like before we end.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to, like, and this is all hypothetical. This is a coalition that does not exist. You're putting this forward as, like, our theory of change, essentially, right? Like, this is how we present this strategy as the way forward. Bring people together around the idea that this is an effective strategy. Then we can start the actual building of the organization once we've all sort of, you know, come together and talked.
I agree.
So I've been involved with the Peace and Friendship Alliance, I don't know if it's as long as Tracy, but the other thing I was involved in was the Council of Canadians. And they've had a lot of changes over the past few years, and they're not what they used to be. They used to have chapters in St. John, Fredericton, and I think Moncton and Brexton as well, but I think only Fredericton might be the one that's left now. But I think that model of having chapters of groups around the province, working with the Peace and Friendship Alliance, I think that would be a good way to create alliances.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that I'd have to familiarize myself with. On the surface, it sounds like we could learn from that model for sure.
Yeah.
I live in a rural area, like, but this is the first time I've ever participated in a discussion like this.
conversations if I go to like a protest or something like that. But absolutely, I'm sure there are spaces to some extent, but I wish I would participate in things like this. Like this social forum is, I think, one of these, a great idea to bring together a bunch of different progressive causes, and so we can all put our ideas in and stuff like that. But maybe I'm not as involved also in the activist community. Maybe these conversations are going on more than I'm aware of too. Not very often in my experience, unless it's at a protest.
Well, Matthew, we have these conversations every month at our meetings.
Well, yeah. We have these conversations at Communist Party meetings that happen once a month.
Okay.
Absolutely, and if anyone here is interested at all.
There's also one in Moncton as well, if anyone here is from Moncton.
Yes, there's members of Moncton.
The party dues are on a sliding scale according to what you compare, right?
Yes, yes. Party dues on a sliding scale, absolutely. But also, and I say this, the party's always, in the club here in Fredericton and Moncton, we're always looking for allies and friends. You can participate, come to meetings, join in educationals. As just friends with the party, you don't necessarily have to be looking to become a full-blown member. That's the idea, is to bring together people that we can have as allies and be in solidarity with one another. So I want to stress that part too.
Well, it's great to see you.
Oh, thank you.
sure they got one.
So, Dave, is this okay? I'm going to start now.
Kind of towards. Yeah, perfect.
I'm going to start now. The mic is for you. So I have to speak up. Everybody! Hello. Okay, I'm going to start now. Sorry. Thanks, Mary. I'm Tom Workman. I'm giving the first part of today's talk. And I'm joined by Matt Davis and Simon Knight from the Leo Panich School for Socialist Education. And they're going to follow on or build on my remarks. I'm at the moment, I guess a nobody. I had taught for several decades at UMB, but recently retired. But now I'm just in the wind, I guess. I'm very grateful to be here. A special thank you to Susan and to Tracy for all of the energy I know that's gone into organizing this. My impression so far is it's a smashing success, and we hope that we here today can build on that. I'm going to talk about, I'm going to really organize this talk around a very simple question, that is, why are we here? What brings us here as activists? And I'm going to start by telling you a story, a true story. In the mid-1990s, the members of Parliament in the House of Commons, the lower body, the political leaders of the land resolved emphatically and almost unanimously to resolve child poverty within 10 years, to lick child poverty. And 10 years later, child poverty had increased. And so I want to come back to that, to circle back to that story by way of emphasizing the kind of theme of much of what we are going to talk about today. I want to start a little bit with a quote, a very famous quote that is associated with Karl Marx. Now, many of you may not have read much, if anything, of Marx, but this is probably Marx's most famous quote. And it's called it's known as the 11th Thesis on Feuerbach. And it goes like this. Philosophers have, from time to time, tried to make sense or interpret the world, semicolon. The point, however, is to change it. And that quote, which is the most famous quote of Marx, arguably, perhaps Workers of the World Unite, if that's attributed to Marx, but at least it's very famous, is usually misinterpreted. It's usually mistaken. So the first part, philosophers have from time to time tried to interpret the world. It's usually taken to be tried to make sense of it, analyze it, try to kind of develop theories about the way the world is. And the second part, the point, however, is to change it, is sometimes, more typically than not, taken to mean what we have to do is get out and actually concretely change the world. We have to be practical about the world. So too much theory, not enough practice. In the 20th century, there was a very famous expression, too much cogitation, not enough agitation. And that would sometimes be traced right back to this very famous 11th Thesis on Feuerbach by Marx. The problem is, it's not really what Marx meant. If you're having a beer with him, he'd probably want to throw it at you if you said that I think that's what we should glean from this famous quote. What he meant was to make, if you don't make sense of the world in terms of the way it was historically constituted, then you'll never figure out how you might move from the now to an alternative future. So what you have to do is not, and what the philosophers do when they have from time to time interpreted the world is they essentialize that world. They make it appear as though it's a gift from the heavens. They make it appear as though it's something that it was kind of ordained, product of providence. And he said when they do that, when they essentialize it, when they make the world look like this is the way it has to be and it can't be anything else, then the possibilities of changing it are foreclosed even in our minds and certainly in our practical activity. So it was a slam against academics, but it wasn't a slam against analyzing the world, and especially it wasn't a slam against trying to figure out how it is that we got here. So the question that we would glean from Marx's very famous thesis is simply, what are the historical circumstances that have brought us to this point where we as activists, who often feel on the margins, are trying to cut in and change the world? Now, part of that answer can be discovered if we just reflect for a moment on two different notions of what we mean in our daily language by truth. One meaning of truth that we're very familiar with is when we simply say what we're declaring, like whatever I propose, accords or measures up with the facts. So if I were to look outside, well, there are no windows here, so there goes that example, but were there to be windows and I were to be looking outside and say, oh, it's snowing terribly out, and you would look out and say, I don't think that's true. It's actually a beautiful fall day, a gorgeous fall day, as a matter of fact. What possibly could you mean by that? That's a false statement. Well, that's a very straightforward meaning of the word truth, but there's another meaning of the word truth that we use in our everyday language that very much applies to the question why we're here. And that's that we'll often say something is untrue if it doesn't measure up to the way we think it should be. So we'll say, so-and-so isn't a true friend. And we have a notion of what a friendship should entail. So it should be, confidential, kind, generous, considerate, and so on. And if someone we know falls down in some or most of those kind of criteria, then we'll say they're not a true friend, they're a false friend. We do that all the time. Now that meaning of the word truth, which is a very daily kind of, very kind of everyday discourse, is very much part of the why we're here. It's a kind of answer that's always active. We look out on the world and we see terrible things. We see poverty, we see war, we see a mistreatment of workers in the workplace. We see all sorts of things, and we say, that's not the way the world should be. It doesn't measure up. In that sense, we'd say the world was false. Social philosophers throughout the 20th century were very fond of saying the world is false, the world is untrue. And in that sense, as activists, that's a very powerful part of why we're here. We look out on the world and we simply say, it doesn't measure up. It's not measuring up. It's got to be different. It doesn't have to be this way. But now we have to get back to the 11th thesis on Feuerbach, because that first meaning of truth, the facts that brought us to this, are very important. How did we get to this point? How did we get to a point where we as activists feel very much on the margins of political life? What brought us to this particular situation? What was the confluence of historical circumstances that started out wherever they did 100 or 150 years ago, and now have morphed into us kind of being very marginal players in public policy processes and continually arguing for improvements in order to better the world and so on? And to answer that, I'm going to focus on two things in particular. And this is a kind of summation of the character of politics in the last 100 to 120 years. So I'm going to kind of focus first on the efforts that were made to kill the idea of socialism, and then the efforts that were made after the 1970s to kill the idea of progressivism. And to kind of link those two together, I want to just focus on one date. I'm going to get you to bear in mind one date, 1961. So remember that date. If you take away nothing else from the remarks I'm making, at least, it's one date. It's very easy to do. I used to always say to students, if I only give you one date, I really expect you to nail that on the test. 1961, a nondescript year, right? The Beatles weren't even the Beatles at that point. I don't think they were still the Quarrymen. It was a year before the Cuban Missile Crisis, 2 years before Kennedy's assassination. It's a nondescript year, but it's the most important year, symbolically in many respects, that helps us to see the facts that have brought us to this historical conjuncture. So let me first look at the death of socialism, the attack on socialism. In the early part of the 20th century in Canada, and this might be hard to believe, I think now when we look back, there were mass-based socialist parties, and they were mass-based. And there was parties, there were several of them, at least 8 or 9. There's wonderful stories, histories that have been done by people like Iva Kumovich and so forth. And these parties were showing signs of gaining traction politically. And so prior to World War I, there was a real effort made to try to begin to repress those parties. In fact, there are historians that actually have argued strongly that World War I was fought not for this famous reason by Lenin, which was as an imperialist struggle to try to carve up the world, but rather this book by Arno Mayer and many other historians, that it was fought, World War I was fought to stop the socialist tides, to stem the socialist tides. It was fought to create space for the old regime to be able to crowd out the new regime. It was fought so that militaries could absorb millions of unemployed workers, so that they didn't drift into socialist parties, into these mass-based socialist parties. So even World War I, which is almost axiomatically presented as a war about imperialism, was in many respects fought as part of this historic struggle against socialism, especially mass-based socialist parties. Now, after the Russian Revolution, in a sense, all political hell breaks loose, because the Western states, they're really going after socialism big time, through surveillance, through murder, through deportation. One of the best examples in Canada was the Winnipeg General Strike in the immediate aftermath of World War I. What the state did was engage in massive deportations to get the so-called radicals out of Winnipeg, because they felt that the radicals from Europe were bringing socialist ideals and socialist doctrine into that strike and so on. They were quite right. They just ignored the fact that a lot of it was organic. A lot of it was created by the wretched working conditions of the Winnipeg working class. The Winnipeg General Strike was only one of upwards of a dozen general strikes in Canada during this period. In fact, the closest one to us was down in Amherst, New Brunswick. Amherst, Nova Scotia, sorry. That was a general strike in a then gathering industrial area. And in the aftermath of that strike, that's when we saw the deindustrialization of Amherst. It was a deliberate, according to many historians, a deliberate response to that strike. The aggression is in earnest throughout the interwar period, and I'll just come in the immediate aftermath of World War II as well. This book is written by a fellow by the name of Stanley Ryerson. He is not a household name. He was the Howard Zinn of Canada. Now, many of you will know Howard Zinn, right? Can I just do a quick pull? Howard Zinn, People's History. Okay, so long before Howard Zinn, he writes a socio-political history of Canada called Unequal Union. The problem with Ryerson was not that his book wasn't fascinating and wonderful and extraordinary. It was, and groundbreaking, because it was all of those things. The problem with Ryerson is he's a member of the Communist Party. When he wrote these studies, and this book in particular, he had to secret letters to his family because he was living under constant surveillance. He was living under the constant threat of incarceration. The United States probably provides the best example of incarceration coming out of the interwar period. In 1920, Eugene Debs is the leader of the Socialist Party in the United States. And he's incarcerated under the Sedition Act because he dared to oppose World War I. He runs for the American presidency from prison, right? And he garners over 1 million votes from prison. It gives you these little snippets are just meant to give you a sense of the degree and intensity and ferocity of the attacks that were regularly going on against anything that was socialist, anything that smelled of communism, and so on. This is when the anti-communist message really begins to dig in. It was embedded in the early post-World War II period by mass culture. And in the early 1950s, throughout the Western world, but especially in the United States, we saw a real uptick on the repression against communist parties. There are all sorts of novelists and writers writing about this at the time. John Steinbeck's work stands out in this respect, the proletarian novelist in the United States, and especially his very famous novel, In Dubious Battle. That was a story about how the communists were persecuted for trying to organize the orchard workers in California. And there are all sorts of wonderful stories that have emerged in the context of this. In the early post-World War II period, unions got in the act of purging socialism and communism. This book here is by Paul Buell, who was one of the most highest esteemed labor historians in the United States of American labor history. And this is called Taking Care of Business, and it's a history of how the trade unions in the early post-War II period purged communists from their ranks, from the way that they made sure that the kind of left socialists had nothing to do with it, with any influence on their policy and so on. This is one of the greatest books ever been written in Canadian political science or Canadian social labor history. It's called The Education of Everett Richardson. It's a very unknown book. It's by someone named Silver Donald Cameron. It's a book about the Canso-Fisher strike in the early 1970s. And Richardson writes about how the labor unions in Canada purged the communists and radicals from their unions in order to force a settlement in this strike. It's an extraordinary read. I'm just giving you a sense of the fact that this was constantly going on. And by the early 1960s, through all of these various measures, you had a situation where the socialist message was basically on its deathbed. And that's where we get to the date 1961. When the CCF in Canada was formed in the mid-1930s, one of the central features of their platform was to move beyond capitalism. They identified capitalism as the problem, as a very big part of the problem, and they said you got to get beyond it. So whatever progressive measures they supported, and there were many of them. In fact, Tommy Douglas, who was intimately associated with it, is often seen as the father of healthcare, public healthcare in Canada, right? And whatever ideas that they picked up, whatever progressive policies they promoted, the real emphasis for them was on the problems all being linked or associated with capitalism. When the CCF morphs into the NDP in 1961, guess what the NDP drops? Any mention of capitalism. So they're nominally a socialist party, nominally a bit kind of progressive, but they drop completely the idea of being opposed in any way to capitalism. So what you had happen is the mainstream, what we now call the mainstream political parties, by the early 1960s, had all been thoroughly disciplined. They had all been they had all learned not to question capitalism, not to put capitalism on the agenda at all, because that's what the socialist and communist parties did. They said, the problem is capitalism. Yes, we have a lot of other problems that we can talk about, but everything has to be continually traced back to capitalism. Capitalism is the problem. If you want to make the problem go away, get rid of capitalism, because that's your only hope. You may still have some problems to deal with, but in a sense, if you don't center capitalism as the problem, it's over. Now that's the socialist message. Not surprisingly, the capitalist elites didn't like that message, and they fought tooth and nail against it, and by the early 1960s, socialism was dead. Socialism was dead as an element of the political agenda. It had been pushed to the margins. Socialist parties could still exist in name. They had to be on the margins. They had to be, in a sense, toothless. They couldn't really be part of because if they were immediately attacked by all sorts of institutions that were, after decades of indoctrination, were fundamentally anti-communist and anti-socialist. All right. So throughout the 1960s, there's this kind of rapprochement politically, where socialism has been shunted to the margins, and the mainstream parties really don't question capitalism at all. Nothing can be said about capitalism. Then what happens is there's a terrible profitability crisis for corporations in the late 1960s, early 1970s. The so-called golden age of capitalism is now kind of frazzled, it's falling apart, and they want to rewrite the progressive agenda now, they being capital. So throughout the 1970s and early 1980s, they start to do this. They basically gravitate away from the early post-World War II agenda to something that we now are very familiar with because we're still living in its throes, and that's the neoliberal agenda. That neoliberal agenda took about 20 years to congeal. The push starts in the early 1970s, and by the early 1990s, it's more or less in place. That neoliberal agenda has a number of different components to it, all of which we're very familiar with. For example, corporations themselves started to engage in all sorts of activities that would weaken labor dramatically. So there was extensive offshoring, for example, right? They would go to export processing zones across the South. At one point, there were over 200 of them. We've lost track now. The last I saw was 480 export processing zones around the world. Capital offshoring their production. What it did was weaken unions. It threw labor and the working classes into a kind of recessionary psyche because they all feared, because of all sorts of examples that proved this, that if they went on strike or did something, then the corporation would simply go, would simply move elsewhere. One of the ways that you know, just as an aside, that Trump is even stupider than you think he is that the idea that capital wants to come back to America, to the United States, is comical. The last thing capital ever wants to do is to be tied to one place. That's why they negotiated the free trade agreement in the first place in the 1980s, was so they could vamoose. They don't go to Vietnam or Guam or Mexico because of the weather or the food. It's because the labor's really cheap. And they don't want, if they're forced to be back in the United States, then guess what the unions will do? They'll say, we're going to just hang around till you give us a better wage. Capital doesn't want that at all. Trump, being obtuse and thick, doesn't understand that. I'm sure the corporate executives are saying this to him, and they may do the odd thing to please his narcissistic fantasy, but the point is that capital doesn't want to do that, because that's what capital was doing en masse. But they were also doing it internally. One of the most interesting studies that I think emerged in the last 50 years in Canada was this one by someone named Brian Palmer, an historian who recently retired from Trent University. It's called Capitalism Comes to the Backcountry. And it was a story about the Goodyear Corporation, and they were based in Etobicoke in Toronto. And they moved to Napanee. And they moved to Napanee in order to destroy the union in Etobicoke. And when the workers got hired in the Napanee area, which was a rural area on the north shore of Lake Ontario, very impoverished, they said, the workers, you can't go here unless you go through interviews. And the interviews were meant to ferret out anybody who might be pro-union. Some of the workers, before they got hired at Goodyear in Napanee, went through 5 rounds of interviews. And they'd be asked questions, according to Palmer and his research, like, was your father a member of the union in any way? Have you ever voted NDP? And things like that. These are the kinds of questions they got asked, so that in the end, when they hired just a fraction of the workers back, the workers in Etobicoke were all now jobless and so forth. And the workers in Napanee knew what to do and what not to do. And one of the things to not to do is to form a union or even mention union. Don't say anything about it. So therefore, not surprisingly, what happens to unionization rates in Canada during the neoliberal era? They plummet. Not in the public sector so much, but in the private sector, they plummet. And according to some measures, they've gone from about 28, 30% down to sometimes 15, 14, 12%, depending on the sector. That's a huge drop. It's not as steep as the drop in the United States, but it's a huge drop. That was a typical feature of neoliberalism, but the other features of neoliberalism we're even more familiar with, and that's the cutting and gutting of social programs. And the example I like to use, because it's so stark, is the employment regime, the unemployment regime example. I got confused there because it used to be called unemployment insurance. And Chrétien, who, well, I won't say anything about him. Chrétien, I can hear my mother saying, don't say anything if you can't say something nice. He didn't like the idea that the unemployment insurance regime emphasized unemployment. So that's when it got changed in the mid-1990s to the employment insurance regime, EI as opposed to UI. If the Canadian population collected POGI, if they were unemployed in the late 1970s, after the Trudeau reforms in 1976, at a rate of about 80%. So 8 in 10 workers would collect POGI, as we call it. I don't know if we still call it POGI, but they collect POGI. Do we still call it POGI? We call it POGI? POGI Mountain. Fast forward 3 decades, and now that figure has gone from 80% to 30%. Okay, that's through the reform. So the unemployment or the employment insurance regime typifies the kinds of reforms that we see under neoliberalism, which is to emphasize one message and one message only to the Canadian population. Get your ass into the labor force. Don't dare sit around on POGI. Don't dare sit around on welfare. Don't dare sit around on anything. It doesn't matter what kind of shitty job you take. We insist that you take a shitty job. Non-unionized. And by the way, you're not a worker anyway. You're an associate. Okay? You're not working for a money-grubbing rat bastard institution or corporation. You're a member of a corporate family, and you're working to promote their... That's the message of neoliberalism. Now, those kinds of policies have appeared across the spectrum of social policy, so that we tend to see declines in services and so forth. The other thing that the government's managed to pull off, and this was really quite a stunt, is they managed to convince Canadians that government financing was much like your personal financing. So when the government was going into debt, it was like putting money on a credit card, which is not even slightly close to even being slightly true. It's not that way at all. But if you can convince a population that it's like that, then you can convince them that cuts are necessary. Okay? And they don't like the fact that a statistician from the federal government in the 1980s discovered that the Canadian debt, the entire Canadian debt, was only attributed to increasing government services at about 3%. At that time, the debt was $600 billion. And this statistician found out that only 3% of that government debt was attributable to the growth, could be attributed to the growth in social spending. 50% of it, he found, was due to corporate tax cuts. Not even changing the corporate tax laws, just saying, give the money that you owe. So the Royal Bank, let's say the Royal Bank, I don't know, let's say a bank. I guess in this day and age, you shouldn't name a bank. Let's say a bank owes $600 million in taxes. They apply for tax deferral. They say, well, we need this tax deferral in order to build a new online program or something like that. And so they get the deferral. And about 43 to 47% was interest on those corporate tax deferrals. So the entire Canadian debt had nothing to do with social spending, but if you can convince the population, as they've done in the neoliberal era, that this is what... Now, here's the thing. What has happened is the parties themselves have become very disciplined, and they've absorbed what is in effect an anti-progressive message. The political parties pay lip service to the very kinds of concerns that bring us together here today, but merely lip service. They can't really do much about it because they're not allowed to center the problem, which is capitalism, okay? Capitalism, for example, loves poverty. Poverty and capitalism fit hand in glove. If you're impoverished, you'll work. You'll work for anything. If you can't meet your basic needs, as we know from countless examples, heartbreaking, heart-wrenching examples from around the world, if you're broke and you can't feed your children, you'll do anything to survive, including going to work for the shittiest of shit jobs imaginable. And from the standpoint of a system devoted to profits and accumulating capital, the capitalist system, to making commodities as cheap as possible, that is absolutely wonderful. It may make us feel deep down that we somehow see a world that's not really the way it should be, but from the standpoint of capital, that's wonderful. So you kill socialism, and through the neoliberal agenda, you kill progressivism, so that the parties can do no more than pay lip service to the issues that bring us together. That's why we're here. And that is going to be play a big part in framing what we can really expect to accomplish. Because if I'll come back to the story I started with to end my remarks. I hope I haven't taken too much time. If the political leaders of the day can resolve to eliminate child poverty, and 10 years later it's increased, it sets a kind of, it gives us a kind of sense of what we're up against, right? As activists working on the margins and trying to improve a world when the basic cause of things is taboo, politically taboo. You're not allowed to speak about it. If George Carlin were here today, it'd be one of those 7 bad words. He'd add an 8th word, right? Capitalism, okay? We can't talk about it, and therefore it only makes our efforts all the more difficult. It makes the challenges all the more formidable, and it really does give us a sense of what we can expect to achieve. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. That was really great. You kind of covered some of the stuff we were going to cover, so maybe we can get out of here early. I don't know. So I think like Tom was saying earlier, my name's Matt Davis, and this is Simon. We're here from Toronto. Actually, we flew in last night. Thanks to Susan and Tracy and all the folks who organized this and asked us to come, which is very nice. When we started this work that we'll talk about in a moment, I didn't really expect that there would be much interest, in our own backyard, let alone somewhere like Fredericton, which is a world away from most Toronto people who kind of, don't go 5 kilometers away from their house, let alone to the other side of the country. So I think that it's an important discussion, and I think that a lot of what Tom was leading us through actually sets us up nicely for a conversation about, not just where we are, but how we can begin to do something about it. And I'm not going to lecture at you about what you should do. I want you to tell me what to do. But instead, what we're going to talk a little bit about is one aspect of doing something about it, and that's education. And I think very specifically we can think about this not so much education with a capital E at a university, or perhaps if you're in high school, or with your trade union or something like that, though all those things are good, and you stay in school if you're in school, I guess. I should have followed that advice myself. But that we're going to talk a little bit more about education with a lowercase e. What kind of education can we do that's community-based, that's based on the experiences of working class and marginalized people? And then what would socialist education look like? Because if we're talking about identifying a system that isn't meeting the needs of people, as Tom, I think, pretty well described, then what does that mean? It means we need to think about what an alternative would look like. That's a conclusion you can all come to on your own. But we've come to the conclusion that could look something like socialism, right? And so that means we need to do some education about it. So I might leave that there for now, just to note that in terms of how I came into some of this work. So I've been involved with activism and workplace organizing in Toronto just for a little while now, 7 or 8 years or so. And then before that, in other parts of Ontario and southern Ontario. And about 3 years ago, we started this project, the Leo Panich School for Socialist Education. And I'm currently serving as the school coordinator. So I might turn to Simon to give a little bit more context on what the school is and what we try to do. And one thing to note, or a couple things to note, during this, if anyone has questions, we'll have some time at the end, but also put your hand up and we'll just, do it as it comes, Definitely kind of, ask questions and poke holes in some of the things we're saying if it's not making any sense, because you might know better than us. Tell us. And the other thing to note is I'm going to pass around a sheet, a contact sheet. You can put down your name and email if you'd like to stay in the loop about what we do. I mean, maybe you want to decide that after you hear from us, but I'll pass it around now, and you can just find us later if you change your mind. Yeah, and if you run out of space, just put it on the back, because I forgot to print too many sheets, and the printer's back in Toronto. So maybe I'll just turn to Simon, and yeah, he'll tell us a bit more about the school.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about myself first. I'm very new to activism, left activism. I'm a software developer in Toronto, and I became radicalized over the pandemic. Started reading a lot of sort of socialist literature, and I wanted to join something. I started searching around. I found the Socialist Project, which runs the Leo Panitch School. And I came on right as the school was starting, and I've been with them ever since. So I took the first course, and now I'm involved in teaching the course. And so now I'll go into a little bit about the school itself. So the Leo Panitch School was founded in 2023 by the members of the Socialist Project, which is an eco-socialist organization from Toronto that has been around since the late 90s. The school emerged at a moment when popular frustrations abound over inequality, the narrowing of democracy, the squandering of human potential, and the ever-clearer reality of impending environmental catastrophe. We strive to provide radical, accessible, and practical educational programming for those seeking to better understand and address the crises of our current times. Many members worked in tertiary education or in unions, and since their strength was in education, we thought it would be a perfect time to start the school and lean on our strengths. The school is named after Leo Panitch, who was a professor of political science at York University, a co-editor of the Socialist Register, and a founding member of the Socialist Project. The school offers workshops, seminars, and courses about various topics with an eco-socialist orientation. The main course we put on is in the longest running, is our Introduction to Socialism course. This covers what we believe are the fundamentals to think in a class-based framework that can be applied to different situations and crises we see today and open up people to the possibility of socialism. We cover topics of class, what is socialism, the state, political parties, unions, and union organizing. And this is constantly evolving. We also take an approach that understands how diverse and varied working class people are, and that while people may experience oppression differently, we share a common experience of being working people. Along with the Introduction to Socialism course, we have a course on how to organize your workplace. We put on various lectures, such as on trade and tariffs, artificial intelligence, the history of colonialism in Canada. We've hosted several book launches, as well as have a regular film screening series and a reading group. And along with being able to educate people on socialism and different issues, we find these events to be good at forming relationships with the wider left activist ecosystem in Toronto and bringing them together. Our organization is mostly in Toronto, but we are looking to expand, and we are able to tailor a course to try to talk about the underlying issues of capitalism and class and apply it to other situations. I'll pass it to Matt.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's a good rundown. What I might try to do now is build a little bit on what Tom was saying and give a little bit of more of a backing on like why, maybe not just we, but why socialist education, or why we feel like this might be an important step, like especially for those who are already kind of committed to activism or organizing, or maybe in some vague way convinced that the world could or should change. I think that's the big step. So if you're there, that's great. You've done most of the work. So, well, maybe not most of the work. There's a lot of work to do, but that's a big step. So for those who have kind of made that or have come to that conclusion that things should change, that maybe the world the way it is isn't quite the way it should be, or it could be a lot better, then we have to, I think, take a step back and kind of understand how things actually work. And Tom really got us started on that, so I might just build on that a little bit. Maybe I'll just ask you guys, what's the state of this idea of people pushing back about organizing, about changing, about challenging the system maybe, or the way it is, or whatever we identify the bad thing is that keeps us, from having the kind of lives that we want. Where are the movements pushing against that? Where are they at right now? Where are popular movements at? Where are left-wing movements at? And then who gets to make these decisions in society that Tom was talking about? Like who's actually making those decisions right now? Does anyone have any thoughts? Just shout it out. Who's making the decisions? Yeah, just go for it.
Backtrack just a little bit. I talk to a lot of people, and I feel like a lot of people like socialist ideas. They find the stuff that I talk to them about agreeable, but it feels like the biggest obstacle is this just pervasive sense that it's not realistic, that it's not possible, that everyone feels like they're in this minority that can't accomplish anything. And you try and tell them, it's like, actually, most of the people I talk to would probably agree with you. So you might actually be in a majority, and you're just defeated by the idea that you're in this tiny fringe. So
right. I think that's really important. That kind of leads me to think then that if these ideas are popular, then someone or a group of people are making the decisions, and those who would actually benefit from different decisions being made are not the ones who get to make the decisions, right? So we could think about this, right? There are people who have more power in society than others. That's maybe too basic of a thing to say, but I think we have to identify that first. So we could call these people ruling class people or upper class people, or I don't know, some people use the term bourgeoisie, whatever you want to say, right? These are the people in charge, right? So I think that this is almost too obvious to say. It's like I know I'm wasting your time just saying these things, but I think it's important for us to take the step back and not just assume what we think. We actually have to take a step back and look at these things. Like if we look around us right now, most people, including ourselves, at least myself, I don't know about you guys, but including ourselves, we tend not to have much of a say in our day-to-day lives. Like Tom described really well, over time, people and collective decision-making has been pushed more and more to the fringe over time. Like Tom described this really well in kind of stages. First, you push back against the possibility of socialism, at least in a country like Canada, and then you push back against the idea of sort of social benefits and things like that improving over time, the idea of progressivism, right? That is also pushed back against. And at the same time, the decisions that people get to make in their lives are also reduced. Maybe on a personal level, I can choose to buy a blue car or a red car, but do I have the choice to take frequent transit to work every day, for example? Do I have the choice to access public services that are free at the point of use? Well, it's an open question, depends on what services. It's changing every day, getting worse every day in many ways. So this is also what's happening. And on top of that, there is a level of formal political democracy. Like, I don't know how often you folks have provincial elections here. In Ontario, it's what, every 4 years, more or less? Same. So every 4 years at different levels of government, you get to vote, which is, I guess I wouldn't describe it as fun, but it's something you can do. And it takes 20 minutes. It's something, anchor your day around, I suppose. And that's important. People won the right to do that. That didn't come from nowhere. But then you also have to think like, okay, I've made this decision, then what happens in between? Like the things that affect you really day to day, you get up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., whatever time it is. You go somewhere that otherwise you wouldn't want to spend 8, 9, 10 hours a day at, but you must. That's kind of interesting. You don't really get to have a say about that. That's interesting. I guess you could choose a different cold, dark brick building to spend 10 hours a day in. Well, I guess that's a choice. But we have to kind of understand these things. So we have to begin to understand, okay, who's actually making the choices in society. And none of this is new, but it does, I think there is a sense among many of us that it's getting worse, or that we just can't even think about it at all now. It's so depressing. So I think it's obvious to many of us that the scales are being tilted further and further in favor of those who have power in society, and those who are marginalized, who have to work for a living, who do not currently have power, are having whatever the rights and the privileges that they have clung on to are slowly being stripped away, and those scales are being tilted further and further away from them. Who's ever felt, just a quick question, who's ever felt that the system is somehow like rigged against you or against someone you know? Who's felt like that? Yeah. And I mean, if you didn't put your hand up, like, congratulations, I guess you're in charge. Cool, okay. Sweet. We'll take your lead. You know, and I mean, this isn't necessarily to say that there is a big conspiracy, that there's a room full of men in top hats with levers and buttons telling you where you have to go every day, or holding a gun to your head if you don't get up for work. Sometimes it feels like that's what I need to get up for work. But that, I think what we can identify, though, is that we're living in a system that encourages certain behaviors and discourages others. So I'm kind of laying all this out there for the reason that we really have to situate ourselves, right, in order to understand not just where we are, like Tom kind of brought us to, but where we could potentially be going, and what education, socialist education, where that fits within that, right? So if things are rigged against us, or at least it feels like it, let's imagine that we think this is unfair. Who thinks that's unfair to have something rigged against you? Yeah. Everyone's hands up. Okay. So it's unfair. All right, let's do something about it. I don't think it's fair that my boss only pays me. I'm a delivery driver. I work on this, but my day job is I'm a delivery driver, delivering $10 cauliflowers for rich people in Toronto, and I get paid $20 an hour. Not afraid to say that. That's how much we get paid. I don't know about here, but in Toronto, it doesn't go very far. Like, I don't know, I could get a sandwich for $20 if I'm lucky, maybe. And so I decide that this is unfair. I can't live on $20 an hour. So I decide to go to my boss. He says, "Oh, Matt, I'm so glad you came to speak with me." I sit down with him and I say, "Okay, Mr. Boss, I'm getting paid $20 an hour. It isn't enough. Could you please pay me $30 an hour? I think that would be much better. Could you just pay me $30, please?" What do you think his response is going to be? Yeah, like, okay, I won't swear, but, go away, screw off, right? Or what about Galen Weston? Everyone knows Galen Weston. Everyone knows who Galen Weston is. Okay, so you go to Galen Weston. Grocery prices are insane. Could you please just cut your prices by 20%, just so we can afford it? Could you just cut your prices by 20%? What's he going to do? He's probably going to put them up, because people want our food. There we go, up they go. And so this tells us something. I think these are obvious things, but this tells us something, right? It's not just that doing this alone isn't effective, but that there is a limit to what speaking up alone can do, right? So it's not necessarily just about speaking up, and there's all kinds of important things that people often do, speaking truth to power and all these kind of concepts that are important for us to understand. But it has to go beyond that as well. It has to be about bringing people together for a common purpose based on their common experiences. We all kind of understood what I was getting at, I think at least most of us, except for the privileged few who kept their hands down, that the system is somehow tilted against us. And if we can understand that as a common experience, even though we all experience it in different ways, you guys don't deliver $10 cauliflowers. I might not have the experience of other people experiencing certain kinds of oppression or whatever it may be, right? And so, but we do have a common experience of being under this system together. So in that sense then, what do we do about it? So that common experience, that's what I would describe as kind of the experience of being a working class person, just very simply. I know I'm skipping past things, I'm not going to necessarily stop and give definitions, but just broadly speaking, right? This is kind of how we can identify ourselves with others as a part of, very, very broadly speaking, working class. We can get into what we mean by that in a second. So why is having those conversations, why is building working class power important, and what role does political education play then to be able to understand that? So maybe I'll just pose this to the group. What do people think I mean when I say working class? People use that word a lot, but what does that mean? Just very simple. Yeah.
People who have to work to live.
People who have to work to live. So what about unemployed people?
Yes.
Yes. That's the right answer. That was a trick question. So the way I think many of us would kind of identify this is like working class, all it basically means is you're someone who has to rely on your own labor to live or directly the labor of others, right? So this also includes people who are unemployed, who are maybe taking care of a loved one at home, who are stay-at-home parents for the most part, and things like that. And we're not, there's gray areas and all kinds of interesting discussions and conversations. You guys can talk about that stuff with Tom. We're not going to dwell on that right now. But broadly speaking, we're talking about the vast majority of people in society fall under this. If you're thinking about like, am I or am I not working class? Well, like, look, it probably doesn't matter. You're in this room. Let's just assume you are. For your own sanity, let's just assume it. So then we can kind of begin to work with this a little bit. So then we have to also think about, okay, we have a basic definition of what a working class person is, but who kind of makes this up? Because I think some people, though less so these days, but some people have this idea in their head of like a working class person is maybe a man, maybe he's white in, I don't know, his 30s, 20s. He's maybe a steel worker or an auto worker or a mechanic or a miner. Or something like that. Farm labor, maybe if you're lucky. And this is what a working class person looks like and does. In Canada today, this is not the truth for a majority of working class people. That is not the majority. And so that means we have to understand this big group of people, this majority in society is made up of all kinds of different people with different experiences. And I will bring this back to socialist education in a second, but it's important, I think. So then, because people experience their experience as a person living in the system, they have unique things that they see and hear and feel every day. And so that means that if we want to do something about the system that we live in, maybe we want to improve things in little ways to begin with, maybe we want to tear the whole thing down and start with something else. I don't know. You guys can make your own decisions about where you sit on that. But that means that if we're going to be doing that based on the participation and conversations we're having with other working class people across whole big swaths of society, then we need to understand where all of their different experiences fit in with this, and we need to draw on that. Is there a question? Yeah.
If there is, are we allowed to ask questions now?
Go for it. If we
I
can't.
don't have to, but I suspect that these two are really patient.
Yeah, go for it.
Are you finding it challenging, given the wealth inequality within how you define the working class, to create solidarity? It's like, man, oh man, is I ever a challenge in this like
What was that last bit?
It's a challenge here.
Yeah, it is a big, yeah. I mean, yes, it's a big problem. I mean, not just with our school stuff, but some of the workplace organizing stuff I've been a part of it is a challenge. I might try to come back to that after. I know in case the kids run, but no, it's a really good question. I mean, I think that one thing we could say about it is that there is like an unevenness to this, right? So I think Simon might get into it a little bit later. But we're not talking about a group of people who, just because we say common experiences, they're not experiencing all the same things, right? They might have a common experience, but they're experiencing that in very different ways. So the difference between a black single mother in a neighborhood in Toronto is going to be very different than, a unionized steel worker in, you know, a rural part of Ontario making $100,000 a year because he's been there for 20 years, right? That's going to be a very, very, very different experience, right? So that's one thing we have to understand. It's not necessarily about figuring out who is kind of oppressed the most for this question, but who kind of has the ability to change things and what common experiences we have there. So I don't know if that gets into it a little bit, but we'll come back to it maybe.
They all have to budget, and that's a very important consideration, right? So even someone who's on a meager income, living in even abject poverty is budgeting, but even someone on $100,000 a year is still budgeting, and they still know it, and none of them are becoming wealthy, per se, right? None of them are going to suddenly escape their class experiences or the class clutches and so on. So that common denominator of having to watch your finances very closely and knowing that you're very close to being in a precarious situation, it almost takes nothing, even if you're making $100,000 a year. That does create incredible unity, right?
Yeah, and I'm not challenging you, it's that we run up against it.
No, that's, yeah, and it's like an organizing question, right? Like, I think that's a really, I definitely didn't take it as a challenge. I think it's a great question. And so, I mean, that actually kind of gets us to something else, and then maybe I'll pass it over to Simon in a second. But, you know, one of the reasons why, and I think this gets to why political education is important for us to be able to kind of link different struggles that people are experiencing together, just exactly for that reason, right? To be able to make it clear what the commonalities are, but also what particular things we're all experiencing differently. You're all going to be having different experiences from me, for example. And one of the roles of education is to help me understand that and help you communicate that, just as an example, right? And so that means that when you, to be able to do this, you need to base education directly in your community itself, right? It has to be community-based education. We often say like working class-based education. It means all the same things in this case. You know, that way you're able to emphasize that kind of lived experience of actual people. So we might sit in a room together and say we're all working people, but that's when some of the differences come out. That's when you might get those difficult questions of, well, you know, Simon here, not to point you out, Simon here works remote from home, working on whatever he works on, software. It's like, well, he's making 10 times, 5 times as much. That's an exaggeration, but a lot more than me, right? Like, what are you talking about? We don't have the same experience. He's not a part of the same class as me. That's when you get together like that, you can begin to break those things down and understand that there are those common experiences. And that's where you can start from and start to work together.
Yeah, pointing that out is correct. Yeah, I'm not the typical person that you would think would come to socialism. You know, I became radicalized during the pandemic, a lot of it through the crisis happening, but a lot through work and thinking that's unfair and the boss has too much control and they try to manipulate you into thinking that we're all in it together, and they ask you to work late and they say do it for, you know, we're all in it together, we're all affected the same way, you want the project to succeed, but it's the bosses who get, you know, they get the profit and they get to decide how much the employees get. And yeah, politics are not talked a lot about in my office, but there is definitely a vibe that most of them do lean more to the right. And so it is a challenge and something I have to work on to try and communicate. And people do need to come to socialism or left themselves, but obviously if you can communicate that with them, it helps.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. And to kind of move us into this, because I think we do want to get to the part of this session where we can kind of talk about more specifically like how we've addressed some of these things with the Leo Panitch School. But I think one of the reasons why this is an important conversation to have as well is because it's not necessarily just a matter of sort of explaining these things to people, but also trying to help them understand how this is relevant necessarily for their lives, right? Or how they can relate it to their lives day to day, and connecting certain ideas, and maybe even just simply the idea of stepping up and having some say in your community, how you can connect that to their own experiences and help them connect that to their life experiences, right? So this often means we have to take a step back, and we can, one thing that we often do in our courses, or one thing that we often say, is it's not necessarily a matter of, sitting up here at the head of a bunch of people and saying that, the system is bad, or convincing people that the system we live under is bad. I don't need to tell you what to think about the system. You can come to conclusions yourself. But not just that, but that, that we live under a system at all is kind of what you need to convince people of, It's like you have to almost convince people that capitalism is a thing that we can identify and think about, as opposed to just the air we breathe or the water we swim in or whatever. Well, we're not fish, but you know what I mean. Like that kind of thing. Like we have to actually understand capitalism as something that can be broken down into bits and pieces and that we can understand. Once we get there, then you're really cooking. Then you can figure out, okay, what can we do about this, right? So I might turn it to Simon quickly, just to a couple more pieces on this. But are there any questions or quick comments at this stage? Yeah, we'll go one there. Yeah.
Concerning education, to what extent can the Mamdani effect be used as leverage for education?
So what effect Zoran Mamdani will have on some of this? Why don't we put that in a little parking lot for later? That's a sneak peek on what we do at the school. Okay, that sounds good. I might move us really fast, and then we'll have some more time for questions in a second.
Yeah, so as Matt was getting to is that, the working class is non-monolith. The working class faces issues in different ways, but there is a commonality within the working class that we are all sort of, we cannot control. We are not in control. It is capital that's in control. We all face crises, like the environmental crises, and we cannot, and it feels like we cannot do anything to stop it, Crises seem to be rising more every day. Issues affecting the working class and issues affecting the working class compel us to become activists. We want to fight oppression, but it can be difficult to know how to do that. We do things like build campaigns, organize, do actions, etc., ultimately in the hope of pushing the government to force change. This can work, as we've seen in the past, but oftentimes this change feels temporary. And you push and push and push, and nothing seems to happen. But people should not be deterred. It is a massive task to make these big changes. You can look at the movements around climate change. I'll just ask for a show of hands. How many here have participated in some sort of action related to climate change? Be it a march, a letter, to an MP, donation? Everyone, pretty much.
2 hands.
Basically everyone. People out here protesting, doing all these things, we see it every day, trying to push the government to enact policies, cutting down on burning fossil fuels and extracting resources, destroying the environment, but it seems to be getting worse and worse, despite the vast majority of people consistently being in favor of phasing out fossil fuels. With the Leo School, what we want to do is try and zoom out and analyze what are the systems in place that link all of these issues together. What are the challenges we face, and where and how can we build the power to enact the change we want to see? The idea of the school is not to tell people to drop what they're doing and instead to fight capitalism, but to try and link these different experiences in an attempt to get people to reorient their thinking so we can be more effective in our activism and start to really build a mass movement.
Yeah, so maybe we'll try to get a little bit more into some of the kind of actual programs that we're trying to do with the Leo School. And then the other thing is I might not dwell on anything too much, but if anyone has any specific questions, like definitely throw it to us at the end or come and speak to us. We'll be here all weekend. But when it comes to this kind of community-based education or political education, there is a question then of, well, what's already being done? There's classes and workshops going on at different times. I think, there's groups here at this forum this weekend that lead workshops and seminars and things like that, and it's important. And people are learning about things this weekend. So without taking away from that, what about kind of socialist or political education differs from what's currently available for the vast majority of people. Like, this is a very special kind of event that I was even saying to someone earlier that we don't necessarily even have something like this in Toronto. There's things that are kind of like it, but not really. Getting all these like different kind of groups and people in the same room, this is a relatively rare thing. And certainly most regular people day to day do not have access to this kind of, even if not all the sessions this weekend are explicitly educational, it's an educational experience, learning from all these different groups and people. So then, like, maybe I'll just throw it to you guys. What has anyone experienced kind of community education classes outside of a university setting? Has anyone done anything like that? What was it like? Yeah.
Yeah, I was introduced to my union when I first started working for a union-based job. They had introductory courses to unionism, and unionism is linked with activism, of course, right? And so that my eyes were open. I had an aha learning moment, and that has stayed with me for long.
Right, so you did education through your union.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. Yep, in the greenish sweater. Yep.
Retired postal worker.
Okay.
So also spent a lot of time within the CUPW labor education movement. But I think the opportunity that you have is that much of the social justice or labor education that I see happening is very siloed. Like ours is specific to postal workers. Or maybe you'll find some that is specific to the labor movement, or some that's specific to one particular demographic. But a community school that doesn't just invite but seeks out folks from many different, has the opportunity to unite the working class a lot more than a more siloed approach. So,
And in a
that's
real
the
practical way.
here.
Yeah. No, let's talk. That's excellent. Yeah.
So I was involved in the local efforts related to the Occupy Wall Street stuff years ago. So I helped organize like the actual camp thing, and then we eventually had some like kind of satellite groups and that, and events. And one of the kind of examples of what would be like a more general purpose or more accessible, like broadly accessible model is what they started doing. Like a lot of the professors got together and did like teach-ins, and like it started out like at the site, and then as the weather got colder, we moved into like Conserver House and up to the university and things like that. So yeah, it's similar to what they were kind of saying, like doesn't seem to like exist on a long term or like kind of permanent basis, but
right,
it would be cool if it did.
No, that's excellent, and those are all important examples to bring up. I'm not just saying that because I have basically that in my notes. No, I think that's right. Like, what we're seeing is that there are examples of community-based education out there, and often it's like pretty great, right? Like when it is done. Like, it doesn't take much to actually make this really cool. Like, if you get people in the room who have real experiences and you let them kind of cook, like, it's pretty great. And then obviously you might have a lesson or blah, blah, blah to give it some direction. But that's something that can be really, really, important. And for the most part, I think you're totally right on the point about CUPW and that kind of union-based education. Like, I'm in a union. I'm in the United Food Commercial Workers. Like, if I was not a member and I rolled up to their union hall, which by the way is an industrial park with no bus access, for a union that is majority minimum wage workers, figure it out. If I rolled up there as a non-member and said, hey, I hear you have some great training opportunities, can I enroll next week? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not a member of this union. Like, they might be polite, but they're going to tell me to go somewhere else, right? So there is a kind of a gap that we identified, right? That even when there is good work being done, there's not nearly enough of it. It's not nearly accessible enough to a vast majority of people. And there isn't necessarily a kind of institutional basis for this. And these are questions we're only just trying to address. We're not going to say that we've figured this out by a long stretch. So I think there have been some great examples that people raised, and also in the past. I mean, Tom raised an example with me of academics working jointly with the Federation of Labor here in New Brunswick. Yes. Is that right? In the 90s and doing labor history educationals and a TV program. I think that's right.
Yeah. And the publication was called On the Table. Does anybody ever remember? On the Table? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I think, like, well, maybe we should all look that up later together. I don't know. But so it's not that people haven't thought of this before. I feel like a little bit self-conscious saying these things to a room of people who probably thought about a lot of this. But sometimes it just takes kind of a start. And that's a big part of the reason why we're here and we bothered flying out here to New Brunswick. Not, it's been a very nice trip, but we're kind of here to kind of encourage you all and to kind of offer our help in kind of getting the ball rolling. That we're only just starting to do in Toronto, but it's kind of got to be everywhere and reaching as many people as possible. The backdrop to this as well is a lot of what Tom was saying earlier. Like, one of the reasons why this can be hard to get going and why there is a gap and why we have seen a kind of decline as at the same time as we've seen a decline in progressive and socialist movements across countries like Canada, we've also seen a decline in the kind of educational aspects of that. For example, the Communist Party used to have schools, sometimes literally actually for kids and often for adults, training schools, organizing schools. Unions often had community-based organizing centers and training centers that were, if not always open to all, at least would kind of take on certain issues in the community. Women's auxiliaries did a lot of this work as well in different, mining towns and pulp and paper towns and things like that. And so it's not that this hasn't been done before, and it's not that it hasn't had a institutional basis, but as we saw a decline in other things, these also declined in turn. And so that what we're left with is a kind of like a progressive movement that's quite fragmented, that's not quite connected together. We're sort of doing many people are doing very important work on their different issues, and there can often be linkages between them, which often they're forming now, and that's really exciting. But it needs to go further, and education can actually, in our opinion, can play a role in that. For example, education workers in Ontario, did anyone hear about this? Education workers in Ontario going on strike in 2022? Susan heard about it? Yeah, not everyone. So just very, very quickly, so this was about 40,000, I think, education workers, so kind of not necessarily teachers, but kind of, I guess you could say a step below, certainly a step below in terms of wages, maybe not in terms of skills and ability, but they were organized with CUPE, or are organized with CUPE, and they went on strike. The Ontario provincial government, it's a bit more of a complicated story, but they basically said, we're going to legislate you back to work, and they defied that, and they stayed out. So technically speaking, it became illegal, or at least not totally legal. And they pushed back the government. The government did back down on that, right? And they didn't win everything they wanted to win, but they made some pretty significant gains. And this was done through very careful organizing. It was a very energetic moment in Ontario. There was a kind of general strike call, which didn't quite happen, but unions were beginning to, for the first time in a long time, fall behind their fellow workers and say, we had other unions who weren't CUPE locals fall behind these workers and say, we'll go out as well. Or we'll at least allow our members to go out if they choose to. And this is quite significant. But then something happened. Where did the energy go? Why did it not spread to other provinces, to other places? This is a question we have to kind of understand, right? So I think this tells us something about how the dismantling of popular education in many ways and how it's not necessarily available to people can have a role to play in the kind of narrowing of certain struggles, right? So there are groups doing important work to try to keep this alive and bring it together, like the NB Media Co-op this morning. That was pretty cool to hear about all the work they're doing. But what is missing in many cases is a way to bring all of this together and connect it. And so we see the role of political education as being able to create programs that are not just specifically relevant to people, they are relevant, hopefully, but it also allows them to plug into a number of different things and get involved. And kind of education can be a nice way to get your foot in the door. It might not be as scary as going to an organizing meeting or signing a union card, but I'll go to a class and maybe I'll learn something, and boy, can that ever be a start to something, right? So I might just leave that piece there, and Simon's going to say something quick, and then we'll kind of move to questions in a moment.
Yeah, just jumping off what Matt has said about the Leo School and our courses. You know, the way we're set up and organized and how we run the courses, it's allowed us to lead discussions on topics in a critical and constructive way. Though we're explicitly providing socialist education, many of the people that take our courses are not necessarily socialists. We also don't want to come to conclusions for them. We just want to get them to start thinking maybe differently. Since we rely on small personal donations to operate, we can teach what people really want or need to learn, instead of shying away from certain topics that even the most well-meaning nonprofit or union-supported organizations have to shy away from at the risk of losing their funding. It makes us be able to be dynamic, flexible, and take on new opportunities when they open up to us. Matt will go into this a little bit more, but an example of this is that at the beginning of this year, we had an opportunity to bring our education out to Brampton. We were invited to bring our intro to socialism course in a more condensed, simplified format to a group of international students who had been protesting the government in encampments in Brampton, who were there sort of protesting 24/7, taking shifts, protesting policies that could see their student visas removed. And Matt will go into a little bit more detail.
Yeah, so I might just hopefully you're all with us here. Hopefully this is interesting enough. It's getting some things going. But I might just highlight this as a particular example of what this kind of activist kind of education, this kind of working class based education can look like. So as Simon mentioned at the beginning, we do offer kind of courses that get, promoted online, and people see it and they say, okay, well, that looks like something I'm interested in. I'll sign up and then I'll come, and that's wonderful. That's what Simon did. That's what lots of other people do. I shouldn't big note ourselves. Not lots of people. A good amount of people do. We're very thankful to them. But this can also look differently. I think someone raised the point earlier that it's not always about creating something, allowing people to come to you so they can bless themselves with your presence and hear about your wonderful left-wing ideas. But it often actually is about making yourself available to people as humbly as you can, and just saying, look, we've got maybe some skills that could be useful to you and what you're trying to do, your current priorities, and we actually have something to say that means that what you're doing is far more important than you necessarily realize, and is about something far bigger, and we want to help you in any ways that we can. And so what we try to do as well is make ourselves available. So this example of these students in Brampton, Ontario, they were having, like Simon said, they were having this encampment. So they were like ex-students. They were on postgraduate work permits, right? So they had graduated and they were working. And the rules, I don't know if people are aware, but the rules had changed recently about postgraduate work permits, becoming much more restrictive. Hundreds of thousands of people were in line to lose their status. Many have at this point. And so these students, they were all Indian, most of them Punjabi. Brampton, if people know, is very heavily Indian and very much heavily Punjabi area. And a lot of international students and ex-international students. And they had been in this encampment literally on the side of a major road in Brampton where it intersects with the highway, 400 series highway, which is 3 to 5 lanes across each direction. And they were in a homemade tent made of canvas, about 20 of them, and they were there for 100 and how many days? 140 days altogether, and so that put them all the way through winter. And they came to us, literally, it was a really simple thing. They weren't like, oh, this is a great moment. We're going to get these guys to teach us about socialism. No, literally, they were like, we're bored. Can you come hang out with us? Because we're in a tent with no windows, hanging out in February in the negative 10-degree weather. Like the first session we did with them, we went in, and it was literally like a blizzard outside. We could barely make it out to Brampton, which is not a long drive away. We could barely get there. We could barely like see the tent, let alone get inside of it, because the snow was blowing. This is like in the city. It's not the middle of nowhere. And it was quite dramatic. But what we were able to do is we were able to just be there with them. We weren't assuming, we were introducing them to things they hadn't thought of before. But a lot of these people weren't seasoned activists. They were in a situation where they didn't know what else to do. They were going to be deported potentially very soon for some of them at some undecided upon date, because all of a sudden the rules had been rigged against them. They had this experience that most of us identified with. They had this experience so intensively, more intensively than most of us I think have experienced before. Some of us may have, but most of us I don't think have. Like, it was very, very scary for them. And they didn't know what else to do, and so they sat on the side of the road and made themselves visible. And we had compared to that, we had a very modest role to play, but we were able to go there and do that with them and be a part of their struggle in a unique way. We weren't just saying, yes, we're behind you. We were saying it through our actions and through the unique skills that we were able to bring, not just as individuals, but as a kind of project. And that's something that isn't unique to our area or context, or even the people we are. That's something you can build anywhere. So just maybe finally to wrap us up, because I think we have until 5, but we can wrap up earlier than that if people like. It's been a long day. So this leads us to the question, I think, of, what does this mean for somewhere like Fredericton, or for somewhere like New Brunswick, or, I'm not from Toronto originally. I grew up in a town of 1,500 people in southern Ontario. What does this mean for places like that might not necessarily seem like a hotbed of activism at all times, though it sounds like important things are going on here. What we've seen, like just our personal experience, and I'd be interested to hear what you all think after this, but what we've seen is that even just something very simple, just by like putting on an event, say like this, I think maybe we found this today, so it's maybe stupid for me to say because we're all experiencing it right now. But even just by putting up a poster and putting on an event that says, okay, look, this thing is happening, maybe you'll find it interesting, come and be a part of this discussion, even if it's something so basic, like it could be anything. Just by doing that, and by having that framed around an educational or kind of informative experience, it will draw people in, and it'll draw the kind of people in who are interested, and often people who are curious, right? And that's the key thing. Like, you just make it, this is one example where literally it is, you build it and people do come. Sometimes we put on stuff and 20 people and a dog show up. Sometimes we put on stuff and a couple hundred people show up. But the point is that both have value, both of those cases, because you're getting those people in the room and they're experiencing something that under capitalism does not come built in. You have to go out of your way and you have to seek it, right, to find that kind of experience. And that's really, really important, right? I mean, we often say with some of our courses, it's like, not to make it a big thing, but sometimes the first step is to kind of go and seek something out that's saying something different, because all the people, your bosses, and the people in government, and the people who own capital, and the people who kind of keep the system going, and the people perpetuating genocide, these people don't want you to learn. They don't want you to learn about these things. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to come to your own conclusions. It's not necessarily Thought Police 1984. It's not necessarily that all the time. But it's certainly not encouraged, and often it's actively discouraged. And so when you take a step to go against that, it's actually fairly significant. It's quite important as an individual. And then when we begin to do it together, collectively, that's when it can become quite powerful. And that's when you can begin to link it to real organizing. So we've had people come through some of our courses, very different kinds of people. We've had people, as you could expect, who experienced activists. They identify as socialists, which is cool. they get something out of it. They're like, yeah, this is cool. This affirms what I think. Or they might have a disagreement about something in particular and like tear into us or whatever. Like, that's cool. They can do that too. That's fun, I guess. But that's cool. We get people like that. That's interesting. Get those people in a room. That's community too. But more interestingly, we get quite a few people who are like skeptical, weirdly, like that we were surprised by. We get people like a lot of like 20-somethings or even like teenagers. We've had some teenagers come through our classes who just saw like a post on Instagram or whatever, and they're like, I don't know what socialism is. What's the deal? Why do you care about this? Or why, like, it's not, I've always been told it's not possible. Why are you even bothering? Like, literally that. I had once, at our very, very first event, I had a guy who worked in finance, software, but like works finance, like Bay Street, downtown Toronto. He's like an independent contractor. He's not even an employee. Like, he's like, this guy is a like finance bro. Like, that's how he was dressing. He had the nice, Armani and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what he was wearing. Something like that. Like, I don't know, snakeskin shoes. I'm imagining now, but that's what he was like. And he came up to me after the thing and he was like, well, this is what I do. And I just asked him, like, why did you come? And he's like, well, I think socialism is never going to happen, but I was just curious about what you guys had to say. And, that's kind of interesting. And so we get people like that, too. And he wasn't an asshole. He's a really nice guy, so I swore. But, he's a nice guy. And so when you put yourselves out there, you can often meet people and have conversations that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And who knows, like that guy could come back and, maybe learn something again. Who knows, right? So I think that, just to kind of finish up here, by bringing people into a space together with an explicit premise that what you're going to do in the space is you're going to be doing something, you're going to be doing it together, and when you're there, it's going to be political, it's potentially going to be radical, it's going to be something different than you experience always in your day-to-day life. And then even if it's small, and even if we don't agree with each other, and even if it feels like, oh, it's not moving fast enough, it's not what we want, you're beginning to actually build something that didn't exist before you had that process, and before you put on that course, or before you put on that talk, right? And so that's partially what we're trying to build, alongside a lot of other people who are doing, in some ways similar, in some ways different, but nonetheless important work as well. So in that way, building educational initiatives in places where people are often most isolated, like smaller cities and towns, suburban areas, rural areas, that can actually provide something that people there have never likely experienced before, or maybe have not experienced for some time, unless they're very lucky. And this can unlock all kinds of possibilities for activism and organizing to begin to kind of push back against this situation we found ourselves in, like Tom and Simon described before. So might leave it there, and if there's any questions, maybe we'll do this for a few minutes until Susan tells us we're done. And then maybe we'll give a little bit of a pitch on what you guys can do. Why don't we go here first, just because he had his hand up before. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm first going to say something to really annoy Tom, and that's, I don't have a question. It's more of a comment, really. Do you want me to take the mic?
No, I'll just
I'll
take it back.
Thing anyway.
It's okay. Doesn't matter, you got that guy.
So a comment and then a question. There is a kind of way to sort of pyramid this sort of education when there's the question, who educates the educators, right? A real good target might be, if anybody in this room could sort of manage it, is people who are teachers themselves. Because I know teachers who are involved in their union, for instance, and do social studies education are always looking for more, a diversity of opinion in terms of like what they can bring to the classroom. Because from things I hear, and pardon the anecdotal sort of evidence, but students are asking questions that sometimes their social studies teachers don't really know how to answer. So there is the possible target of like working through teachers' unions to work with teachers who might be, because they do workshops for sort of professional development all the time on a variety of subjects. In a similar vein, artists, because artists have audiences, and it's a question of, can you sort of politicize their message? Artists are going to make art, they're going to do theater, whatever it is they do, and that will have a message. A lot of artists are very open-minded. They don't necessarily have a political background, or they think they should stay away from things that are political. But that's a very, and so my question is, do you have anything, any courses that are sort of geared towards either educating educators or working with artists to sort of workshop progressive socialist politics into the art and the message?
Maybe I'll take, yeah, so the short answer is kind of no at the moment. The longer, but I'll get to it. The longer answer is we want to do that very much. But even with the existing kind of courses and things that we've put on that are much more general, we've actually had these kinds of people participate, like, and hopefully, I think, get something out of it. Like, for example, right now, I won't name them because this is being filmed, but I don't want to embarrass her. But there is a president of a significant teachers union local, and she is currently taking one of our courses for activists, right? And this is not someone who is just getting introduced to activism, right? Like, this is a union local president. And so you think about that a little bit. It's like, okay, well, there's something here, right? Like that, there's something that, you know, and at the same time in this course, we have someone who, I mean, I asked her, I was like, oh, have you ever been involved in, this is someone else, you know, have you ever been involved with any stuff? Like, what group are you coming from? Because this particular course for activists going on right now draws a lot of people with experience. And she said, no, I've never been a part of anything. I saw this online, and I just think I want to do something about stuff, so I just came. So you've got her, and you've got someone who's like a seasoned union activist who kind of rose the ranks in their union, and they're both trying to answer the same questions. And that's kind of interesting too. So yeah, we should develop more specific things like you're saying, especially around educators. That's actually an idea that's come up. But I think there's always possibilities. Do you want to say something quick, and then we'll go to Susan?
Very quick before, I don't think it's about educating educators as much as changing the curriculum, because educators are obligated to teach curriculum, and the problem is the curriculum that they're teaching. So in every Canadian province, a teacher, my family's full of teachers, they have, by law, they have to teach the curriculum. And when it gets to issues like social studies and so on, teachers have almost no flexibility or very little, and they are disciplined, and we have lots of examples quite severely if they veer too far from that curriculum. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is a very good example. They tried to emphasize in a few of their resolutions the introduction of the teaching about residential schools, and in every Canadian province and territory, they've fallen flat on actually introducing that into curriculum, so teachers still don't teach it. And what we're facing right now is not teachers having any latitude, but actually an attack, and a very severe attack, on what gets called woke education. So if you try to teach the genuine history of a society right now, you're likely to be even more marginalized and attacked through things like the banning of the teaching of books and so on, which is widespread. So I don't think it's so much teachers as the curriculum that's the problem.
We'll work on it. Susan?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm going to come back to you in a second, Tom, because I have a question, kind of like what next and what are you willing to do? That's going to be my question, so maybe give me a minute to think about it. I just want to thank Matt and Simon for coming to hear from Toronto. That's wonderful, and sharing your. I wanted to give you a bit of a background, though, a bit of maybe some education. The reason I know about those educational workers in Ontario is because we did it here first. We had the CUPE strike here, And it was actually that CUPE strike in 21 that motivated the CUPE workers in Ontario. And it was the leaders here who went there to tell them how they did it. And so, and I'm not trying to make a point about how wonderful we are, because we are here, but the point is this interchange of information, I think, is really, really important in how we can work together to kind of inspire each other. And I am inspired with what you're saying, with what you did in Toronto. And I would really love to see something like that happen here in Fredericton. And that's where I'm going to come back to you, Tom, because you're recently retired. Which means you have time on your hands. And so I'm just wondering, like, are you willing to, you know, start something? Yeah.
Thank you. It's funny, I flashed on my parents when you said, are you willing to start something? Because that used to always be what your parents said, don't start anything. Say that to you. Of course, we all would be, everybody here, I'm sure, and I'm not trying to deflect, but it's part of the pathos of modern life is when we recognize that we don't have easy answers to the proper questions and the most difficult questions, and that's where I would want to start. For years, and many in this room passed through them, I would teach this kind of stuff in my own courses, of course, and missed that part. But of course, it would be wonderful to be involved. I was going to say something about Leo Panish, and this is to answer your question, because in 2009, I wrote a book about the neoliberal assault on the working class, and Leo Panish wrote, he was a friend and a former teacher, and a colleague. In fact, I remember one time sitting in the Lunar Rogue getting hammered on expensive scotch that somehow I ended up paying for. I'm not sure how that happened.
Many such cases.
Many such cases. In the book that he wrote the endorsement for, I said that we as a group had to return to church basements to talk about things. So I find it very ironic that we're kind of in a church basement. But the idea was to try to bypass the main avenues and venues that we see in media, mass media, and social media, and to try to resuscitate a genuine discussion around the possibilities of, first of all, what we should try to change and how we might go about changing it. But I hope that's at least the start of an answer that maybe you were looking for. But it's this kind of an effort that would start it, if anything's going to start it.
Okay, and I'll just to follow up, thank you. I'll just follow up, that list that you're collecting of names of people who are here, we want that here too. Like, take it to Toronto, but give us a copy, because it's all, you know, mostly local people, and maybe we could do something with it. Thanks.
Sounds good. I mean, I might add on that just quickly and maybe go to a couple more questions before we wrap up. But I think that, you know, that it's a really good example and a good story to kind of bring up. When we started this, I mean, like, I don't want to make it sound this whole time like we don't want to make it to sound like we have all the right ideas, right? Like, and also we're not necessarily doing this the right way. We're just trying, and like that's what kind of matters. So I hope that can be an encouragement. But one of the particular ways in which we were trying to do things, I think, a little closer to right or a good direction, was that we've explicitly avoided doing any of this on campus. Like, that's something that we've explicitly avoided, you know, and it's not that Toronto has an abundance of, like, say, venues or supportive organizations who've been supporting us in this kind of work outside of universities. I mean, we get some support from people and some organizations. We work with quite a lot of different groups, and that's been really positive. But it's not necessarily, it would probably be easier if we could just get some random classroom at University of Toronto or York University, some sympathetic prof books us the room. That'd be a lot easier. But then we're saying something about what the setting and what the format of what we're doing is, right? So, I don't know, the trappings of things I don't think matter as much as we always make them out to be, but that is a conscious choice we've personally made for what we're trying to build, that we're saying no. We're not going to be doing this on a university campus. If you are a student, please come. If you're a postgrad, please come. If you're a professor, please come. Sure, no problems. If you write books for a living, I don't know, something like that, come. But we're doing something that is a little different. Sometimes the conversations might get advanced. Sometimes we might put on something that does appeal more to people who have a little bit of a background in certain ideas. Perfectly fine. But this is community-based education, right? And that we're always doing that with this in mind. We're not doing it for the sake of it. Like, this has got to link into organizing and link into changing things. If not, then like we could save a lot of time and a lot of stress if we just went back to our day jobs and didn't bother with all this stuff. It's for the sake of it. It's not worth it. So that's kind of how we come to it. Maybe that's a negative way to put it, but that's kind of what keeps us going with a lot of this. Is that this is a part of something bigger, maybe a modest part, but we can see that playing out as we're doing this regularly and having people come back time and time again to different kinds of things we put on, even if it's just something simple like a book talk or something that just gets people in the room once a month that we try to regularly do. You know, you see the same people and you build on conversations, you hear about what they're doing, and people have made connections and actually like started campaigns based on conversations that started in our courses and events. Not to like, you know, brag, but that was cool, you know, and that makes me feel good. I think it makes Simon feel good, and it makes, you know, the 40 or 50 people who back this up on our planning committee back in Toronto feel pretty good too. So maybe I'll just kind of put that there on that piece. Maybe in the hat, and then we'll go to the other guy in the hat here. Okay, we'll go to you first. We'll do two at once, yeah.
Yeah, like there's some things that's happened in my life, and one of them is like running a business with no oppression. Liberty without equality and the old days fraternity, now solidarity, demands you eliminate oppression. And that means eliminating hierarchies. So like what we did I'm a prospecting geologist. What we did in the bush was we hired people, or we brought people in, associates, whatever. Everybody saw the books. There was a total egalitarian distribution of the money. And so that there was, you learn by doing it. And there was, and people from the other companies who were competitive and wanted to, how can I say, work with the mining companies in a way that they could make the maximum profits. They couldn't beat us. So by doing your own businesses, and the problem, of course, I fully support unions, but the problem with unions, you're still working within that capitalist context. You're fighting with the capitalists, and you only can go so far with the capitalists. Take over the means of production and do it. And we did. And it was all those people who worked for us would invite you for Sunday dinners, for parties, where the whole social thing was knit together rather than torn apart. So that's John Dewey. He was kind of a quasi-socialist in the FDR era, and learned it by just getting out and doing it. There's good examples of that. In Berkeley, California, there was a bakery that grew to be 100 people. They were all totally on the same pay scale. They finally figured, well, we have to hire a manager. Well, they did. Three times the salary of all the rest of them. But they kept that manager in control. And there are several examples of that kind of thing. And that hasn't been kind of mentioned today. One way of getting at that capitalist infrastructure is to eat away by creating our own businesses that are egalitarian, that are non-oppressive. So,
thanks for that.
Wherever you get an hierarchy, you're going to get sooner or later oppression.
It's a fair point. You should come to one of our classes and debate us about that. That sounds good. The brother here. Yeah.
Just do it.
I was just going to ask, you mentioned how you made a deliberate choice not to hold these classes on university campuses, which I completely understand.
Yeah.
But is it difficult to find alternative public spaces? Because I know there's probably a lack of public spaces where you could hold these classes. And I would see that being a difficulty here too. We'd always depend on like a church like here or some private sort of space to allow us to do it. Has it been hard to find those alternative spaces? And the ones that you do find, is it hard to do it in spaces that actually like attract working people?
Yeah, it's good. It's a good question. Do you want me to tackle this one, or it's up to you?
I could answer it a little bit. And we have held multiple events in church spaces just like this. I think in Toronto, it can be difficult though, because it's such a large city. It's much different here, and there are different places you can choose from. We are lucky that we have a relationship with OPSU.
We booked their hall.
We booked their hall. Yeah. So we've done that, and then other workers' halls we've been able to book. And the question about does it sort of affect if working people come to our classes? I think it's just because it's focused in Toronto and not in the suburbs. In the suburbs, it's a little bit harder to get to, so that is something that's blocking, but something that we are looking towards expanding out to.
Yeah, maybe I hope that partially helps get you there, but I think another aspect of this is it's not just like where it's happening, but like what time. Like maybe this is too nitty gritty, but like maybe it's an obvious thing. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. We tend to not do any events Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Like, I don't get it because I don't come from academia. Maybe Tom could like rap me on the knuckles about this or something. But like, I don't get it when like university departments bring in great speakers from overseas or whatever. Like I was invited to a lecture last week. This Greek socialist guy, really, really interesting. I have a weird work schedule, so I was able to go. What's happening at 4 o'clock downtown on like a Thursday? Like what? Like who's gonna go to that? And you could tell exactly who was there. It was academics and all these people who knew each other. They all had jobs at York University, and that's like whoop-de-doo, great for them. Like I like these people, so I don't want to make fun of them too much. But like, come on.
The timing is deliberate.
The timing is, yes, it's deliberate. And so we try to do the opposite, and we try to do it different times. Now nothing's a magic bullet. So you do a thing in a union hall or a church basement, it doesn't mean that you're going to have a wonderful, big, diverse crowd necessarily come out to something, but it reduces the barriers to that. So, I think that's all you can really do, as well as reaching out very intentionally to the people who you would like to make what you're doing available to. Like, sometimes it's uncomfortable and awkward, but you just gotta call, sometimes you gotta cold call people and just like get a phone number and just call them and be like, hey, we're doing this thing, do you want to come? Or you're a part of this thing, or could you tell people on your, church's mailing list or whatever, like, that we're doing this. Sometimes it's as simple as that. So it kind of looks like campaigning in that way too. But I hope that kind of answers your question a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Any other last ones here? Let's do one more and then we'll wrap up.
Sure. I was curious actually if you guys could talk some more about the format of how you do the education, because there's a lot of ways you can approach it, right? Like, you've got a PowerPoint slide or something like that and just stand and deliver at the front of the room, or do you like require readings ahead of time to have like some basis that people can work from before going into other stuff? Like, how do you tend to lay out the room? Like, do you have chairs and tables all facing forward, or like a sort of circle environment and have people making cross contributions? And have you tried different versions of that, and have you found that some have worked better for different situations or something like that? Just, curious your thoughts on that.
It's a great question. So the answer is kind of like all the examples you gave, we've done all of those. I think we've basically tried all those, and because we do different kinds of courses and for different people and in different settings, like for example, our Introduction to Socialism course is dealing with concepts, right? And so it does feature like a short lecture with some, kind of like today, with some questions interspersed. And then we break out into small group discussions where people can really, with 5 people in a group, and people can really break that down. Then we come back together and kind of talk about it. So that's like a pretty standard thing. And because you asked, that would look like, rows of chairs maybe, or people in a U behind tables or something like that. Depends on what space we get to, right? But then, like a course we have going on right now, the Fighting to Win course with John Clark, and there's flyers here that explain some of this stuff. that course is very conscious. No tables in front of anyone, including John, who leads the sessions, and then it's in like a circle of chairs, right? So you can't hide behind a laptop. You can't hide behind, like I'm doing right now. You can't hide behind a table. You're there because that's very much built on people's, like, it's a course for activists, so it's built on their own experiences, and anything that gets in the way of them sharing that is something to be avoided. So that's the kind of like different way of doing things. We haven't experimented a ton with the kind of like adult education stuff where it's like very, very participatory and like based on like different emotions and experiential things. We haven't experimented with that as much, but it's something we've talked about doing as well. And then anywhere in between those, and we also have like more workshop kind of stuff. For example, about workplace organizing. That's very much based on like role plays and like uncomfortable stuff like that. So there's a range. It's a really good question. I think the main thing is that you're thinking about it intentionally and not just like autopiloting. That's what we found. Because once you do that, you get stuck in a rut, and then you're not going to necessarily know when it kind of pushes people away, because they just won't show up and you won't know why. So maybe with that, we might wrap up. Is that okay? You want to talk after? And any last thoughts from Simon or Tom?
I think everything's been covered.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for coming. I will say, we want to do this here, or more accurately, we want you to do this here, and we can help if there's any way we can help. We want to do Leo Panitch School work in Fredericton, or at the very least in New Brunswick, wherever people think is best. We want to form a group who can do this, right? And we want to help you do it. And we could even start it for you, but we want people to do this here. So if you haven't put your name on the contact sheet, wherever it is, please make sure you do it. We're going to be here all weekend. Get our contact info, get in touch with us. We'll get in touch with you. Come and talk to us. Like, we're not just saying it. We're going to do it, and we need your help. Thanks so much.